touching down, 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 so I could come around, round, 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 round. I don't let you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tie me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 so I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down, down, down.
I was born a champion, got the heart of a winner, and I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender, 'cause I'm a winner, I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you when it hurts. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion, got the heart of a winner, and I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender, 'cause I'm a winner, I'm a winner. Born a champion, got the heart of a winner, and I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender, 'cause I'm a winner, I'm a winner. Take stock, lean back, take a view of the city. I'm sure you're with me. Are you getting down?
touching on me arm, waiting so good, go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek god. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. 'Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. 'Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. 'Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. Unstoppable, are you coming with me? Untouchable when they wanna fight me. Everybody wants to know my name. Do you wanna come and play my game? Put it on you like I'm on a mission. Are you ready, boys? Stand to attention. Everybody wants to know my name 'cause I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. 'Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. 'Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. 'Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. 'Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. 'Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. You're gonna sell all that you had before you. You don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream.
like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. Girl, it's fine. I feel like I'm in a dream. Is All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me
me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. All I asked from you is time together. All you gave is hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free.
Yeah. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. Woo! The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm son of these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offered an inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down, but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't though. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so it's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I knew I could do it. Hey.
The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. It's evolution. It's evolution. The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. It's evolution. It's evolution.
stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made. Fresh to death, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. You got me waiting all night long. You got me now I'm confused. Cause you are beautiful. Hold it down, hold it down. You got me wrapped up all night long. Goodbye to the passion fruit. That's what you are, what you are. Beautiful. It feels like I'm running life, running life, running life. It feels like I'm running life, running life, running life. It feels like I'm running life, running life, running life. It feels like I'm running life, running life, running life. It feels like I'm. You got me moving all night long. You got me mesmerized. Cause you are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You drag me down the rabbit hole, and now I'm in paradise. It's what you are, what you are. You're beautiful. It feels like I'm running life, running life, running life. It feels like I'm running life, running life, running life. It feels like I'm running life, running life, running life. It feels like I'm running life, running life, running life. It feels like I'm. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you. I've been falling, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah. Oh, you've been running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you touching down, so I could come around, round. I don't let you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy with you, no things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So darling, yeah. Oh, I've been falling, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah. Oh, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you, when you touching down, so I could come around, round. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down.
I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on. Don't let them stop you when it hurts. Keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Hello everyone and welcome to match number 7 of our PCS Spring Split Playoffs, where it is FAK Esports taking on DCG. As always, today's broadcast is brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live and sponsored as well by iHotel. I will be your host for tonight's Shock, and I am once again joined by my favourite co-caster here, Vestium.
Full favourite. Ooh,
Yeah.
big cool. Appreciate that. But yep, we are here again, and we do have kind of an exciting night tonight, I have to think. I mean, I want to see Solo Kill bounce back, but ultimately getting towards the games, I think now that we're in this lower stage of the bracket, whatever team does lose here tonight will be eliminated entirely. And so exciting games, I think, just because of that.
Definitely could be. I think that, FAK Esports, they unfortunately did get reverse sweep, but they looked pretty good in game 1 and 2. And hey, there's a game 1 and 2 every series, so should look pretty good in those ones. And I think it's kind of an interesting dynamic when you look at these two teams, because DCG, I think in the regular season, they weren't quite as good as FAK Esports, you wouldn't say, but they do come into the playoffs, 3-0 bliss, and they looked very, very good while doing it. Had some massive gold leads at 15. And one thing I want to kind of bring up around that is that in their matchup against CFO, FAK still won every game when they were ahead at 15 minutes, right? And so getting ahead at 15 minutes is something that up against CFO is quite difficult, right? Both FAK and CFO are kind of known for their really strong early games, but up against DCG, I feel like that's not really the case, right? DCG, I want to say, more of a mid-game team, perhaps not as strong in those very early games. So it will be real interesting to see, kind of what DCG have planned to take on FAK.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's extremely important to know. And I think also, excitingly, we've seen Hanabi time, like every game, pretty much prioritize Gnar as his primary pick, regardless of if it's blind or, picked as a counter. And Solo Kill, we've seen him consistently have such fantastic games into the Gnar. He tends to go to sort of the carry champions when in that matchup. But we will take a look at the bracket here. Of course, we did see PSG reverse sweep last night, as well as CFO the night before. But tonight, FAK versus DCG. Tomorrow will be followed by Impunity and Beyond. After that, the next game following will be that upper bracket starting next week between PSG and CFO.
Yeah, that will be really interesting. Very much looking forward to that PSG versus CFO match. But I think, honestly, from here on out, we pretty much do just have solid matches across the board. I think that while FAK and Impunity kind of look like the favorites compared to DCG and Beyond, I don't think they're so one-sided that you wouldn't expect any games to be picked up by the side of DCG and Beyond. I think there is still always that kind of caveat, though, of I think the way that DCG and Beyond play I think they both kind of want to get into the mid game. For Beyond, it's through their jungler. For DCG, it's through their mid lane and Nesty. And if FAK and Impunity, two teams that, again, are quite strong in the early game, don't let them get to that, does your game plan just kind of fall apart, or are you going to be able to stabilize up until then? There's only one way to find out, really.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I think importantly, too, Nesty, he has the champion pool here to sort of throw a spanner in any conventional game you might expect to see. I mean, we've seen some crazy picks out of him. I think what obviously comes to mind is that Ignite Gragas mid with Electrocute, and he really took over that game. And they do tend to prioritize the Gragas quite a lot in their draft. Even if it's not Nesty playing it, we have seen Hana play it quite a bit. And I believe it's something that Hanabi also would be able to pick up. It tends to be sort of quite an easy champion to play into that top lane, as well as it neutralizes a lot of losing matchups. So I think we will see DCG maybe prioritizing that again in draft. Interesting to note, I don't think either of these teams really have a high priority on the Vi like we have seen in our previous two series. Yeah. So it might be a bit of difference in these champion selects as opposed to the last two nights.
Yeah, it could be. And I wonder if that's just because the junglers themselves don't value it, or maybe kind of the way they draft around it could be a bit different, because definitely when you're looking at DCG, it can be maybe hard to pick the Vi because they do like kind of the tankier mids, which Vi is not as effective against. But here on your screen, it is FAK Esports, Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing. And we know that this is a very strong roster, but I'd kind of like to see them go back to what they found so much success with in the regular season, where it was Solo Kill kind of finding those big carry champs. Now they do choose the blue side, which means they won't have that red side 5th pick available to them. However, I could still see it kind of being a situation where Hanabi's kind of known for picking Gnar fairly early on, and it's sort of a decision you have to make. Do you leave that up and then go for something like the Aurelia into it, which Solo Kill, very, very good at? Or do you just ban that away and say, the rest of Hanabi's champ pool, it's just not going to deal with Solo Kill?
And to be honest, Solo Kill has looked like a carry on that Gnar as well. Yeah. So even if they take it away early, we've seen him blind pick it and then still put on huge carry performances. I think he did it last night, and not last night, the night before, in fact. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see that as well. It's both strong on Solo Kill and a really good takeaway from Hanabi. So I think Gnar Gragas is probably going to be sort of the high prioritization in this in this draft phase. Well, we will have to see, obviously, but again, with that Vi, I don't really see, especially Cascada, as much of a Zeri player. He's looked kind of best on that Xayah as well as Caitlyn. So we've seen a lot of Caitlyn bans in our prior series, and now up against Cascada, who did almost look like the best Caitlyn in the league at points, you'd have to say. It might be sort of an angle where Frank is just banning that away from him.
Could be, yeah. I think that could be a reason as well that they take blues. It just allows them a couple more of those bans and maybe even the ability to take one of those flexes early, something like the Gragas. Here on your screen, though, a team that does love the Gragas is DCG. Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Cascada, and Orca. Of their 3 games that they played versus Bliss, there wasn't, obviously we didn't get to see a whole different range of champions, but Nesty played 2 games of Gragas and a game of Annie. And those have been picks that I think, for a lot of teams, the Gragas is not really a mid laner, right? It feels more like it goes between the top and jungle just because they prefer their mids on carries. But in the mid lane here, Nesty, he's really made Gragas look like a carry time and time again, whether he's playing the Electrocute or the Comet build. And it adds a lot of flexibility for them, which I think is very, very nice. There are not a ton of flexes in the meta, so the ones that you can pick up I think are very valuable. Stuff like the Jace and the Gragas kind of come to mind. There's also stuff, in theory, like the Tristana that we saw yesterday, which is maybe a flex, but perhaps better in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And something we haven't touched on yet, as we will look like at stats comparison. I was actually going to bring up these two, so quite crazy that happens. But Kaiwing and Orca. So Kaiwing typically really good at facilitating and getting his team ahead, and that's often how they find such good leads in the early game, is from his roams around objectives, both the Herald and the Dragon, as well as he just tends to play a lot more, we don't really see it here, but a lot more engaged supports and playmaking supports. And so he is sort of the catalyst for the team, but on the other side, Orca against Bliss, especially in this Blitzcrank game that he played in Game 3, looked really, really solid. And so I wonder if we have some interesting matchup here, as maybe we'll see some Nautilus-Leona trades. We did see Nautilus getting banned quite a lot so far in the playoffs, but it could be something to look for as we do now go into Champion Select. It's going to be Vi banned first, and then followed by the Kennen. Jace, Sejuani the answer, and I'm kind of surprised by the Kennen. I wonder if it's actually just because of what rested.
It could be, yeah. It might be something that teams have been practicing behind the scenes. I wonder then if you're banning Kennen, okay, so you ban the Annie instead. I was going to say maybe target the Gnar and just really limit Hanabi's options. But instead it's going to be left open, which maybe suggests that Frank want to pick it up early. Hanabi also plays the Aurelia, so that is something that can be picked into it. But the only real remaining good flex that I would say here is the Gragas still. The Jace and the Annie have been both taken away. And Vi and Sedge both banned as well. I mean, the jungle pool has been limited. Now Xayah banned as well. So Frank, where do you go? I mean, the Gragas is kind of an obvious one. Maybe instead take the Wukong? Okay, so they're going to go the AP jungle route instead. Which is interesting. I wonder if then you'll try and put Pretender on something like the Tristana, because there just aren't that many AD mids. Now, they did play Yone, I believe, in Game 5, I think, of their previous series.
Yeah, and it didn't look that good. I mean, it was blind picked, and it got a few kills early, but ultimately didn't have much impact. And importantly, Frank do pick up the Maokai, which Holo did play in their previous series against CFO. He looked really strong on it, and then sort of later on into the series started picking Viego, which had almost no impact. So good to see him back on the Maokai, I have to say. As Ophelio's now locked in for Cascada, and we'll have to see what he can get done on that champ. It's looked really hit and miss so far. Honestly, if it's looked good, it's looked really, really good. But quite often it's just sort of done nothing.
And you always pretty much pick up this Ophelio's with Thresh. Most likely will be a Thresh third pick. It is the Gragas locked in, so they secure that flex, and I think the nice thing about that is it always offers you a kind of a safe option in the top lane, which I think is pretty nice up against solo kill. Kind of saw yesterday in that PSG series that Arja used the Gragas to really neutralize Driver time and time again, and the Zeri Lulu could be something that's just picked up here by the side of Frank Esports. I think Eminem's looked pretty good on the Zeri, and oh, okay, maybe instead going for a bit of a stronger early game option. Gonna pick up the Lucian Army, it looks like.
Yeah, it does look like they will, and Eminem has looked really good on this Lucian, so certainly don't hate to see it. As it will, again, likely lead to them getting a bit of an advantage at that 14-minute mark, which you correctly pointed out. If they are ahead there, they win almost every single game, so have to be a bit worrying here for DCG, as you expect Thresh to now be the lock-in. Although Lulu currently hovered.
Yeah, it could go for the Lulu. So the Affiliates Lulu is obviously better for the hyperscaling, but I'm not sure how playable it is into Lucian Nami. Obviously in the lane it's fine, but the real trouble is on those midways where you just get engaged on, and normally you can kind of just trade out the Thresh Lantern for it. But with the Lulu, it could be pretty scary. So I guess it's like stronger lane and perhaps weaker mid game, and then once again stronger late game. Interesting choice by DCG. Honestly, just going to be interested to see how it plays off. Now, Tristana banned away, so that takes away one of those AD mids. Yone's really the only one left. They can always just play AP mid with Maokai, but you are quite heavy on AP if that's the case, and you would really need one of those carries from solo kill to make that work.
Definitely the player to be able to do that, though.
Do you ban the Gnar here, maybe? Even if Gragas can be flex top, I feel like it's so good on Hanabi that you might just want to take it away. Wukong does make sense.
I actually like, yeah, the jungle bans, so maybe even looking to force this Gragas into the jungle, because obviously they've already got their Maokai, and with Sejuani, Vi already banned, following up now with Wukong. That's sort of the 3 best junglers we've seen so far. Already eliminated, and after this, the pool is kind of like that Viego, which looks terrible, the Lee Sin, which is a bit hit and miss. And then there are some oddballs. I mean, we saw Pantheon in Beyond series, and there are obviously Xin Zhao as well, but yeah, I like this drafting and taking away the junglers. Sion the last ban here, taking that away from solo kill, as he did look really good on that champion against CFO in his prior series.
And what's the last ban here for Frank? They banned the Akali, which is kind of odd. I wonder if it's a top lane Akali ban as opposed to mid. Nesty has played it before, but didn't really look so good on it. I am surprised that they banned it away, but anyway, we'll see. In DCG, it looks like they are going to send that Gragas towards one of the solo laners, currently covering the Lee and the Viego. And like you said, neither has really found the same impact that kind of trifecta of Sedge, Wukong, Vi do. But the Lee looks like it's going to be locked in, and I maybe want some more lockdown if they want to go to that. Maybe something in the 5P could be good. And 4-5 here for Frank. I mean, the Cassante is a solid blind, but with Gnar open, I mean, I think it's an okay matchup on paper, but Hanabi's looked so comfortable in this matchup. I'm not sure you want that to happen. Yeah, I think taking away the Gnar makes a lot more sense. Would perhaps have to respect the Aurelia counter pick coming out, but I think it's something that could be managed. I like it. I think it's a much better takeaway, and it gives solo kill some carry potential, which I really like. Last pick here, it will be for Pretender. Could just see him pick up, I'd say, LeBlanc, Syndra, Yone, or options. Something that can deal with the fillers would be nice. I think Yone, is good if your matchup's not too bad. And to be honest, maybe the Akali ban was just to protect for that. I don't think the Nesty can play a lot of champs that go well into that. Akali ban to pick LeBlanc, though, is very strange, because LeBlanc hard wins against Akali, so I guess we'll never find out really why the Akali was banned away, but last pick here could be the Lissandra. Now, the Lissandra-LeBlanc matchup is a bit more of a neutralizer. It's not so much a hard-winning matchup. In fact, I'd probably say LeBlanc wins the matchup, but Lissandra Lee Sin is an insanely strong mid-jungler 2v2, and you'd have to say it's a little bit better than the LeBlanc Maokai. But very interesting drafts overall. I kind of like Frank's a bit more. I think that they've still got, kind of the tools they need to be ahead early while, not falling super behind and scaling. At the same time, though, I think DCG have themselves a pretty solid and easy to execute 5v5. Main question for me would be around the Aphelios Lulu, and can they stand up to Lucian Nami on those mid waves in the mid game without just losing all their health before those fights start?
Yeah, definitely something interesting in that sort of matchup there. And also, I feel like the early game of this game might be a little bit dictated by where Hana and Nesty as that jungle mid duo want to look, because it feels really hard to fight into that, particularly in those early stages, just with the amount of CC Lissandra will offer, as well as just damage Lee Sin has without items, really. It's a scary 2v2. You do have the luxury of having that Maokai with the saplings to be able to sort of scout before any rotations or anything like that, so there is counterplay to it, but you do have to be really careful of ever face-checking those champs on DCG.
It is really scary, and I think as well, it forces the cleanse to be picked up by the Lucian, because so hard, obviously, to teamfight into Lissandra without it. But it does kind of mitigate a little bit of Lucian Nami's threat, right? The ability to just kind of at any time engage forward with Ignite and take away most of your health bar. And that's so important, I think, for snowballing a matchup, especially like this, because the Aphelios Lulu is... It really puts the game on a timer. You have to feel like if you get to 3 or 4 items, it can be very tough. But here we will head onto the Rift for game number 1, match number 7, Frank taking on DCG.
Yeah, we are now loading in, and I want to see Frank sort of bounce back from that unfortunate series, really, they had against CFO, where they got so close to progressing on through that upper bracket, but going to have some redemption here, and I feel like the player to be able to do it is likely to be solo kill, honestly. That guy, has looked so good for the majority of the split, maybe faltering a little bit, but Nah versus Gragas, I have to favor him a little bit. Gragas going for the phase rush, so we'll be able to sort of dip and dive in those trades up in top. Phase rush also taken by Maokai here.
I think the phase rush on the Gragas is pretty interesting because I think the phase rush is normally taken on Gragas when you're against some melee that you want to short trade against. You know, just kind of go in with that WEQ and then walk out afterwards. But against Nah, you kind of don't feel like that's how it's going to play out. You know, more about kind of delivering poke with Q. I guess we'll just have to see how the matchup goes, but it's definitely more of a scaling choice as opposed for the laning phase. Everything else, though, seems pretty normal. I mean, like you said, there is that phase rush picked up by the Maokai, something that's been kind of dabbled with before.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think importantly, Kaiwing not so much on a playmaking champion this game, but has... I mean, Frank, the side of Frank have looked so good at this Lucian Nami in the past. Obviously, have a good win rate on it, and on it, they look the strongest on it, at least during our regular split, so... We'll have to see if he can have as much impact on this Nami as he generally does on the likes of Leona Nautilus, especially since those support item buffs. Take a look at all the lanes, it's sort of going as you'd expect.
Yeah, some nice damage traded in bot side. And like you said, I think Frank probably are our best Lucian Nami team. I think that not only are they, you know, a strong early game team, but they're just clean enough that they don't often give a lot of kills back as the side of CFO might. Even though CFO... you know, did come out on top. It was still quite a messy performance, I have to say, from both teams. And mid lane, you know, kind of going as expected. A little bit of trading back and forth. Not expecting really anything to come of the 1v1. Instead, could be more of the 2v2, especially from the Lissandra Lee Sin. And I think it is always a little weird to play LeBlanc with an AP jungler, because LeBlanc is a very strong solo AP and also kind of prefers an AD ganking jungler, something that can pressure the lane a lot. But obviously the Maokai does bring pretty strong scaling. And it's like the ganks are decent still. It's just kind of hard to actually fight. We'll see. Hollow, he was spotted out. Might check into Hana here. Could be in trouble.
We'll just back away. Be okay with that. He did lose the Raptors as we saw, but actually coming here to make sure Pretender's okay. Put down the sapling. It's nice to use as defense. I think it lasts 45 seconds and then can't really gang through that anymore as... Pretender gets an amazing trade, really, onto Nesty there in the mid lane.
This is looking good for sure. Side of DCG's bot lane, they're going to just ward this try. A lot of control in the river established right now. And wise, I think, by Nesty to pick up that null magic mantle so early is against that double AP mid jungle, and that allows, you know, a very easy itemization of either just the null magic or even the Merc treads, which can make things extremely difficult. And you're really going to be relying on, you know, if you do have early skirmishes around the bot side, kind of M&M to bring that damage instead. Oh, the red is checked out by Ana, but was already taken away here by Hollow on the Maokai. OTPs traded for mids, and despite the trades going in Pretender's favor, the CS is slightly towards Nesty at the moment. Obviously, there is some waves to be picked up here. Gonna grab both scuttles, it looks like, so really just kind of using that advantage in the jungle matchup as well as some of the mid push to secure that. Hollow, he is kind of in the back of bot side here, but does just go for the reset. It's gonna swap back to top side. As we check in on the top matchup, Rosolikil's still full HP, has Hanabi fairly low on mana, but it always feels like when you're up against the Gragas that if you don't get a whole lot done before his first base, you kind of lose the window to really hard punish him. You know, if they do go for that Catalyst build especially, becomes so difficult as Cruscata.
Cruscata will be going down now. Eminem picking up first blood of the series onto that Lucian.
That's such a massive win there for Frank, and I want to see how that happened. It was both sums traded out by the ADCs. But that's such an insane pickup, right? We normally kind of see the way the Lucian Nami lanes work is that they're very strong in skirmishing, but they don't often find that 1v1 lead. It's more other people moving around the map that actually enables them to kind of, you know, really get things going. But here it's just in the straight 2v2, even without the ignite as well. Let's see how it happens. So Cruscata, level 3 versus level 4, dodges out the bubble but moves too far forward and just takes so much damage. Does not respect the fact that, you know, the level 4 Lucian as well as that giant creep wave just puts out so much damage, and It's a big mistake there, I think, from Cascada. Take a look at the item difference in bot lane. It's Pickaxe Dirk up against Vamp Scepter. And one thing that's real important about that is if Lucian Army gets ahead enough, they can just zone you completely off the wave, and then you can't even put your Vamp Scepter to use.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw yesterday what can happen really when a Lucian does get ahead. And it's a bit dire now, honestly, for this bot lane. Maybe they can look for some reprieve and possibly Nesty and Hana coming down here, but Eminem getting so aggressive, looking for those trick shots with that Q. And it will be likely the tank Maokai. I mean, that actually could also be Moonstone coming out from him this game. We'll have to see where he goes, but it isn't going to be the Demonic Embrace at least.
I think that does make sense, right? They do have a fair amount of magic damage with the LeBlanc as well as just the Lucian Nami magic damage. Dragon is checked here by Hana, but there's a lot of vision, so he's going to have to clear all that out. And there is the Catalyst picked up by Hanabi, so going to be very immovable in that top side. Doesn't get the tier, though. We'll have to see if he ends up going for that later, or if he's just going to play Gragas without it, because I think you don't really need it, but it can feel nice, and we see that gone for often. It is double Merc Treads as well in the mid lane for both sides. Cascada, he's going to push in this wave. He has jungle behind him, and Hana's spent a long time here making sure these waves go in. So while there is no punish really that can come out from Frank, it's kind of lost tempo, and you always feel, as Lee said, that you want to be pressuring lanes to kind of get leads, not just keeping them safe.
Yeah,
Dragon has started up.
So I guess that is a bonus. You're losing this bot side, but because of all the time Hana has spent down here, you do manage to pick up that first Dragon. And again, Frank are a team that like to get ahead early. They are in gold, but taking away that Dragon can give you a little bit of extra time to get some scaling onto this Aphelios, and at the items he's at right now, he certainly will need it. Pretender now heading top, looking like they might try for a dive, but Gragas, certainly not the easiest. Nah is used as well as explosive cast. Nice body slam there to deny any damage from the distortion of LeBlanc, and he will be okay to just walk out of this.
Very questionable roam here, I think, from Pretender. I don't think there's any way that you can kill this Catalyst Gragas, especially when both the LeBlanc and Na have gone for Merc Treads. There's just so many, kind of aggressive or offensive stats, you would say, missing from the play. And then the LeBlanc combo as well was a bit strange. Obviously does just get the W cancelled there by the Gragas. So is punished out by Nesty being able to crash that wave and kind of get a free reset in. And nice by Hanabi as well to just avoid that. The Herald is now up. I'd be surprised if anyone looks towards it for now. Both junglers kind of poor tempo on the map.
Yeah, wave building bot lane, heading towards the side of Frank. And honestly, that feels a bit dangerous for this Aphelios, Lulu. Aphelios now will have access to that Moonlight Vigil as he does hit level 6. Culling now matched, though, for Eminem. And we've seen before, especially yesterday, how much damage that Culling can do, even at this low levels.
Certainly can, especially once you get that Dirk. Just adds so much damage to the combo. And Pretender has to be very careful dashing in. He's got the Mercs, obviously, but there is so much damage that can come out of Nesty and Hana, especially with the Ignite as well, in just such a short amount of time. Looks like, though, everything will kind of be diffused for now. Hollow, he's going to try and check this area. Does have that bot priority, at least for now. Does spot out Hana, knows that blue was leashed. Just going to provide a little vision for his team and maybe go back to his side. Nice trade there again from Pretender. Is doing well given that he blind picked.
Yeah, Culling comes out. Orchid down to half health now. Massive damage coming out of that Culling as bot lane's looking quite hard. They're almost at 20 CS deficit now. Rough times.
It really is, and the Vamp Scepter obviously doesn't help if Orca is the one getting chunked out instead. Something you can do is, just target the person without sustain and then kind of force Cascada to back away from the tower as a result. Obviously, it's very difficult to walk up in that 1 versus 2. Nesty is going to go for a reset and does not have the TP because he is holding on to the Ignite, so perhaps will lose a few creeps here. As Pretender as well will match the base. 2 more minutes on the next Dragon. Herald hasn't really been looked at. There's just been too much pressure kind of around the Herald around the bot side for them to really look at it.
Will be looked at now, though, with Frank having first rotation towards this with their bot lane. Pretender recalling here. I wonder if he looks to teleport in.
I think he will.
Or he might go bot to answer the Aphelios potentially, I suppose. But you would expect him. Yep, here it comes onto that mid tower. Importantly, they will likely pick up this Rift Herald now. But it does give Cascada a bit of time alone in this bot lane to pick up some uncontested CS.
Yeah, you have to see if Cascada can push the bot wave in time and manage to get some plates. It can be sort of scary, I think, starting up the Herald against Nephilios, because especially with the white gun can just get so much done on the other side of the map. It looks, though, that I think Frank will be able to get down there in time. I think really like this play here from DCG to at least delay the Frank Esports bot lane for returning there.
Pretender going to be caught out a little bit, but in fact it's going to be turned around as Hana has to use the Wild Growth to get out of there. He is so low. Cascada picking up a turret plate on the bottom side though.
Does only get one, and Hana managed to hold on to his flash, so it wasn't really any sums used there, but I think nice for Cascada to just kind of salvage a little bit of that. Really, eyes will be on where this Herald should go, and I'd be kind of just expecting bot side, to be honest. Does kind of look like accelerating your Lucian Nami even further could be the play. Especially when Lissandra's not kind of that quintessential wave clear mage that...
Ooh, Frozen Tomb here used out on Nesty as well as the Ignite from that spell book, but Pretender is going to be okay. He does have 2 corruption pots used now. Snare landed from Nesty as he does get Pretender extremely low. No teleport available for this LeBlanc because of what was used for the Herald.
Yeah, we'll just have to go for a reset of his own. And Bowling hasn't actually lost any plates just yet. Might lose one soon, though. Looks like it's going to be picked up by Eminem here. And so far, it's only a small gold lead, but it's a significant one, especially if you look at the ADC items. And as we said before, you know, in the playoffs so far, and honestly throughout the regular season, Frank, they almost never lost when they have this gold lead in the early game. They're so consistent at being able to close out with their leads. Still remains in touching distance for sure, though. Culling comes out. Oh, I have to say, it's probably wasted here by Eminem. Doesn't really get a whole lot for it. And using that ahead of the Dragon could be a little risky. We'll see if Frank decides to start this up. Maybe instead want to just wait for the culling again. Or even just return the waves and secure priority first. I think they probably still win the fight even without it. They are just very spiked on this Lucian. Looks like they are just going to make sure that Eminem can get that bot priority first. Try and make sure that this isn't a contest at all, just by establishing so much control before anything ever starts. Hana, maybe can look mid.
Oh, Pretender is going to have to use that ult to get away. So LeBlanc now, no ult available. Frozen Tomb just not up as well. He'll drop bot. Should be some plates now going over to Eminem to just advance him forward just that much more on this Lucian. Cascada's going first item BT, so I feel like that's an answer almost to not having that Thresh Lantern to get you away from the culling and being able to instead sustain up, as Cleanse now used because of that Graviton Snare from Cascada.
Cascada is very low on mana. Will be forced to reset, and it looks like it will be matched by Eminem, who most likely has that Gale Force, so you'd expect now Lucian Nami definitely to start looking for those fights. Yeah, it's so spiked. It is the BT completed by Cascada. And like you said, might be some sort of option, but it can be difficult, right? Because a lot of the time you get culled and actually just get taken down straight away. We'll see, though. It looks like members pinging on towards that Mountain Dragon. You have to expect Hollow looks to start this up. Pulling it out.
You have to think so, and I want to also point out that it has solo kill going for quite a late cull in this game, so is getting a little bit extra gold just from this farm lane that is happening in the top lane. So that'll be very nice for him as that looks to be completed very shortly. But Dragon will be started up and it is down to half health. It doesn't look like there'll be much option to contest here from DCG. And it will just be going to their lanes and collecting some CS.
Nice pickup there by Frank, I think, to get that drag. Like you said, there was a bit of CS picked up in the meantime by DCG, but there wasn't really any big trade coming out. There's no towers or anything dropping. And that bot tower, since it got heralded, is getting a little low. Maybe Pretender can look to put the finishing touches on that. I have to think, probably does win the 1v1, at least for now, but has to be quite careful of the fact that this is definitely not a 1v1. And Hana, he's around bot side. Pretender is level 11 versus level 10. But he has to be real careful. He doesn't have any vision on the bot side, and Hana is in the area. Culling comes out.
Used isn't going to manage to break. It does only just, but between the Bloodthirster as well as the Severum and Lulu Shield, doesn't really manage to do too much damage, and the Bloodthirster will get him back up nice and healthy in no time. Yeah,
so the solution here is just to face tank the whole thing. It will be a bit different, I think, when the mandate is completed as well, but at least for now, actually looking pretty solid. It is a 2k gold deficit at this 15 minutes here for the side of DCG, which is Something they're, I want to say, fairly used to, honestly. A lot of the time they do enter that mid-game slightly behind and still manage to make it work. FAK Esports, though, I think definitely in their comfort zone. Have a comp that has a lot of options as well as the lead that they are very comfortable with having. As the Triforce now picked up by solo kills, I think it's probably his chance now to start getting a little bit of damage done on the side wave.
Yeah, look at the damage now coming out of him. Isn't going to be able to do the hyper proc just simply because he will be in range of that tower, but just 2 auto attacks, 1 with the Sheen proc is enough to take off a substantial amount of Gragas' health.
As well as, every time he crashes a wave, you can get just a little bit of damage on that tower. Nesty is actually pathing out of base to topside, so he's going to give up the bot tower and look for some sort of cheese on solo kill. If solo kill respects, this will just be free gold for FAK Esports on that bot side. I believe Nesty was just pinged out. Yeah, so I guess he was spotted. So this is a really nice win for FAK Esports. They didn't really have to do much for it, but it's perhaps the pros and cons of Nesty, right? He manages to find some of these insane engages to turn the game around, but other times when he doesn't find it, he's now pretty far behind in this 1v1, falling down pretty far behind in CS and giving up that bot tower for free, which brings the gold lead now to 3,000.
Yeah, I was going to say before that it has been quite a quiet game, but despite that, Frank's still managing to find advantages here and there. Obviously, that first blood in bot lane, certainly one of them, but again, another tower goes down. They've found themselves a dragon, and I believe this will be their second Rift Herald, so good of them. Especially with this Lucian, you do need to find these advantages, so Frank looking in a commanding position so far.
Yeah, nice and clean, as we kind of expect from, especially the regular season FAK Esports and their Game 1 and Game 2. As we will look towards this mid tower here, I think, with the Herald, and if you can break this, it makes chasing down the Aphelios Lulu on the mid wave much more viable. As Hollow, he's forced to flash away. Once again, Nesty kind of ditching priority on the side wave and looking for some sort of play. This time it works out. Flash was burned and the top tower wasn't traded. Pretender, I think, wasn't sure whether or not he should come down. We'll keep working on the towers. So it is a nice pickup there, but doesn't really lead to anything more than just Maokai's flash.
Yep, and it will be tank Maokai this game, not the Moonstone, which we've seen occasionally. Instead, going, I guess, a more traditional build path.
I think credit to Hanabi as well, has managed to keep himself completely even in this matchup, which is obviously very, very nice. Gragas is just so tough to really do much into, but we'll now maybe see. I think Solico should have a lot of priority. What can he get done with it? Maybe camps, maybe just hits on the tower. It is Dragon spawning in just a minute now. I'm not sure if Eminem can grab that rapid fire beforehand. He's looking sort of close to it. Maybe looking for something on the mid wave. They still have that Herald. Pretender is here as well. So there are a lot of numbers around mid. Feels like the LeBlanc can't really chunk at all, though.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like it is. Cascada and Hana both taking turns to tank that culling. Oh, if that chain connected, it would have been a nice chunk onto Cascada leading up to this dragon, but was not to be. Herald now used mid, so will gain a lot of priority over the mid wave. But with 30 seconds still out from Dragon, it should be able to be neutralized. Yeah, TP flank found, as well as TP coming in from Hana. Hanabi even. Nice flash kick will be found onto Eminem. He's okay to flash away for now, as we do see Kaiwing go down. Can they find anything more of this? Looks like Cascada's completely safe in the back line. Orca maybe can't say the same for him. He does live for now, as Hollow is going to go down as well. We did see Orca be taken out too. Now Solo Kill coming in, finds a two-man now. Nesty getting extremely low. They will just find him as well. It's a chaotic team fight, but it's 3 for 3 as Pretender distorts away. Hana's not going to have the energy needed to be able to follow up on that Q there, and 3 for 3, a lot committed out of both teams, and I'm honestly not sure who really comes off the victor.
It was an absurdly messy fight. I feel like it might be slightly better for the side of Frank. While DCG probably have the first move on this dragon, there was a lot of gold that went over to Pretender, and I think he can maybe go for the top tower. Instead, though, looks like he's basing, so he wants to TP and come into this fight.
Yeah, they will be able to make it in time. That's their 2 teleports. Obviously, there is none to answer for DCG, as both were committed there. Dragon down to half. Hana is staying in the area, but could be a little bit too dangerous to look, as we do see now possibly another team fight. No, it will not be. They are going to disengage, and second dragon now given to Frank. That's the third of the game. And man, This game is so close, but Frank are continuously pulling just that much more ahead.
They are. They're just slowly and steadily building up that lead, and it could be the mid towers looked at not before long. Frank, be careful going this far up. You don't have any TPs.
Oh, Eminem got to land a nice culling here, as well as the bubble does we find Chris Carter. He's getting so low. Nesty now locking down Eminem. No cleanse available. He'll go down. Explosive cast onto Pretender. Hana looking for the follow. Another nice bubble found there as Solo Kill is trying to find all the damage needed. No AD carry. The AD carry is Nah. Is he going to find Hana too? Kaiwing will with that Nami W. And here we have 1 for 2. And they're starting to look at this mid lane tower.
I think the mid tower will finally drop here. Really nicely played in that fight there from Pretender. Managed to get here in time. Maybe looking for more.
Yeah.
Ooh, he gets the Q. Can't quite get the R as well. But that's, mid broken now. So we'll take a look at an insane series of events. So initial TP, it looks very good. But I think actually Kaiwing managed to cancel Nesty's ult. We'll kind of see here. Yeah, so he goes, I think, for the R, but it was cancelled. And that means that Eminem didn't get ulted here without the cleanse, which was very important. And then I think Solico on the side as well managed to find a lot of damage. Credit to Pretender, even in the back end. It was honestly just really nicely played after the initial engage from Frank Esports. It kind of looked like it was just over, honestly, on that engage. But, Frank, they managed to really play it kind of calm and collected, just run them around in circles. And I thought Pretender was dead here. The lead Q hit, but wasn't taken. And another fight comes out here. Pretender did not have TP, but was in the area. And Solico had to walk all the way up. And despite Eminem dropping very early, it was a lot of cooldowns used. And then Hana, he tried to overchase, couldn't really find anything. Why happened to Chris Carter on the side? Nothing, I guess. Not sure why we got the zoom on him, but like you said, the Nara kind of just became the ADC in this team fight. And it feels pretty rough situation, I think, for the side of DCG to be in now, because when you are playing a mid jungle like the like the Lissandra Lee Sin, you really have to feel comfortable going forward, but the next fight, cleanses up for Eminem. Solico and Pretender are both so strong. Feels like options are definitely running out in the game.
Absolutely, and I think credit to Hana, although they did end up sort of losing the trade, his sort of kick he found there onto Lucian set them up for so much success, but ultimately, while I said Nami not the biggest playmaking support, with that tidal wave, the one man to deny Nesty's ult, honestly, turned the tide of that fight entirely, you have to feel.
Nesty is doing what he can to kind of collect some waves from the top side. And it was 2 items that are now completed for Cascada. You just wonder if it's going to be too late, right? Despite Eminem not really finding a lot of impact in that last team fight, was just killed out early without the cleanse. Still feel like he's very strong, and it almost doesn't matter with how strong the solo laners are for Frank Esports. They get priority over both these side lanes, which makes it very difficult for DCG to hold onto this mid tower, as it's going to start taking some damage here. Good chunk on the Cascada.
Cascada gets low, has to Gale Force out of that LeBlanc damage. Tidal Wave used here to zone as well, but are okay so far to stop, as Pretender will be jumped on by Nesty. Nice dodges from that Everfrost, and Eminem chunked down by the tower, but holding on to this mid inner for now. Pretender now looking forward, isn't going to find anything important, but should be this tower going down.
Yeah, I think it will go down here, unless Nesty can look for another TP flank. There is another ward, but there's not enough cooldowns. Cascada's just sniped away.
Cascada is quick-scoped in the back line as we see the same happen there to Orca. Hana trying to do what he can as Nesty now in the middle of 5 guys. Certainly not where you want to be. Explosive cast will land only onto Solo Kill, who knows Hanabi in return. Will they be able to get out? Pretender finds another one in the back line. Hanabi running away for his life with that phase rush. And it is going to be a 3 for 0 there as Frank are taking over this game entirely.
They really are so very far ahead now, and the 3rd dragon on the table as well. I think, DCG, they tried to go for something there. They got Nesty with another flank, but Cascada just got sniped out by Pretender so early, and with the Medjai's picked up here as well, it's going to be getting even worse. We'll kind of see, I guess Cascada was already dead, and Orca engaged on not long after. And without the Thresh, right, it is just a bit harder, I think, to position against these kind of compositions. Unfortunately, the flank from Nesty, once your Aphelios is dead, who's really going to bring the damage? Was taken out. Pretender having an amazing game on the LeBlanc.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I think questionable there from Nesty to take that claw in. I mean, ultimately, 2 members of his team already dead in that bot lane, and going to the middle of 5 guys, we do see Hollow getting charged at here. Will Twisted advance? He finds a nice knock up. Can he delay enough for his team to get here? He's done a good job. Culling comes through as well as Tidal Wave, but so far it's a 1 for 0. We will see teleport committed here from Pretender as Solo Kill kiting away in the back. Oh my, cancels that ult, and it will be Orca found by Pretender. Yes, again, Hanabi now getting kited around by Solo Kill, getting so low. Pretender looking for Cascada as Frozen Tomb used Oz and Nesty to try and find some delay. Solo Kill will go find the big Gnar there, onto Hana, as it looks like Hanabi will be going down too. This will be that 3rd dragon, if not more.
I think that should be the 3rd dragon for sure picked up, and maybe can look at this Baron after as well. I guess health bars are pretty low on the Lucian. Probably will just go for those resets, but now 22 stacks on the Medjais, and it feels like in these fights, the Frank solo laners, Solo Kill and Pretender, are just running rings around their opponents. Both champs so slippery and now so strong. DCG, I think feels like they're just out of options this game. They really don't have enough damage that can come through anymore. It's kind of up to Cascada, but so hard for him to position now.
Yeah, where can you really position? I mean, you have that Bloodthirster to sort of negate as much poke possible from this LeBlanc, but it's not a very large cooldown, and it is quite easy for the side of Frank to even deny you getting to those minion waves to heal back up, and just a QR, if you find that E, will likely almost take down Cascada entirely.
Initial engage onto Hollow kind of looked good, but you have to remember that this is a tank Maokai. He buys a lot of time, and also he, importantly, got all of his cooldowns off. Despite the culling really being wasted here by M&M, you can kind of see Solo Kill. He has a great position on the flank, and Pretender snipes Orca out very early on, which deprives Cascada from any sort of buffs, as well as deals a lot of damage onto him. And Solo Kill as well must have done so much damage in this fight, just chasing them all down. You kind of see the Frank, solo lane is constantly poking them. And with all those tools gone, who's there to punish? There really just isn't anything left, as they were all cleaned up. It's returned alive.
Yeah, Nesty getting extremely low. There is no Nature's Grasp available, but ultimately that Tidal Wave will force out the Frozen Tomb. Bubble doesn't land just. Solo Kill does have Mega Gnar, finds a 2-man, and will take down Nesty so far. It looks like Hana's next for this world, and it is a 2 for 0. What else can they get? It might be just turning towards that Baron. Looks like it likely will be, but Pretender doesn't look like he's done.
Certainly isn't, and now a 13,000 gold lead for the side of Frank Esports there. I'm going to look towards that Baron. There's no one really alive here from DCG that can leave their base to go contest it. It will be picked up, and I have to say this is more like the Frank we're used to, right? Finding that, honestly not a huge early game lead, but very consistent, very methodical, not really giving anything back over, and then when it gets to these team fights, they're just really exploding the game. Baron now picked up, and that gold lead escalates even more. Will they wait for the 4th dragon? Doesn't really feel like they need to. Most likely will just come for the resets and then try and pressure. You have to feel like the base should be broken here. Also want to say Kaiwing picking up the Oblivion Orb is a pretty good choice. There's a lot of healing that can come out of this Aphelios, as well as the Lee Sin, even the Gragas. So definitely is a solid pickup in this game. Has the Michaelis as well, so hard, I think, for Nesty now to really find anything. And 0-5 on a champion that he's shown us such good performances on before, but just feels like Frank are too strong.
Yeah, and Shock P-Rise towards Solo Kill's build. It is that 1v5 Gnar build. Will we see it again? Honestly, I wouldn't put it past him. He's so strong now. 4 items to 2.5, almost 3, I guess, of Gragas, but Pretender looking for some nice poke onto Nesty. Culling committed 2. Cascada won't be too upset by that, but Nesty certainly is. As Pretender going in again, does land a half-health chunk there onto Cascada, and they'll have to back off this tower. Solo Kill is in Mega, so won't be able to find much more onto mid tower yet, but as that goes down, should be able to take that one down as well. Now, are the waves going to get synced? It doesn't look like they will be, but not too much wave pressure here on the side of DCG at the moment.
Yeah, I think it does feel pretty difficult for DCG. They can't really walk up and so much chunks coming out from Pretender. They kind of have to force something.
Hana finds a nice kick onto Pretender. Will be gravitated as well as the Lysandra snare, but ultimately Mikhails gets him away. Nesty Golden in the middle. Solo kill on the back though, just dealing with Orca. He's going to go on now to Nesty. Can he find that one? He will. Kriskada now the target. He will also go down as Nar goes wide, but ultimately it's 4-0, and the game's going to be done as Pretender chases this Lee Sin around the map.
Yeah, Hana, I think he's not long for this world. Is getting chased down. Pretender, he's going to pick him up. Ooh, was close. Did pick him up, and I believe now it's legendary on the long. I think has 8 kills. And in 30 minutes, 20 kills to 5. It is FAK Esports that show, you know, we might have fallen down to this loser's bracket, but we don't deserve to be here. And they absolutely annihilate DCG in game 1.
Absolutely do. It kind of looked like PCS versus OPL all over again, or OCE. I don't know, crazy performance, and oh my goodness, Pretender probably his best performance so far. I honestly think so.
It was really, really good. I think, you know, certainly in the playoffs, I think you'd have to say, and it feels like it must be Pretender or maybe Solo Kill picking up the MVP. I think those FAK solo laners just look so, so good. And I want to say, you know, very good look again for Solo Kill because was playing the tanks pretty much all previous series and didn't find the same impact, I suppose, that he's accustomed to. And I think also just the way in which he actually got his lead was impressive as well, because it kind of felt like in that side lane, not a whole lot was happening, right? CS was mainly even, was just getting prio on those side waves, but it was really, you know, if you get solo kill on a carry champion and he gets to those team fights, he's always going to make it work. And I mean, you really saw it, right? The Gnar just did so much. Now, I actually think Gnar, you know, if not for so much LeBlanc poke coming out, probably did the most damage actually in the team fights, but, you know, Pretender also such a good performance, especially because he blinded, right, and had to verse the Lysandra. I think that it's one of Nesty's signature picks. It's a solid answer to the LeBlanc, but, you know, did nothing.
Yeah, it didn't really get anything done, and maybe a lot of that did stem from that like 2v2 kill that happened down bot lane. It looked a bit unnecessary, just a bit too overzealous there on the side of DCG, and ultimately a really good find by both Kaiwing and Eminem to be able to punish it and get that Lucian snowballing. And we saw it yesterday as well. If Lucian starts to snowball, he is an extremely strong and oppressive champion to verse, and paired up against the LeBlanc that then gets snowballed as well. It's so hard for Kriskada and honestly anyone on that team to find anything to do in those team fights.
Yeah, it does feel tough, and I think that, you know, I want to see DCG probably move away from the Aphelios Lulu. I think that, you know, Lulu's area obviously looks strong, but it feels so tough to play Aphelios without the Thresh because despite, unless your team is so far ahead that you can kind of just face tank all the damage, which they kind of did at some points, the problem kind of comes when, you know, what happens when you can't get access to a wave to lifesteal, or where you are kind of zoned out in the fight and, you know, you're chunked down to half, and it doesn't matter how much lifesteal you have if you can't actually, you know, feel comfortable walking up to the likes of the Gnar or the LeBlanc to actually auto, and I think Thresh just makes a lot of that so much easier. The rest of the draft, though, I actually think was fine from the side of DCG. I'd maybe want to see them pick Gnar a little earlier. It kind of feels like they, you know, the Gragas into Gnar, it was fine in the 1v1, but Hanabi, when he's on his, you know, good champs, especially the Gnar, has like 9 games on the Gnar compared to 2 of everything else. I think when he is on that, looks so much better, unless he can get some kind of, you know, really good red side counter pick, you know, something like the Gwen into the Scion, but honestly, I think just taking Gnar in the first 3, maybe take it third into an Aurelia ban could be the way.
Yeah, and I want to go back to what you said actually about the Aphelios Thresh thing. We saw kind of where this game really broke open was when he got caught out by that LeBlanc at the mid-inner trying to find those minions for that lifesteal. LeBlanc just dashed over the wall, hit him with a QE, and he was gone. And I think from there was really where FAK found so much gold. They got some dragons, towers. I think maybe Baron was after that play. I can't remember exactly, but that really was sort of the point that it just completely broke open for FAK. So, yeah, maybe the Thresh does offer a bit more. It means that as well when the culling comes out, you can just trade the culling with the lantern, and it is a good trade for you, right? And it also offers repositioning tools, and as we saw Solo Kill, like obviously DCG were looking for flanks there pretty much the entire game, but so was Solo Kill, and when he found those, Kriskada couldn't go anywhere. If going forward was LeBlanc, going backward was the Gnar.
Yeah.
You were just stuck between 2 people that you couldn't face up against.
It was tough for him, yeah, and I think that, you know, maybe there's the argument that Thresh wouldn't make any difference. I think when LeBlanc and Gnar were that strong, you know, what can you really do about it? But this was a very crucial fight where Nessie had a great flank, but extremely well played by Kaiwing. barely managed to save Eminem's life there, and that allowed him to deal so much extra damage throughout the rest of the fight. Also very nice, I think, from the Frank solo laners. You can kind of see Pretender and Solo Kill, diving and weaving up the back end of this, just, managing to find picks, consistently find damage. And the problem is, once again, that DCG, eventually they just run out of damage. It's sure, Cascada has the lifesteal, but you can see there, was kind of just taken out instantly. And this was another fight, I think, on that mid wave where Eminem was taken out very early, but it just feels like there isn't enough sustained damage, especially when you fall behind. After this initial engage is committed, you can kind of see Cascada is just stuck at the back end of this fight. It doesn't actually get to auto attack. It's kind of stuck lifestealing for a lot of this. And in the meantime, it feels like Solo Kill and Pretender are just doing so much work. So I'd maybe like to see that kind of re-examined. I think Cascada has had some, great performances for his team, but this really wasn't it. And to be honest, it was just Frank, I think, playing better pretty much across the board. As you can kind of see in the damage there, was insanely far ahead, especially in the mid lane. And I want to see Pretender pick up the MVP.
Yeah, see, I would have almost I think Pretender should pick it up, but I want to say I think it was a really smart adaptation from Solo Kill to realize it was such a neutralized matchup and to pick up the Cull. Because I feel like that just gave him a bit more gold than he would have really had up into that pretty much even matchup up until that point. And I think it did help him in those team fights. I mean, you saw there, we didn't have an Eminem in that 4v5, and then Solo Kill just took over basically as the AD carry in that mini-Gnar and found the damage, as you can see here from the stats, as well as the gold graph. Look at the gold graph, man. It just blew open, and I'm pretty sure it was around that the mid fights.
MVP does go over to Solo Kill. Definitely would be my second candidate here. Did have himself a 6,000 gold lead over his opponent, and 707 can't really say no to that. And actually did manage to out-damage the LeBlanc, which was pretty crazy to me because I think Pretender was putting out so much poke. I mean, maybe a lot of it is just kind of farming Gragas in the side lane, but you really saw in the team fights as well, was dealing a lot of damage. And I'm really glad that Solo Kill has this kind of performance because it feels so much more like him, right? When we saw that last series of him just kind of playing the likes of the Scion, doesn't look fine? Yeah, sure, but it's not really kind of what we expect out of our kind of top two carries where we're thinking, Solo Kill and Driver as those top laners that really will make you pay, I guess, for having maybe not the strongest top laner on your side.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps a sort of return to form, if you will. I mean, we also saw in that game against CFO, honestly, even the ones they won, he was even doing things like failing flashes. And obviously there's that one massive wall, which everyone's at least excused one of those. But he did it over some small walls as well, and it was really uncharacteristic out of him. But here we saw him back to that Gnar, putting on an absolutely amazing display of that, especially just after he didn't really get himself an advantage. He came into those team fights as if he was already up 4k gold.
He really did, yeah. I mean, the way he was playing the back end of those team fights was very, very nice. But I think that is it for game one. Come back after the break to see if we've got, what's their names? DCG. Anything in store for game number 2.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅也全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I worked too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs, brought to you of course by Riot Games, carry live and sponsored by iHotel. Game 1, FAK Esports, they come out very dominant against DCG. I think it was 20 kills to 5. Did take around about 30 minutes or so. I think the early game was relatively slow, but I think it was very good look from FAK. They played stuff that we're kind of wanting to see from them, you know, carry top, and they also just played it very kind of slow, methodically. So for the side of DCG, where do you go from here? You do have the side selection. Maybe you go over to blue side and that frees up some of those flex picks for you. Although they still got the Gragas on the red, so I'm not too sure. I mean, maybe that allows you to get something like the Vi. It was banned away in the first 3, I believe, by FAK, and that could be a bit more difficult on the red side.
Yeah, definitely possibly could. And as you said, sort of a better showing out of FAK, and they were all on comfort. And even looking back, I don't even remember a time where you thought, oh, that doesn't look like a good play. It looked like everything they did was really well done. I mean, Hollow maybe got caught out a little bit before one of the Dragons, but ultimately they were so far ahead it didn't matter. They just took over the team fight anyway, and they all look so comfortable on those champions. And I think as the side of DCG, you might have to change up your draft, because you can't really afford to just give over comfort to everyone.
Definitely not. And they have gone for the blue side this time, now that they've got their side selection. And it seems like a pretty common trend, I think, throughout the playoffs, the blue side being favored. I think there's just a lot of bans in the meta that, you know, kind of need to come out. And blue side, it gives you a bit more flexibility with that, as well as kind of giving you the choice of, you know, that first pick, which I think is very valuable at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if as the playoffs meta develops, we start to see red side picked a few more times, just because, you know, as the kind of optimal way of dealing with the blue side first pick kind of comes out, it tends to be that later in the patch, counter picks once again become more valuable. But at least for now, there's been a lot of difficulty, I think, with dealing with the first pick. Oftentimes, you know, you get something like a Zeri with Vi banned, or you just ban away, all the junglers take the other one. Makes it quite hard. FAK, once again, banned Vi on that red side, and DCG are going for the Jace and the Xayah. So everything the same, I believe.
Yeah, everything the same so far in this draft, and you do feel like you have to change something out, but obviously the fact you're on the different side will automatically mean something will probably be different. Again, Annie ban, so same again, and I wonder what you look to here. It is going to be the LeBlanc, so I think good takeaway after Pretender showed such skill on that last game, and that's going to mean he has to play something a bit different, and honestly maybe something a little bit less aggressive. There's not many mid laners that can match the aggression of LeBlanc. Obviously there still are, but a lot of them not in the meta. And so now Pretender going to be off that champion. Kennen is the third ban, so same 3 bans here for FAK. Wonder what DCG go for their first pick here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, the Sejuani is just taken away immediately. And what will be the answer from FAK? I think into the Sedge, often the Zeri does look quite good, because even without the cleanse sometimes you can play, just take the Ghost and kind of kite her out. Maybe pick up the Maokai again. I mean, it did look fairly solid in game number 1, and they showed that they were willing to play it even with an AP mid, so it does still retain quite a lot of flexibility. And Hollow kind of, you know, of all the junglers in the playoffs, has by far the highest priority on this Maokai, so clearly values the pick very highly. And now, next pick here, could be a priority AD. I mean, we've got stuff like the Zeri available. Caitlyn is left open, importantly. I guess Cascada could look to pick it up. Tristana, though, could be the pick. Still remains a flex, but we've seen Pretender play it in the mid lane before. Oh, okay, so taking the Nami. So gonna go for that Lucian Nami. Oh, although, I guess you could take away, what, Lucian? Nah, surely not.
Can do a lot of aggression with that Varus that's hovered. Cascada has obviously got a lot of game sunk into that, as has every AD carry here in the PCS. Will be Zeri locked in though. You'll have to think it will be followed by the Lulu. Is going to be, and Lucian almost certainly the pick here.
Yeah, so I like it a lot more, I think, out of DCG this time. I think the Zeri Lulu is much stronger than the Aphelios Lulu, and I think having the Sejuani as the front line is very, very nice as well. I think it can be quite difficult to play Lucian into this, especially later on in the game where everyone's just so tanky and you can't really chunk them out in time. And surprising, I guess, a little bit to see how high the Lucian Nami priority is. Obviously, did get itself a pretty big lead in that game, and Frank looked very good on it, but I still feel like it's a little... It's not as consistent, I suppose, as some of the others. Second phase bans, you have to start thinking about what pairs well with Sedge. Maybe a Jax ban could be good if you're not looking to take it. Alternatively, just banning out the Gnar from Hanabi wouldn't go amiss, and I think even the Cassante could be a ban because Nesty has played it mid before, so it is a flex for the side of DCG.
You do have first pick here on the second phase though as Frank, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do opt for that blind Gnar in the top lane. It looked so good last game, and I guess it wasn't technically blind last game as Gragas did end up going there, but ultimately, because of how Gragas can flex, it was. And so Tristana now banned as well as Viego. I wonder if they're thinking this is going to be Hanabi on the Sejuani then.
Yeah, I guess they're respecting the fact that it can't come out. I wonder if then do you just ban the Wukong or something? Just try and continue to target those melee junglers? It could be the option here. I mean, the problem is that Sedge can always be flexed. I'm not sure how much value it actually gets out. I mean, maybe the Wukong though, or maybe you're the ones that take away the Gnar. Okay, so they go for the Jax, and I think that does kind of set up for that Gnar. I don't think they're too worried about an Aurelia coming in from here, although Aurelia Sejuani would be very strong 2v2. We're real curious to see where they go. And now what mid will be banned away this time? We've already kind of taken away most of the melees. Yone, I guess, remains available. And I don't think that Nessie has great answers to it.
Yeah, we have seen Pretender play the Yone already, so it is going to be Aurelia banned out. So maybe they're thinking to pick the Gnar, but if it gets picked up here, what can you really answer it with? I mean, you can just look to neutralize again with the Gragas, but it seemed like solo kill, while staying pretty even, did Hanabi. He found so much more impact when it came to those skirmishes and team fights.
Now that is a really strange ban for me. I mean, maybe they were thinking it could be Pretender Aurelia mid, but instead they just ban out the best answer to the Gnar. Looks like they will be comfortable potentially picking up the Gragas into it again, but it didn't look so good last game. I mean, it did stay even, but in the team fights you just saw how much impact the Gnar had. And Nesty looking towards the Yone. I think on paper it's very good, but I'm not sure how good he is on the pick. Obviously the Yone Sejuani is a great 2v2, but blind pick here, and a champ that Nesty is not, I want to say not particularly comfortable on. We'll have to see if it pays off. It is locked in. Okay, so LeBlanc is banned. There's still, the Anivia. I mean, Anivia is extremely good versus Yone. We don't really see it. It's kind of just an off-meta pick. Other options that perhaps we're more used to, something like the Talia, obviously strong in the team fights. Could even see something... Oh, the Azir. I mean, Hubbard, I would not expect that to be locked in. I suppose it could be. To see.
Just toying with us at this point. Probably will be the Lissandra. No,
Akali.
It is going to be Akali. Okay, Pretender has looked really good on this Akali already so far in the PCS, so I'm really excited actually to see this pick. And again, we do have 2 APs in that jungle and mid for Frank, as well as, honestly, on the side of DCG, there is a lot of magic damage coming out from that team. Yone is about like 30% magic damage, as well as Zeri Lulu doing a lot of magic damage in themselves as well. So if this is a tank Maokai, he could become quite scary to deal with.
And one thing I want to real quick bring up is that it looks like it could be Yone top into the Gnar. It's something that in the 1v1 is solid, but the thing you always have to be aware of is that you're extremely gankable up on that top side, especially against the Maokai. If they keep these lanes though, which it looks like they will, they do secure much better 1v1s, right? You have to feel that Gragas vs Akali and Yone vs Gnar is better than the other way around. Still though, there is a bit of risk, right? You can't really ever stop the Akali from farming in that mid lane, and it feels like Yonan top, while the 1v1 might be good, has to play a bit more, I guess, stable. Needs to be very careful of getting ganked by the Maokai. So interesting adaptation here from DCG. Not something I would have expected at all, but you know, Hanabi has looked good when he gets himself good counter matchups, and if he's comfortable here on it, I think they've got themselves a pretty solid 5v5.
Yeah, absolutely do. And I want to kind of ask you, actually, because traditionally, at least not so much recently, but like I want to say like 3-4 years ago, Yasuo was actually quite often an answer to Gnar in the top lane, and obviously a large part of that is because you have the win wall. If he ever throws a boomerang, it puts it on a 20-second cooldown, but you don't have that same thing as Yone, so I wonder if it was possibly even a sort of a way to look for the Yasuo top here.
Yeah, it could just be kind of a replacement for it almost. It feels like Yasuo is a bit more reliant on the rest of your team having, you know, some sort of engage. We kind of see Yasuo picked pretty much exclusively in pro with the Diana, just because it makes that engage so easy. Although with the Gragas could be pretty solid.
Yeah, Gragas Lulu offers a lot of knock-up as well. Even Sejuani Q in the isolated 2v2. Anyway, it will be the Yone, ultimately. And the ult is definitely more self-reliant than Yasuo's is.
For sure, yeah. And interesting choice, I think, by Nesty in mid. Does go for the Comet, which allows him to poke Pretender down quite a lot. Pretender even went for the Conqueror, so doesn't have the Fleet. You kind of see Fleet sometimes picked up against skill shot mid laners because the movement speed does allow you to dodge out a lot of additional harass. We'll have to see how that matchup ends up going. Does have the Doran Shield second wind on the Akali, so can take up a lot of this, but I mean, the Comet does add quite a lot of extra damage to the lane.
Yeah, we're seeing a battle again here in bot lane, and it is going the way of DCG at the moment, although it's slowly turning around, and Nami will have access to heal already at this level 1. Should be DCG picking up priority in this bot lane, though. We've seen this matchup hundreds of times now, almost.
It does feel like it. We have seen this matchup in the PCS just so often. And I'd be curious to see whether or not Hollow goes the same build as last game, or if he does want to go towards something like the Demonic, because while there is still a lot of magic damage, I think this time, you know, there is stuff like the Sejuani, you know, that having the HP shred against could be kind of nice. See what he ends up going for, though, as in mid lane, Nesty is securing himself quite a bit of prior. And taking a look at top as well, Hanabi gets level 2, goes on to solo kill, manages to get a small trade for himself there. And we'll have to be a little careful, Hanabi, because his jungler is pathing down the map, whereas on the other side, Frankie Sports' Maokai is pathing up. So we're going to have a scary window here where if he can't get the wave under tower, maybe in a gankable spot.
DCG doing a good job here of using this level 2 to try and zone Eminem away from these minions. We'll hit level 2 now, though, and that gives a lot of power back to the side of Frank, and pretty even, all things considered, down in the bot lane. Hollow spotted out on a ward there, so they will know his position, and you'd have to think Hanabi will play around that respectively.
Yeah, he's going to go now place himself a ward. So we'll be safe up there, and Hana as well, matching on the bot side. Maybe looking for a bot dive. He's probably just going to sweep out vision and confirm that no one's around. And he is pinging on the way. So Frank Esports, I think they have the sums to survive this, but might end up losing some. They're getting poked down. Hana's going to look. I'm not sure how well this works, though, to be honest.
Yeah, Minion Wave almost eliminated here, but Nesty coming down as well. Looks like we might have a 4-man dive. Minion Wave is going to die now. Teleport's both available for Pretender and solo kill, so it makes it a bit more risky, but ultimately it will be Frank surviving and nothing to come of that roam, and gives Akali, honestly, some nice time to be able to farm without the harasses. Eminem now going aggressive, Cascada jumping forward. Eminem going to have to use that cleanse as Bubble will land, and huge trades happening bot, but no kills as of yet.
It was getting pretty close, and like you said, it's very nice for Pretender on the Akali to get this wave shoved out while Nesty goes bot, and it wasn't even any sums burned by that gank. The cleanse was burned in the little scuffle afterwards, but not the start I guess you'd want. When you're committing 4 members bot, it kind of feels like you should almost always pick up a kill, but just weren't quite low enough. Pretender is going to find himself with a small lead in this matchup, and top lane as well, relatively stable.
Yeah, bot does have a 10 CS lead for that Zeri, which is really good, especially considering you do look to bully out early. But now with the serrated Dirk, we might see this lane be played out just that much different and probably see this gap close just a little bit.
Big minion wave here, solo kill. Maybe gonna look for something. Does just narrowly miss the W there. Pretender could just go for his reset. Oh, cancels it actually. He's gonna try to stick around. Maybe needs a little bit more gold. And most Akalis do go for the Proto Belt these days, but we do see some of them pick up the Night Harvester. See which one Pretender ends up going for. And there is potentially a gank coming in mid. Hana is around the side.
Pretender will get knocked up there by Body Slam. Will flash away as well as Shuriken. Hana, though, only just misses the whip as Hollow here to protect. Nesty, no mana. Will be okay to get out with the Akali, but flash burnt from him. And honestly, it's kind of a one trade in a way because he got 2 flashes for himself as well.
Yeah, I think 2 flashes being down is obviously better for Frank, as well as the fact that Akali without flash after level 6 is completely fine, and it does kind of mitigate a lot of Gragas's aggressive potential.
Aggression. Bubble does land here as Eminem looks for a trade, but it is Cascada winning for now. Eminem does have to flash away. First blood to Cascada. Kaiwing now flashing away. Can they find it? They won't for now, but first blood for Zeri against the Lucian Nami.
Very, very nice there from DCG's bot lane, and something that I think Frank didn't respect enough in the trade was Cascada having that bone plating. You saw the bubble land on a Cascada, but the entire Lucian combo was kind of eaten by that bone plating, and that reduces damage so much, and then Walls was chased down. So if you look now at the bot lane lead, it's extremely large for Cascada. You kind of see here, Frank, they were trying to get aggressive with their item advantage. The bone plating wasn't up at the moment, so it wasn't proc by the W, but you see here, no damage dealt into the bone plating and the barrier, and Eminem was just chased down afterwards, and honestly disastrous, I think, right? If you are going to Lucian Nami, you do need to find a pretty significant lead early, and instead being on the other end of that, being down to the Lucian, or sorry, to the Zeri Lulu, it's a rough start.
Yeah, it definitely is, and maybe with that, I mean, Hollow could maybe look to try and find something around here. He is on the bot side, just getting a pink on that blue for now, but either now, I don't know if you try and play to get this Lucian back into a commanding spot, or if perhaps you look elsewhere on the map. I mean, Pretender could be a good place to look. It is hard to set up any ganks as a Kali, but maybe look for more 2v2 type action.
Coming is around mid. Looks like Pretender can crash this, and maybe now you start looking towards this first dragon. They do have priority in the lanes currently, and I think a skirmish with Akali in it, especially while Cascada doesn't have sums, could be favorable. Although Akali only has the Mercs, doesn't have a lot of damage just yet. And having to go Mercs first, I mean, you have to feel it's the correct decision up against the Sedge Gragas, but it does delay the Akali hitting that Mythic for a pretty significant amount of time, which can feel pretty tough, I think. You know, a lot of these early skirmishes are kind of reliant on the Lucian and Akali to carry them, and with Lucian behind and Akali forced to itemize defensively, feels like DCG are going to kind of get through this, you know, maybe weak early game relatively in form, and then once they hit this stride in the mid game, the Zeri Lulu as well as the Yon Sejuani, it's going to be a very tough kind of nut to crack for the side of Frank Esports.
Yeah, absolutely would, and wouldn't be the PCS playoffs without a pause, would it?
Certainly wouldn't.
I wonder what this is. Possibly an internet fault. We've seen that quite a lot so far, but yeah, I don't know. Where do you look now as sort of Eminem and Kaiwing? We see Kaiwing already did go to that mid lane, maybe suggesting he is going to look for more roams and allow Eminem to try and pick up some CS by himself, but really dire.
It is, yeah, and I think that while it is only a small gold lead currently for the side of DCG, it's really, you're not expecting your Lucian army to fall behind at all, let alone this far behind. And I think part of the problem with that as well is that there aren't really those tools from the rest of the map to bail them out, right? In the previous game, Pretender on the LeBlanc was able to have a lot of impact in that bot river, was getting priority and kind of forcing jungle to come mid to match. But in this game, Akali can't really get active on the map until she completes that Mythic. Can kind of come to river fights, but you're not expecting her just to roam to another lane. So for now, at least, it's kind of pinned in this lane. You can see Nesty abusing the fact that Akali's wave clear early definitely suffers, and it looks like they're playing for another 4-man bot. This time, Eminem and Kaiwing do not have the flashes, and they're going to be forced away. Yeah,
Nesty coming really, really wide here, and maybe able to find something onto Kaiwing. He will back away, but again, plate now given to Cascada. As hard as looking, he will land the Glacial Prison. Importantly, cleansed away here from Eminem, and nothing else to be found. But again, another wave will die. Turret plate picked up by Cascada. It's just more and more gold onto the Zeri and taken away from Lucian.
It's really, really nice play there from the side of DCG. Like you said, so much gold denied onto that Lucian. And even if Akali gets away for free mid, what does it matter? Your Gragas doesn't mind, really, if he's not super efficient.
Hollow.
Does not have to flash yet. I don't think he can chase Hollow. So he's going to get out. Although maybe they look for more.
Yeah, okay. So disaster here for the bot lane of Frank. And I mean, you do have one silver lining at the moment, and that is solo kill up in this top lane. He's at a 15 CS advantage, and it looks like he's winning out trades for now. And if Frank can somehow hold on to not losing this dragon for a while, it will be good for them. Although Zeri's going to be so happy in this lane to be ahead and be scaling. She will do so much more than Lucian in these team fights as the game progresses on.
Certainly will. Zeri Lulu scaling cannot be underestimated. There's Frank with the control right now, who are going to pick up this first drag, but I think you're completely fine with this as DCG. If you can hit kind of that one item spike across the board, you're going to feel very comfortable hitting the mid game, and I think as you kind of accelerate towards even the second and third items, should pull ahead. We kind of have to keep our eyes on how this top matchup goes throughout the game, because you kind of feel like Hanabi should outscale in the matchup, although it's actually getting traded on pretty heavily by Solo Kill.
Yeah, solo kill, dodging out of that knock up there, and he's playing around Yone so well. And now with Ninja Tabis, it does feel like he will be in a commanding position for top lane for a while. It just eliminates so much damage from Yone. And man, I don't know where you can look as this bot lane here from Frank. The wave's in a terrible, terrible spot.
Yeah, Wave not only in a terrible spot, but Hana, you have to feel like he's just going to pass straight bot with this Herald. And if Nesty can continue to get priority, should just be able to walk down and 4-man bot again. Really feeling the kind of lack of priority in this mid lane. Decent trade coming out from Pretender, but so difficult to move a Catalyst Gragas out of the lane. At least for now, though, does have the wave clearing. Obviously, a huge wave here to be picked up by Eminem, but look at the bot CS. Pretty substantial, and another plate about to fall means that Herald here is almost going to kill the tower. Probably gets it down to about one plate. Is now dropped. Nesty, I don't think he can come down.
Okay, nice culling there. Finds a little bit of damage, but definitely not enough. Hollow down in the area, though, so looking to sort of stop any more aggression and probably look for a counter any possible dives here. As Glacial Prison used, Eminem will be locked up, no cleanse available, he does go down, and it's a free kill as well as 2 plates now for DCG in this bottom lane.
Yeah, wow, so much gold there for DCG, and you almost feel like Eminem on Illusion is just completely out of this game. I think maybe his cleanse wasn't quite up, was just engaged on, and now it's really up to Pretender and Solo Kill to put this game on their backs, because the bot side is well and truly out of the game. Cascada now so accelerated. Probably can look to pick up that first tower before plates go down as well. Solo Kill.
Initiation. Solo Kill dodges out of that Yone ult and finds a better trade as well. So definitely the silver lining at the moment for the side of Frank. And honestly, while we are talking about that bot lane CS gap, somehow it is Pretender now pulling ahead by almost 20, well, actually over 20 CS. I think largely because of Nesty's roams, but this is giving some hope here for Frank. The gold lead is substantial, but it's all onto Zeri, and if they can find that kill, it will be very nice for them, and honestly probably puts them at an advantage in any fight.
Maybe, yeah. If you can somehow take out Cascada on the Zeri, the top side of Frank Esports is definitely strong, but taking out the Zeri with the barrier as well as the Lulu seems so hard. And Eminem forced off more waves here as the members of Frank Esports commit to that top side, and that should be the first tower going down. Hanabi is being denied pretty significantly on the other side of the map, but you really just are accepting that Lucian is not going to be a relevant factor in this game.
Yeah, getting to the point now where all he's really going to be, most likely, is sort of a culling bot.
Yeah, going to be real sad to see his damage, I think, especially with the Dirk. You know, it's something you kind of pick up to snowball the early game, but hasn't found that at all, and now is extremely behind the Zeri. In fact, might not even have the Mythic as Zeri works on her second item. Definitely feeling rough here. Now, that was a pretty substantial amount of gold denied onto Hanabi on the other side of the map, so Solo Kill is at least going to continue winning the side lane for now.
Yeah, likely has Triforce with this recall too, so as we saw last game, it's just going to get better for him, and at least in the short run.
Yeah, it
will be
does now have
Triforce.
a Triforce spike is very, very strong. He's going to try and save his TP and just path back out. And the next dragon does spawn in just a minute here. I'd be very surprised if Frank try and contest it. I think it might be better to just try and complete your Mythic on Akali, try and allow solo kill just to have an isolated 1v1, because I think any fight that has Zeri in it right now feels just so difficult. But we'll see. I mean, maybe now is the time to fight, right? Before Zeri can get even more items.
Yeah, and you do have a really strong Gnar as well as Akali close to her Mythic. We'll have to see if she can get that as she's pushing down this bot lane. 30 seconds now on the dragon.
And Hanabi clears out these top waves. Tower is getting a little low though, so I think eventually solo kill will be able to grab this. And does have a lot of top priorities, so can always look to move down, although he does not have TP, so he has to decide pretty early if he wants to move to this. Instead, might just continue pushing top, which I think would be the better decision overall.
Yeah, with Hollow going there, it looks like that will be the play. Nesty is answering though, so if they do try and look for a dive, it's going to be extremely dangerous and might even undo this lead that Solo Kill's found for himself, as Nesty will be seen. Nature's Grasp used. Gnar is also used here onto Nesty. He's rooted up for a long time. Teleport now in from Pretender. He uses that Execution's mark. He does get it as he's following on forward. He doesn't quite hit that Shuriken onto Hanabi, who has to flash away from it. So it is a kill found from Frank. It goes onto Pretender, importantly, and Tower likely to follow.
I think, yeah, pretty nice trade there from the side of Frank. It looked like DCG might have been able to stabilize with Nesty coming up. But unfortunately, maybe just played it a bit too aggressively. Rather than just clearing out the wave, they actually tried to go for some sort of fight after. And now that means that Solo Kill's lead in this top side is very significant, as well as Pretender up 20 CS and a kill. And the gold lead is relatively equalized despite starting off, at that huge deficit. And, even when Lucian Army does fall behind, has this massive spike here at the Gale Force and Mandate completed. And before Cascada completes his second item, I think there is a window where Frank could look to get aggressive. Still not even the Rod of Ages completed on Nesty either. Did obviously lose quite a bit of CS moving towards those bot plays, and throughout the whole series has kind of been willing to give up CS to make plays on the map, and unfortunately they haven't worked out the best for him. Herald is being started up though, and I think Frank probably will be content to let this go. Solo Kill is just bot lane without TP, but can continue to build up his lead in that 1v1. And Hanabi, without his item completed, does need to be kind of careful in the side lane against Pretender. Lots of members around mid now. Might just see a Herald dropped early.
Nice damage out of the culling onto Orca, but ultimately won't find much more than that. And I want to point out that we are going to see a different Gnar build out of Solo Kill this game. He went Witsend second last, and now he is going what looks to be the Black Cleaver as his second item in this game. So we'll offer him a little bit more damage in the straight 1v1, as he does find quite a nice chunk of damage onto Nesty here using that Gnar ult.
It is good to pick up, but Gragas, with all that sustain as well as the ulti, can just kind of keep this bot tower alive for so long.
We do see the start of a fight here onto Hollow. He will flash away. Cascada, though, going forward, does actually get bubbled, and that will be the end of the fight. So nice by Kaiwing to follow that. And nothing becomes of that just yet. So Frank, hold on just a little bit longer. They really can't afford to give Cascada any more gold in this game.
They certainly can't, and Cascada there, he did manage to get 2 sums from the Nami as well as flash from Hollow. Herald has dropped mid, and there's not a lot of wave clear here for the side of Frank, so I think this should just go down. Although Pretender, he's trying to do his best to threaten with the flank.
Yeah, Kaiwing finds another bubble onto Cascada, which means he does get chunked out quite a bit, and he's playing really well on this Nami despite the deficit they're finding themselves in to deny Cascada a lot of action.
Bot tower as well looks like it is slowly being shipped away by Solo Kill. It does take a very long time, but Nesty has used his ult, so doesn't have that for this next wave. Pretender is pulling very far ahead in that 1v1. Despite the massive lead that Cascada has, it really is just on him. And he is, I'd say, a pretty safe bet, right? You've got the Zeri and the Lulu, which, again, in the PCS has looked so dominating time and time again. But Solo Kill and Pretender, they're going to have something to say about that. They've also got themselves very strong leads.
Yeah, and while you pointed out Pretender and Solo Kill do have themselves leads, Gragas and Yone, and especially Sejuani as well, such great champs for being able to peel for Cascada and just let him do what he needs to do. But it is up to Cascada ultimately to play well enough to show why they put so much priority in getting him ahead here in this bottom lane.
Solo Kill now is going to use that priority to maybe move up the river. It's very difficult, I think, to actually break this bot tier 1 because the problem is DCG have so much control over this mid wave that means anytime Solo Kill really looks towards the bot tower, he can't stay there for long. And on top of that, you can't really bring members on the side of Frank Esports down to actually force Nesty away from that tower. So he's just always able to wave clear it. But there's still a sizable CS lead here for Solo Kill. And only 40 seconds on this next dragon. I think both teams will be wanting to pretty heavily contest this. All TPs are available except for Nesty's. And he's already in the area. Pretender can probably deny this wave and then look to either TP or even walk down.
You know what I want to say? I feel like this is the latest Rod of Ages that I've seen in the PCS. At least so far. It got completed at 18 minutes, which means it won't fully upgrade till 28. And honestly, by then it kind of loses a lot of its effectiveness, you have to feel.
Yeah, I mean, did go for both the tier and the tier 1 boot or tier 2 boots and fell pretty far behind. Solo Kill instead chooses to TP top, so they're giving the drag.
Yeah, ulting for the wave there and does a great job of taking it out, and that'll be the play stopped.
Yeah, I think they probably just thought they could TP and take that top tier 2, but it was really nicely played by Hanami to just be able to clear that out. So ultimately, the play doesn't work at all, and it's just Solo Kill's TP invested and the dragon given away.
Yeah, but weird is dragon actually not yet given away as recalls do come through, but Solo Kill heading towards that top lane as well as Hollow doing his Krugs. It will be DCG able to pick this up. Delaying it a bit though, and I don't know why they did that, and maybe it was a mistake, but
Was a bit strange. The Black Cleaver, now completed for Solo Kill, is very, very strong here at these 2 items. Looks like it will be the Shadow Flame being worked on for Pretender, which, does give him that higher kill potential onto the Zeri. But it can be quite difficult, I think, to play the Akali with no Zhonya in this game. There's a lot of threat and a lot of CC that can come out. Obviously has the Merc Treads and the mobility, but it is difficult. It's kind of a bit like navigating a minefield, it feels like, in these team fights. We'll see if he's able to do so. Then that side lane has to be quite careful to Hanami now, does Pretender, because I think doesn't quite have the damage.
oh, Nesty finds a nice stun there with his Gnar, and he's going to have to run away from Solo Kill.
He's still getting good trades for himself, and with that Gragas ult used, maybe now there is a way to start hitting this tier 2 top tower. They have a lot of vision, as well as Hollow in the area, but they are going to spot out Hana and Orca, and that should cause Solo Kill to move away.
Frank honestly have been doing a real good job of not bleeding any gold lead any further. In fact, it is getting closer and closer, which is really good for them, but ultimately, Cascada's going to be such a mission to take down in these fights. You do have Twisted Advance, which is the best lockdown you really have, and maybe during that you can find something with both Pretender and Solo Kill. We see a fight start off, Glacial Prison will land, but Culling answered as Hana doesn't really take any damage from this Lucian.
Yeah, the Sejuani so tanky up against the Lucian that is building the Dirk. And even after all that used is still here and very, very high HP. Can they look for some sort of re-engage? There's some pretty important cooldowns missing from the side of Frank.
Ooh, nice poke there. Lands onto Cascada, and he has a little bit of sustain, but not that much now, so find a bit of reprieve for the side of Frank as the solo lane is again in these side lanes just finding more and more CS for themselves.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of CS being picked up, but it just never leads to the towers being hit because without this mid priority, it's so hard to feel comfortable pushing up like that. So while Frank is still getting gold for themselves, you have to wonder because it feels like the 5v5, barring a massive performance from Solo Kill or Pretender, should just go the way of DCG. But eyes, should probably be on Cascada. I think most top ADCs in the league here would be able to carry this game with how fed you've gotten. So Cascada, if he wants to be counted among them, needs to put up a very big performance here.
Absolutely does, and I suspect there won't be too much action, barring a few scuffles, until that third dragon does spawn. Although we do see Hollow now getting jumped on by Hana, but stays full health and they will back away from each other. Vision dominance is inside of DCG, although that's not surprising considering the luxury they have of having such a fed AD carry. Roaming up and looking like they're going to start this Baron as Hollow gets Glacial Prison. It is okay to get out of there though. Tidal Wave hits 4.
Okay, and finally, the side lane tower will be destroyed as a result. I'm surprised that so many members from DCG committed to this, given that they have TPs available. But now, Solokill, he finally manages to completely tie up this gold lead. It is completely even. I would still say the scaling probably does advantage the side of DCG, but it's still definitely close enough that it will come down to teamfight execution. And with how fed Solokill and Pretender are, especially given their Game 1 performance, they have to be feeling pretty good about Frank's chances, considering the way this game started.
Yeah, they've definitely done an amazing job to sort of climb their way back in, and that's largely due to the solo laners, but also Eminem is starting to find his foothold in the game a bit. I mean, he's 0-2-0 as the shutdown does just go away. He had a 150 gold shutdown for a time there. He is managing to find some CS for himself. He's at that 2 item as Solokill comes back to this bot lane and is doing quite a lot of damage now in this mini form against the Gragas.
He's level 15 as well, very early into this game. He's actually level 16 now on Solokill, so very, very accelerated. Has 2 levels over Nesty right now in that side lane. Is going to keep pushing bot as well. Now, the third dragon for DCG is in only 35 seconds, and I think, again, both teams probably want to contest this. There's a lot of spikes being completed across the board. We got Shadow Flame on Akali, BT picked up on Hanabi. Will the Navori be picked up by Zeri? I don't think she quite has the gold for it, but obviously would be a very nice pickup if you could manage it. He's going to back off. I mean, okay, the recall comes through. Maybe it does actually have a Navori? Surely doesn't. But what else would you be basing for at this point?
Possibly just the Warhammer. If
Does
not.
have it.
Oh,
wow.
There we go. Okay, so all eyes really on Cascada in this next fight. Is he able to pivot and not get taken down by who you'd have to think would be a combination of Hollow and either of the solo laners, if not both? Dragon started by the side of Frank as Tower is being traded here on the top side. It looks like they're actually just going to give it. A solo kill is soloing that Dragon at the moment. Although Baron now started from DCG. Do they just take solo kill away from this? He does have teleport available. Will be losing Mega Gnar very shortly, although we've seen what he can do in that mini Gnar form in these team fights.
Yeah, and I think this fight, very, very important.
Hanabi will be committing that ult here as Tidal Wave falls back. Hollow finds Twisted Advance, but it is onto Nesty. Culling, what can it do? It does a bit of damage. Cascada down to now half health. Solokill joining the team. Does pick up that Dragon. It is no kills traded over. Hollow finds a magic trick to get out of that team fight, honestly.
Yeah, it was so close. It looked disastrous there because Hollow was about to die, and then that could have been Baron going over to DCG. But luckily manages to live, and that buys time for Solokill to come up to that fight. So ultimately, it's just the Dragon picked up there, 2-2.
Pretender looking here for Nesty. Finds a couple of shurikens, but it doesn't really do that much damage. As Mega Gnar now available again for Solokill. If there was an option to start a fight, it's likely to be here. There is no Zeri ult, importantly, so your huge lead that you have on this AD carry is fairly neutralized by the fact she doesn't have that ability that really allows her to play these team fights how she needs to.
Yeah, could definitely be something to think about. In what will most likely be a Dragon fight again, I don't think that we're going to see Baron looked at least for now. Probably we'll just go back to these side lanes. And I think that it is quite difficult for DCG to really accelerate further in this game. And while they don't really need to, it would be nice, I think, to really put the pressure on with the Zeri. But the problem is your side lanes just aren't really strong enough. You know, Solokill especially is just permanently pushing on the side. So whenever you feel like you can force something as DCG, you have to match, but maybe don't want to deal with the split push anymore. I'm just going to try force Solokill to TP to this.
Yeah, it's going down real quick as Hanabi jumps over. He does get Twisted Advance. Solokill now teleporting in. Hana will find the kill onto Hollow. Nice Gnar here finds Nesty, but Wild Growth to keep him alive. Cascada, half health. His Pretender goes in, is not able to find Hanabi just yet. Kaiwing trying to 1v1 the Yone isn't also going to find it. Cascada's ult going to go down now soon. What can Solokill do? This is really up to him now. He's finding a lot of damage now onto Zeri. Will likely find someone to Hana. Is he able to find a a kill? No, he's going to get flash body slammed and shut down. Teleport now coming in for Nesty, and no, it's not Nesty, it's Hanabi, and it will likely be Baron here for DCG.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can stop this. Eminem does not have the culling, and it will just go over to DCG in a fight that they win 3-0. And I guess now you're starting to see, you know, the side of DCG, they've scaled very well into this game, and their team fight is extremely strong as well as easy to execute. Kind of ticks all the boxes and find themselves with a very good lead here. Initial engage onto Hollow. I mean, it actually looked decent. There was a lot of damage traded, but you know, the Maokai was taken out very early and not a lot of damage actually traded back. And in solo kill, he finds a Nara, but it is just onto tanks. Pretender as well. Couldn't quite find the kill onto Hanabi. Left him very, very low. The flash out saved him. And unfortunately, Kaiwi, he tried to get the kill, but couldn't quite manage it. Solo kill really tried his best to turn this around. Unfortunately, he did just overextend, and I believe it was just a body slam that came out of Nesty. He didn't even have the flash, which kind of sealed the deal for him. Oh, did have the flash. Was taken out. Shutdown picked up there. Walker Scott on the Zeri. So Frank, they've got to try and pull the rabbit out of the hat, find the magic trick the Hollow found before. Because it's so hard now, getting sieged down by a comp that you have to feel like out team fights and outscales you. You really don't have a lot of options.
Yeah, Hollow kill. Solo kill is going to be stunned up here as Cascada commits the ult. Can Solo kill get away? He's trying his best. He's going to be able to find Mega. Stun will not land onto Cascada as he jumps over. That stun does. He manages to get out for now, but Hollow now out of position. It is importantly, Zeri's ult now is still up, is it? No, it is down. So no Zeri ult, but will find one kill onto Kaiwing. I don't know how Solo kill got out, but he managed to. But with that kill now, mid and are going to go down as well, and possibly more.
Yeah, I think can probably get more. There's not a lot of wave clear from Frank at all. The Akali can't walk up to these waves. Lucian as well does not have the culling. And I would expect this to be at least one, if not two inhibs picked up here. DCG, if they manage to find some engage, could maybe even play for more. And it looks like Frank, they're trying to get aggressive, maybe trying not to let this happen, but it feels so difficult.
Zeri ult not available, importantly, but with that polymorph is going to be okay to just run away as Dragon now spawns in 30 seconds, and you have to feel like setup tempo should actually be in favor of Frank as DCG are yet to recall.
Yeah, those resets will come through, and that's going to allow Frank to be the ones to control this area, but I think despite that, are going to have an extremely tough time in the team fight, down a significant amount of gold, and you kind of reach the point where Pretender can't really kill anyone. Cascada and Hanabi are both just too strong. So what's your real goal here is Akali? You can't kill any of the tanks. Maybe you can kill Orca's Lulu. But it looks like it's going to be a standoff 5v5 in the river, and it's one that you have to think heavily favors the side of DCG. I think barring massive teamfight misexecution should handily win this teamfight.
Yeah, Solo kill building up now, but Hollow is going to get stunned up here and taken out immediately. Pretender half health coming in from the side, but Hana's going to be matching him. Hanabi also on the top there matching Solo kill, and everything going completely right here for DCG. Eminem will likely be taken down, is going to go over to Cascada. That is 2 kills now found for the side of DCG as they look to push bot.
Yeah, can they look to take another inhib off that? Their Baron has now run out. The Baron power play that was 5,000 gold lead for them. It's extremely big, and with the QSS completed here, as well as the Mikhails, all for Cascada, he's going to be so hard to take out. Doesn't look like an inhib can be broken, but maybe just as bot tier 2, which would certainly accelerate them even further. Third Dragon here is picked up by Hanabi, and it's now DCG who, in game 2, fight back and are holding all the cards currently.
Absolutely, and I don't really know what you can do here as the side of Frank. I mean, your next item for Akali is going to be Zhonya's, which doesn't offer you much sort of damage in this fight. Doesn't really help you kill the Zeri all that much. Just a bit of delay it within the team fight. So Solo kill slowly getting himself some armor, but we saw it last fight. Hanabi's okay to just find him and just battle him, and he doesn't go down anymore. So I don't know what you can really do as a side of Frank. Obviously, you can't afford to give over this Baron spawning in 2 minutes.
Yeah, you really have to try and make something happen, but it just feels like you can't win any fights. And Pretender, you know, going towards that Zhonya, you know, while we'll give him a bit of safety, almost guarantees that he's never going to kill either Hanabi or Cascada. So really feels like you're kind of out of options here from Frank. You're kind of just hoping the DCG massively throw, kind of allow you to steal the Baron or something like that.
Yeah, maybe the only way to really do it is to try and get the Navori onto Lucian, because at the moment he's obviously lacking quite a bit of damage. He's got some armor pen to try and get through as Solo Kill flashes away from the ult of Hanabi and also teleport there as we do see a fight break out mid. It is going to be Beryl landing onto Hana as disengage comes through for Frank, but importantly are getting that teleport as well as Zeri's ult down. Solo Kill now trying to find something on the bot side, but with 4 members converging, Cascada making a bit of a mess of that E. It is now up to Solo Kill to try and find a way out here. All the members of Frank are also coming in return. Solo Kill cutting really well now. Does go Mega, is going to find actually it's Zonya'd away, so can they find Nessie on the back end? Flash committed, he is going to get out for now as Hollow is trying to go onto Hana. Definitely not the ideal target. Mega Gnar going to be up again soon, but no Mega Gnar ult at the moment. It is disengaged from, and important there that Solo Kill's able to find his way out without dying.
Yeah, I think very well played there from Solo Kill. Managed to get out of what it looked like a pretty tough situation to be in. But it kind of feels like you are just delaying the inevitable. And you don't really have long left before it reaches that. 15 seconds on this Baron, something that DCG can probably look to start pretty much straight away. Could maybe take the time to establish a little bit of vision in that topside jungle before starting it up, but instead, looks like they are just looking to take it pretty much immediately. If they could break that blast cone first, it would be good. ST's on it.
Just goes straight up in the air, but yeah, as you said, Baron now started. Hollow has to be so careful. He should be able to get a sapling and spot this out. Is going to see that the Baron is at half health. The answer at the moment is just to commit both solo laners to bot side, perhaps giving over this Baron, looking for a fight with some more gold. It is going to be an attempted steal here from Hollow. Can he get into the pit? He's just getting bounced around everywhere. He doesn't find his way in as Orca now left alone in the Baron, keeping that aggro. One tower does go down for the side of Frank, but ultimately Baron for the side of DCG.
Yeah, Frank, they trade what they can, but it does just feel like you don't have any winning options at this point. It's really just choose the one that's least bad at this point. Hollow also tries to go for the Miracle Steal, but can't quite find it. And this should be DCG starting to put those kind of finishing touches on the game. The minute 30 on their 4th Dragon, but do they even need it? Are now pushing this top wave. Now, interestingly, there are no TPs up, which means that Hanabi is very long from being able to push any of these waves. Currently, it's a 4v5 on top side. It might be the best fight that Frank can even find.
Solo Kill's looking. Navori finished here by Eminem too, so a bit more damage. Hana finds a nice initiation on the Pretender, who has to go golden in that Shroud. Cascada gets hit by a barrel, but it's not going to mean anything as Solo Kill running for his life. Zeri ult is used here, though. It is going to manage to find 1 kill now onto Solo Kill, but that is so much of your team's gold. It's going to be a 4v5 to try and protect this base against Baroned up DCG.
And I think DCG should just clear this up. There's no wave clear. There should be probably at least 2 inhibs falling. And honestly, could just play for more. Frank, they're really just not strong enough to contest this. The Akali ult down as well. I mean, she's pretty much not a champion currently. They have the waves to do it. Will they look to keep pressuring? I think they will. A little bit of poke coming out.
Can there be any answer? There is no Zeri ult right now, so there is your best chance. Maybe trying to delay for Solo Kill to respawn, but Nexus Towers both down to half as Nature's Grasp comes out. Can it find Cascada? It will not, and it's now no Nexus turrets. Eminem does use that culling, doesn't find really any damage to speak of as Orca flashes over to Cascada now. It is Hanabi looking for Eminem, will not find it. Hollow finds Twisted Advance, but nothing yet as Cascada works on this Nexus now. Flash engage, will find Hana, not the target he wants. Solo Kill's respawned. Will Hanabi even go down? It is 5 members strong. DCG, they are going to take game number 2.
At DCG, they really fight back here, tie up the series 1-1, and in a very one-sided game, 11-1, held control of it pretty much the entire time, ever since they did pick up that 2v2 kill in the bot lane. And I want to say, it felt like Frank got kind of finessed both in the draft and in the gameplay, right? It kind of looks like your Lucian Nami lane that was meant to get ahead fell down, you know, got solo killed. And then I think the draft was actually very, very smart there from DCG. They take the blue side and they do the Gragas Yone flex to perfection and actually managed to get themselves 2 pretty solid matchups, right? It is the Yone versus Gnar that while solo kill had an advantage, it wasn't anything that could translate into anything more. And the Gragas as well meant that Akali kind of thought she'd have a good matchup mid, but instead was completely neutralized. And I think that on the side of Frank, if you can, probably should ban away the Gragas in the first 3, because I think it's just such a good neutralizer, and they flex it so well. It just makes it so difficult. Can't remember exactly what their first 3 bans are.
Forward side, sorry?
For Frank, what are they banning? It's the Vi, I believe, right?
Yeah,
Vi,
I believe
Xayah?
Vi, and then Xayah. And no, it's
Annie.
Vi, Annie, and Kinnan.
Oh, okay, yeah, the Vi, Annie, Kennen. So, I don't know, maybe drop one of those. It would be interesting. If you leave the Kennen up and you ban away the Gragas, I wonder if that's something that Nesty flexes as well, because you got to wonder, right? The man plays basically everything in mid. He's played like the Cassante before. If you go way back, he's played some real crazy stuff, like even Bard mid. So, I kind of feel like the Kennen might be respecting the flex, but honestly, I think it would be a lot easier to play against an Annie or a Kennen compared to the Gragas, because I think it's just giving them too many options. But it was looking, I think, real good for Frank when they took away that Gnar, but that 4-5, the Gragas Yone coming out, it really kind of turned things around. So, yeah, a little bit worrying, I want to say. I don't know, it's not anything to be too concerned about, because I think Frank can be like, okay, we didn't realize Yone can go top. From now on, we'll respect that, and it should be fine. But the fact that you've got so much priority on this Lucian Nami, and it just kind of gets destroyed bot lane, like down 30 CS, getting solo killed, that's not really good enough. So maybe change your ADC priority, or, you know, just ban away the Zeri could be an option.
Yeah, well, honestly, like, while obviously there's a lot more happening in these games, both games really did snowball from a bot lane 2v2.
Yeah.
I mean, both sides of the matchup, really. It was, first of all, the Lucian got the 2v2 kill, and then this time it was Zeri. And from that, there's just no priority on your bot lane anymore. You're just conceding things around the map. If the bot lane for the winning side goes to Herald, you lose that. If they go to Dragon, you lose that. And it's really shown sort of through both games how impactful, if you do just die straight up 2v2, can be on the rest of the game.
It does, yeah, because I think that whoever has control over that mid wave in the mid game, which comes from your bot lane, it just buys you so much time, right? The side lanes can't really pressure as much as they'd like, and it always allows you to kind of lean your priority from mid to another side, you know, control the vision, make taking objectives hard. So I think if you do have the winning bot lane, it simplifies the game so much for you, and it slows down the game so much for the enemy team. And despite, you know, Frank arguably having the better performance on the solo laners this game, they just couldn't find anything until the point that, you know, they were completely outscaled. Krskada was pretty much immortal on the Zeri, and you kind of saw, right, Akali, it kind of has this tipping point of, if you don't quite deal enough damage and you can't kill anyone, you don't really offer anything beyond that burst. As we see the fight that ultimately did end up with DCG grabbing the Baron, they kill Hollow very early, and then re-engage from solo kill. It looked good, at least initially, but was onto 2 tanks, and on the side, Pretender, he doesn't manage to kill out Hanami. If he just had one more kill, probably would have been able to get it. But instead, you know, now all the tools used and solo kill, he really did try his best to stop this Baron coming out. Unfortunately, he did just move a little bit too far forward, allowed Nesty to get that body slam on him with that flash. You know, very hard to respect that, I think, in the moment. I mean, now you can kind of see, looking at the damage, I mean, especially Pretender was such a big factor in game number 1, and then kind of, you know, falls completely to the wayside in game number 2. So I'd be looking at his pick, I guess, to kind of be the differentiator for Frank Esports. And I think was baited a little bit by the draft, right? Thought he had that Yone versus Akali matchup. Instead was completely neutralized. But you have to wonder, you know, is Akali the best pick in this game anyway? Because there's not a lot of other follow-up onto the Zeri, right? Often when we see the comps played against Zeri, it's stuff like, you know, the Vi, the Nautilus, the Syndra, where you have multiple options to kill the Zeri. But here it really feels like just the Akali and maybe the Gnar. I'm not sure if there's enough damage to do so. So I'd look towards that Akali pick, and it is MVP that goes over to Krskada. 100% KP and 37% of his team's damage.
Yeah, I think the KP number not that surprising, considering that, I mean, the first, what was it, like 20 minutes of the game was played almost entirely around him. So I guess the KP not too surprising, but yeah, just look at the gold difference, and as an 80 carry, that's so impactful. That's like an item and a half gold lead. Obviously, we were approaching 6 items, but that is such an incredible stat, really, as an 80 carry.
It is, yeah, and I think especially in this meta where it feels like every spike is so important for ADCs, right? You've got your Mythic, which allows you to fight. Then you've got kind of your crit one with the Navorial, the IE, that just adds so much damage. The BT, making you functionally immortal. And then even things on top of that, you know, if they go something like the Maw or the GA, it really just completely changes the game on every 80 carry spike. And I think, you know, of all the roles right now, does kind of feel like the one, if it gets ahead, really cannot be stopped. Game number 2, it's an exciting one, but that's it for now. After a quick break, we will return for game number 3.
Touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. Unstoppable, are you coming with me? Untouchable when they wanna fight me. Everybody wants to know my name. Do you wanna come and play my game? Put it on you like I'm on a mission. Are you ready, boys? Stand to attention. Everybody wants to know my name. Cause I'm gonna be I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire.
非常感谢 i Hotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RGX 显示卡，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅也全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。 玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm son of these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall.
Hello everyone and welcome back to a series that is certainly delivering between Frank and DCG, brought to you guys again by Riot Games, Carried Alive and iHotel. In game number 2, DCG, they hit back pretty hard, tied the series 1-1, and I believe the scoreline in the game was 11-1. And very dominating performance from them, so it looks like we do have a series on our hands.
Yep, definitely do. And almost surprising, honestly. I thought coming into this that Frank looked like a lot stronger, obviously falling, fumbling over some hurdles of CFO, who are a very impressive team, but yeah, they weren't really able to show us anything in that most recent game, especially they fell behind from, what was like the 4-minute mark, 5-minute mark after the bot lane of, what was it? The bot lane falls behind anyway. The Eminem on their Lucian gets solo killed and then just falls behind. Sorry, mind blank. But we are going to take a look at these side selection. It will be Frank taking blue side yet again. So pretty much the entire playoffs has seen everyone prefer blue side, other than maybe Impunity, who did select red. But I guess I'm not too surprised. It does look like the side that is winning the vast majority of the games here in the playoffs. And where do you go in the draft? Do you look for that Lucian Nami? It did look pretty good game 1, although it was more sort of the solo kill pretender show. And you feel like Eminem's had such good performances on other AD carries that you could just look elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the side of Frank are probably the best users of Lucian Nami, but definitely didn't hit its mark in that game. For me, the main question really is just around the Gragas Kennen thing, because it feels like something needs to be done about the Gragas flex pick. It's making stuff very, very hard for the lanes, and I think that... Oh, okay, so already the Kennen is now the second ban instead of the third that I believe it was before. So I wonder if this will just be the Gragas last ban that comes through. Now, would leave the Xayah up.
Yeah, Sejuani taking away this game, so will not be able to be picked here for the side of DCG or Frank. Any last bans, so it is just the same 3 bans as we have seen throughout the series. And on the other side, Sejuani was changed obviously, but LeBlanc again will be banned here in the 3rd game after Pretender's phenomenal performance with game 1.
Yeah, so now do you go for Xayah or do you go for Gragas? They're looking towards the Maokai again, but I'm kind of surprised. I feel like, yeah, I guess maybe don't want to take away the Gragas. I feel like Solo Kill and Pretender, their talents are kind of wasted on those champs. So instead, are going to have to play into it again. And I think they should feel at least a bit more knowledge, I guess, that if the owner's picked again, probably is that flex pick. Giving over the Xayah, though, is interesting because I think Xayah, especially with Rakan up as well, has looked incredibly strong. And I wonder what Frank will look to answer into this, because it feels like there's not that many picks that you have that could actually threaten this.
Yeah.
Do you take the Rakan as well?
Probably, but hovering at least at the moment, I don't expect that to be locked in. Although if it is, it does give a lot of fear into especially the bot lane here of Frank. At least probably the best champion in the game at the moment for executing dives. As Rakan is hovered, it will likely be locked in, as this pairing is just so strong at the moment. Yep, locked in here. And what's the answer here? Do you just take your bot lane for the side of Frank?
Yeah, maybe they just go for the Zeri Lulu or something this time. But I feel like giving over the Xayah Rakan is very risky, honestly. I think that Xayah Rakan alone can build a team comp. Jinx could be something interesting coming out here. Can't remember if we've seen Jinx yet, but it's been, played a lot internationally and it's gotten some bans in the PCS. Is now locked in. So interesting. We'll have to see how this matchup goes. Thresh will be the pickup, similar to Aphelios. Jinx does function a lot better when she has that kind of assist coming from the support. Can offer her the ability to play just a bit more aggressive, as well as the lifeline to get out of some of those. And you would expect probably the jungler to be picked up here for DCG. The Wukong is available. Alternatively, could maybe take something like the Gragas into a couple bans, is what they're going to look for.
Yeah, so not really revealing anything with that Gragas pick, really. Your last 3 picks, it can go to all 3 roles, so I like that idea here. Perhaps the bans will sort of show us where it's likely to go, but that is not necessarily true.
Yeah, I wonder now. I guess yeah, okay, so they're targeting AD mids again. I believe last time the Tristana was taken away and then they just went towards the Jax, but would be surprised to see that again. Frank, this time, I think you should probably know that Gragas isn't going to go jungle. Like, it can, but I think it's more likely it goes into the others. Maybe they want to just force it into the jungle now as they ban away the Wukong. And I think if they can force it into the jungle, it probably is better for them because it would allow their solo laners to be able to play a bit more aggressively and maybe take advantage of the fact that Nesty and Hanabi, you know, especially off their picks, kind of struggle a bit more in the laning phase. Especially against the likes of Solo Kill and Pretender, that are definitely very strong in the early game. It is a Gnar ban committed by DCG. Not often that you see Hanabi being the one to ban away the Gnar, but, you know, maybe respecting this game that if Gragas does go into the jungle, doesn't have a pick into it.
Yeah, I feel like perhaps the Gnar ban does maybe show that Gragas could be going into that top lane. We did see Gnar versus Gragas game number 1, and it was Solo Kill ultimately having a far more impact on the game. It is Viego, the final ban here. Interesting takeaway. We've seen Hana play the Lee Sin game 1, and honestly, in that game, he kind of looked like the best player, you know, on his team, but Jungler's now hovered from the side of DCG, and if they are going to pick one, it is likely to be, I'd say, the Lee Sin or the Xin Zhao.
And kind of showing there all the hovers, how many options they still have available. So will be the Xin picked up, and now Gragas confirmed going mid or top. What do you answer 4-5 here? As Frank Esports, I think definitely don't want the Akali again. Could even go for something like the Syndra. It does do well against the Rakan, as well as the Xin Zhao. Has to be careful, I guess, a little bit of the Gragas. We'll kind of see, though. Solo Kill, potentially looking towards this Cassante. Could end up in a tank v tank top, but knowing that there's no Gnar that can come in to counter it, does feel pretty safe to pick this up. And last pick, looking a lot towards Pretender's pick, actually. Feels like just picking up a solid team fight. Mage, maybe something like the Syndra or the Taliyah could be the play here. Especially because you kind of know that Nesty isn't the kind of person to punish very hard in the 1v1. So you can maybe go for something a bit greedier, something that compositionally, you know, counters the side of DCG. As the Taliyah, it's being hovered, and it's also a denial pick. Taliyah and Syndra, what do you know? And well, the Taliyah is the one that's going to be locked in. Ooh, okay, so I would expect Gragas to go mid and for some sort of top counter to come through. Unless Nesty has a pick into Taliyah that does well. The likes of, you know, the Syndra, the Victor is what you'd normally think, but Nesty not known for these types of champions. And Malphite, I think, is pretty good up against the Jinx, but has been known to struggle a little bit in the Cassante matchup.
Yeah, ultimately we'll be locked in here as we do have our compositions all locked in. I think my eyes, at least, maybe not for the entire game, but seeing this Jinx, we haven't really seen it, and it has had a lot of success internationally, so I want to see if Eminem and Kaiwing can really do it justice in this bot lane. And for both of these teams, I think it's so important to not just randomly give over a 2v2 kill.
Yeah, for sure. I think that giving over a kill, especially to Zyra Khan, can snowball out of control very, very quickly. And just looking at the comps, I think DCG, you know, very similar to last game, just have an extremely easy to execute 5v5 composition. You know, kind of group up and press your ults and call it a day. And on the side of Frank Esports, their teamfight's not exactly weak, but it does require just a bit more precision, right? You've got to make sure that Jinx doesn't get caught up by all this engage. And it will be tough, I think, for Eminem to position in these teamfights. So I'm really liking what DCG are going for. Questions maybe around how can their mid and top do in the early game. Because have fallen behind pretty consistently in these matchups, and it was a very nice performance out of Cascada, especially to bring game 2 to the win, but we'll have to see. Can it be repeated in game number 3?
Yeah, we'll have to look for that, and I think, at least early game, from these team comps, you have to favor DCG, but as this game progresses, I feel like the side of Frank gets really, really scary. Taliyah will be able to sort of deny a lot of what Rakan wants to do, especially with that scattered ground. And I don't know, I feel like the ease of execution in this game, who do you think it favors? I feel like it possibly favors the side of DCG. I mean, automatically you have that R button Malphite as well as Rakan being able to follow up on that, depending on how Taliyah kind of plays it.
I think you have to give it to DCG for the ease of execution. Whenever I see Malphite and Rakan on the same team, it's pretty much a shoe-in at that point. And it's going to be really, you know, I kind of mentioned it in Champs League, but I feel like Eminem is going to have a very tough time because the Thresh Lantern can kind of be traded for one cooldown, but there's so many things you have to be aware of, right? The Rakan, the Malphite, and the Gragas, all that bring a significant amount of threat. Something real interesting already is that Nesty has gone for the phase rush in this matchup. So once again, you know, valuing the scaling as opposed to having Comet to poke down Talia in the lane. Everything else, though, is looking fairly normal. Solokill does not have the Ghost, which is a little surprising to me. Because I feel like it's going to be so hard to actually catch up to Xayah in these fights. Maybe instead just wants to flash ultra through a wall.
You definitely can look for that angle and eliminating, even if you end up trading just that Cassante for Xayah as the game progresses, you have to kind of like that trade for the side of Frank, but we do see early trades here, and Nesty getting the better of it, honestly, because of that phase rush and just keeping up with him auto-attacking. So already seeing good use out of that rune in particular as Jinx, one of the better champions at this level 1 push.
He's going to secure that bot priority. What can they do with it? Not often that you see Xayah Rakan being the ones on the back foot of level 1, but again, Jinx just pushes a bit too fast. Ward is dropped in the river, and it was also a ward placed by Nesty onto Hollow's red buff. So he's going to be able to spot that out when he goes for it. Nice little flay there. Just trades a little bit of damage back over. And it is the cult picked up by Cryscata as well. So it's going to scale very well into this game, but maybe in the early game has to be a bit more careful. D-Blade here for Eminem.
Yeah, and I guess as this game progresses, I think Jinx probably one of the best hyper carries in the game at the moment. Just especially if she gets sort of these resets in team fights is where you really find the power. And it will be hard though, as Pretender now getting looked at, has to probably flash early, does use it as Hollow comes in now. He's getting really low, he's going to be taken out, and it is first blood now for the side of DCG. It goes over to Hana.
Really nice pickup there from the side of DCG, and I think Hollow kind of just didn't respect the fact that Pretender was still level 2, so there was no combo that could come out there. Probably only had the Q and the E, as well as Hollow not having the Aftershock, does just fall pretty much immediately. And that's not the kind of kill that you want to give over, especially to the Xin Zhao. Now has to try and defend his red buff. Could even just have Hana play around bot to guarantee the priority and then look into the jungle. Perhaps instead could look for something mid again. They know Pretender does not have flash this time. Ping does go down onto the red buff, but I think it's going to be hard for Xin to actually get in here, especially with the mid priority currently the way it is. Instead, could maybe play for double scuttle.
Ooh.
Top lane looking very dicey.
Yeah, heavy health trades really between these two as Hanabi looked to recall, but because Solo Kill didn't, he also will not. And health advantage now for that Malphite, but ultimately there's no real kill threat until level 6, even with these health bars.
Hollow enters that top river, looking towards that Scuttle Crab. Maybe he can actually get it away before Xin Zhao gets on the map, and Pretender, after having lost his flash, does have to be a lot more careful around mid lane, even just in the 1v1. A quick trade that can come out of Gragas and then disengage with the phase rush is a lot more problematic here.
Hana looking for a gank here on top, and Solo Kill really should respect this. Will spot out Xin on a ward if he does leave that tri-bush, but he's very far forward in this lane right now. Maybe look to go on cannon. He is actually going to walk back, so perhaps thinking he was on a ward. Definitely wasn't.
Does just return there to his own jungle. Nesty manages to crash in this wave and finding himself pretty much even in the mid lane, which is obviously Gragas is quite good at neutralizing, but you've kind of seen that Nesty, despite neutralizing, has fallen down pretty significantly in CS in both previous games as he'd be using his priority kind of around the map or just kind of falling behind in an isolated 1v1. But here is completely even. And while it's only 5 minutes in, it's definitely a great start for DCG, especially given that their composition is going to just make team fighting so easy. If Eminem can't find himself a big lead here, I'd be a little worried for them in some of these mid-game fights.
Yeah.
Hana looking towards this dragon. Currently has both the bot and mid priority, so it should go over. Don't think there's any way here really from Frank to come and contest this. So far, it feels like DCG kind of just winning across the board. Although Kaiwing maybe...
Kaiwing and M&M are coming to this objective. Hollow has a blast cone available for himself. Are they going to look? Zap will land onto Hana, but ultimately a bit too late if they ever did actually want to contest, and the Dragon will be going to the side of DCG.
Nice pickup there for sure. Have themselves a 600 gold lead, as well as now the first Dragon. Eyes will probably be towards that next Herald.
Okay, fight breaking out here, bot. Nice flay, as well as the Flame Chompers are going to find Orca. Is going to commit the flash. Kaiwing does too. Twisted Advance will find the kill there for M&M. Really well played.
It was extremely well played, actually, and I think that M&M grabbing that first kill is very important in this game, especially if you can manage to get some additional plays off of it. Probably will just look for the reset, but it can't be understated quite how important it is for M&M to be the one to pick up that kill as well. It was double flashes used by Frank, so they're not going to be able to look for that for a while, but certainly a worthy investment. As Orca, he's going to path out back onto the bot side. Hana's here as well. They're going to grab the Scuttle Crab. There shouldn't be any contest. So we'll get a replay on what happened here. The hook went wide, but the Flame Chompers were very nicely placed. Actually managed to lock up both members for a pretty long time. And the Lantern Flash and then the Flash W committed out of Hollow. Did have it back up after that early skirmish. Unfortunately, Orca wasn't able to get out. Managed to get the kill over to M&M, which is great news. Herald spawning in just 50 more seconds. And there's no flash on the jungle and support for Frank. So we kind of depends, I guess, more on top lane whether or not they can test it. I feel like they probably should. At the same time, you really don't want to give over any trade. Something that you have to be careful of starting up Herald versus Talia is some kind of 4-man coming out on the other side of the map very, very quickly. They'll be looking towards DCG to make sure they have control around mid before they look towards that. Or could even just look back bot instead. Pretender now is going to go for his reset. Does not have the TP quite available yet, but is just going to come back onto the map. Does grab himself the Lost Chapter and is not building the tier. So not a build that we often see on Talia. The most common is to just go for the Liandry's in the tier, but maybe now we'll instead go something like Liandry's Cosmic could be the play.
Yeah, trade's on top, but it is Hana now starting up this Rift Herald. Will likely go over to their side as there is Kaiwing, however, is coming up for this, and it is going to reset, so maybe there will be a contest as AD carries do both stay bot and just hope to get some scaling done.
We might see some sort of 4v4. Solo Kill is the one who has prior over top side, but if Malphite can get down to this fight, which I think he can now, Solo Kill, he already invested his turn, so it's going to be hard for him to get back in, and I think Frank, they're still kind of playing for it, but I think the window's over and should probably go back bot side. Cascada even's coming up.
Okay, this will be the Super Mega Death Rocket. Hopefully, oh, nice usage there. It was close, but no cigar, and it will be now. Honestly, M&M getting some free time bot, and it is pretty good for the side of Frank to be able to get that because it looked pretty impossible to take that Rift Herald, especially with Malphite just having that R button. So getting as much gold as possible onto M&M here, even picking up a plate for himself, a bit of extra farm, and now he'll be okay to just continue scaling. You really want to get to the sort of 2-item mark, as you do with all AD carries, but particularly on Jinx, as you will start to do so much damage with that explosion on your auto attack.
If he will, hook comes out, but Hana's here.
Really low health now onto Orca. Can they find it? Looks like he might go down to Ignite. Does. Kaiwing picks it up as Jinx goes excited. Do they have the damage here to win out in this 2v3? Not just yet, but Hollow now appearing. Does have Nature's Grasp. Cascada, flash available importantly, but is he going to be able to use it well? No, he doesn't have to. Hana going back in. M&M, will he find another kill? He will not. He will. Actually, it goes over to Hollow. It's a 1v1 now. Cascada has to commit flash. Unfortunately, Shutdown goes on to Hollow, but ultimately a 2-for-2.
Was a very exciting fight there in the bot side. Both AD carries, I think, coming out of it better off than anyone else. Managed to get themselves a kill here, though. Cascada, he lost both of his sums and is going to be forced to reset quite early. And I wonder now, where will you look with this Herald? I think everywhere still has plates up. The side of DCG. Are they going to have to maybe look towards some sort of regank onto bot side maybe? M&M, who also does not have sums, could be pressured and then drop the Herald afterwards. So it is a slight gold lead here for Frank, as we'll get a look at what actually unfolded here. initial play, I think, from Frank was really, really good. They managed to take out Orca so early. This is just a 2v3 Kingdom, just trading one back. It was a lot invested by Hana to chase this down. Did invest the flash, and then it was a re-engage that came out from Hollow. Cleanse was committed early, and they could have left it at that, but decided to go for more. And Hollow, despite having the phase rush, can't quite get out far enough, and it's just one shot pretty much by Cascada, who did have to flash away from their W and was very close actually to hitting that anyway. We return to live.
Dragon now started. Looks like Frank want to contest this. We do see mid-prio is in favor of Nesty, although will we see anything? They do have Weaver's Wall available. Dragon a bit too low now. Nature's Grasp comes out. Are they going to look for a fight? Doesn't look like it. I feel like you're okay here as DCG to give that one up and allow Eminem to keep going towards his items. As we see an initiation started, Orca is just eliminated. Kill goes to Kaiwing, and another kill now found for this bot lane. But again, it isn't Jinx finding. Another hook lands. This will be likely Hana going down, although Kaiwing getting extremely low here. Will Hollow be able to find it? It looks like with that he will. And now Orca going away. Sorry, it was Cascada actually that died earlier. My bad.
Kaiwing is just finding hook after hook and really bringing Frank into this game. Despite losing that second drag, which can be a bit troublesome, they managed to get a lot of gold back. Unfortunately, it was Kaiwing that picked up some of those kills, but now this gives Jinx time on that bot tower. You have to feel should be worth it for the side of Frank, and to bring up again, when Frank are ahead, they almost always close it out. We'll take a look. Initial hook onto Cascada is exceptional. Managed to flay him over the wall and take him out very, very early. And then it kind of looks like that's going to be it. But Kaiwing, he goes for more. And from here, blind hooks the bush. Manages to find Hana. And I think, was it Hana? I think Hana went down. Maybe it was Orca.
It was Hana, yeah.
Hana ends up going down. Unfortunately, wasn't picked up by Eminem there. But Kaiwing, hey, he's feeling himself in this game and is doing very, very well.
Yeah, Hook's definitely landing for him. He's 2-1-2 here on the Thresh, and Hollow as well, 2-2-2. So while they are ahead in gold, perhaps not on the members you'd exactly want it to be on. Orca now on the top side as Kaiwing's and Eminem now rotate through to the mid lane. Look for potentially more tower damage, although perhaps not yet.
And in that replay, I think the Herald was dropped mid in the meantime. It looks like a couple plates went down on mid, as we will get pause here, but the Herald being dropped mid, I'm not sure who actually ended up picking up the gold. It might have been Cascada, because I think he did path mid out of base. Would be interesting to know that though, but you can see tower plates all tied up there at 3 and 3, and it looks like it's probably another internet issue, given the Nesty did just disconnect.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like as Frank here, you're actually so happy in this game. You've now got Kraken available on Eminem, and just one step closer to being able to be that menace in team fights that we know Jinx to be.
They are, yeah, and I think that one thing, we were kind of bringing up quite a lot before this game was just, how exceptional DCG's 5v5 is, if they can get to that point kind of unscathed. But now falling behind in gold, they do have the dragon, so they can afford to delay and, buy themselves a lot of scaling. But we're kind of saying if Eminem can get strong here, maybe has the kind of, I guess, the ability to put the game in his favor. So Frank, like you said, I think they're off to a pretty solid start. And they're a team that plays so well from ahead. I think other teams could maybe falter with just a 2k gold at this point. But Frank, you always have to feel that's going to translate to more.
You definitely do. I will say, though, on the side of DCG, if ever there was a team comp to be able to take down an AD carry, it's one that involves a Malphite. And so for Eminem to get absolutely the most, usage out of his lead, he's going to have to play so well against Unstoppable Force.
It's real tough. I think he needs to be able to flash the Malphite ult and then has to have like the Rakan ult flayed off of him or something. There's a lot of tools that he has to kind of dodge out from this. Hopefully we'll be getting into the game sort of soon. Looks like they are just checking with Nesty's connection.
Yeah, and I guess they do have the likes of Maokai as well as Talia to sort of minimize the effectiveness perhaps of that Rakan. But again, yeah, you can't stop the Malphite at all. So after that, it's really up to Eminem to dodge out of that ult and try and, well, we come back and all action up in the top lane. But I guess, yeah, it's up to the team to sort of keep Rakan and Xin off him, but then it's up to him to watch out for Malphite.
Solokill's got his Sunfire already. Has a way before Hanabi here, though could be getting looked at. There is no Malphite ult.
Just to be careful here, but as you said, no Malphite ult. He does have his flash available.
Doesn't look like they're going to be able to look onto him, and Pretender, he manages to pick up the Leandries, and I'm curious what he goes for second, if it will just be that Cosmic, maybe looking away from the tier. And it is a pretty significant lead here for Eminem. It's got himself, around about that 20 CS lead. The Kraken completed already. Does feel pretty good. 2 minutes on the next Dragon, and I think both sides definitely going to be looking towards that. On the side of Frank, you kind of have to contest. You don't want to go into a game state where you have to play up against 3 Drags. And DCG, despite being behind, have such a strong 5v5 that they probably don't want to give it up either. To be expecting in 2 minutes for a lot of action to unfold. Frank, they're the ones that have control over this mid wave, so that affords them a lot of options. They can just move to the side lanes. And the fact that this game, that they both have the current winning mid and sides, it looks very good for them to continue snowballing this game. I think it's going to be hard for DCG to slow this down. But in those team fights, can be very, very difficult. Frank now looking towards this Herald. And if they can grab this early, can always use it at that Dragon timing just to kind of allow themselves first move onto the drag. Could also be nice just to take down this tower early. Establish yourself a little bit of vision, a little bit of control around mid. Now does get picked up by Hollow. The Jack Show completed here for Hanabi. And Nesty in this side is just going to grab himself a top tower in this, or a butt tower. And this should be traded as well on the other side of the map. Solo Kill is working on that. It is the first tower goal though that goes to Nesty, and that's going to help him get this Rod of Ages before 18 minutes.
Certainly will. Here we see, everyone really converging around this middle lane, especially with Hanabi here. You have to be so careful. Weaver's wall comes out, but doesn't really do much. Rift Shield does go off, but won't find the tower. And with the wave clear of Xayah being in this game, it isn't likely to go down before the Dragon. So 30 seconds, recalls coming out pretty much across the board as Solo Kill finishes off the top tower. Looks like he's going to push one more wave. Doesn't have teleport available, so could be a bit risky perhaps, as Hanabi does.
Yeah, Solo Kill needs to get down the map pretty soon. Does probably have time to start walking down. I'm surprised that he isn't moving here immediately, though. It's only 10 seconds away. I can't expect Frank to want to give this one up. Okay, now he is moving down, and Pretender's basing and most likely going to TP back. Yeah, TPs to that mid tower. Does have himself the Sork shoes as well. And currently, DCG have a little bit better control.
Cascada has to use that Featherstorm already. Has a nice shove. Will find him. He's really, really low now. Maybe with that, they can no longer contest. Solo Kill going to stay here and guard these 4 as the rest of Frank head down towards this Dragon.
Very nice shove there. I'm actually quite surprised that shove connected, honestly. It didn't look like it was going to hit. But that's an extremely big pickup there. They managed to get the drag, stop the drag win condition for DCG, as well as burn both the Cascada's Sums and Ultimate, which makes him very vulnerable. I'm not sure he'll be able to keep this mid tower up for much longer. Hanabi, though, is going to trade something back on the other side of the map. Solo Kill, I think, can keep this up, but it was a lot of damage there.
Solo Kill does arrive in time, and here we see Hollow getting really aggressive in this jungle. It will be Hana trading a lot of damage back as he looks to continue this blue buff, and ultimately Hollow is able to walk away from that exchange, but we see there if Xin finds Hollow caught out, he's going to be able to take him down.
Ooh, Hook does go wide. Orca knows this is a scary place to be, but I think this should be the mid and bot tier 1s falling pretty soon. Bot taken now. Pretender can just come mid and probably drop his ult if it can't be taken naturally.
Nature's Grasp is used here. Cascada really low. Does have ult, wait, not even close to back up, so they do just have to run away from that and concede the mid tower. So all control of the map now really favors the side of Frank as we head towards the 20-minute mark, and looks like Phantom Dancer will be the choice out of Eminem as his second item in this game.
Yeah, he's going to be really, really strong when he completes that, and has himself a pretty sizable CS lead, as well as just picking up a lot of gold from these towers. Even a lot of assist gold, which, kind of goes unnoticed. You can see there, it is the side of Frank that are leading the gold charge. Now, Cascada is pretty close to everyone, but Eminem, he's definitely pulling ahead. It still remains pretty close, though, in the gold. It's only 2,000 lead to Frank. And I still think the side of DCG probably have the better team fight, but it kind of feels like you can't really get the pieces together because the problem is Hanabi is always stuck in the side lane, solo kill getting priority over them. And so often, Frank are managing to kind of win the fight before it starts, either by, the Maokai ult, the Taliyah ult, just making it more favorable for them. But you have to feel if...
Hollow will be quickness used here, finds Hollow. We see a fight breaking out. Nice shove finds two as Hana is about to go down as well as Orca already being down. Solo kill now on the back line. Will he be able to find anything? Nesty gets all out on. He's going to go down. Hana actually makes it escape for himself as Featherstorm committed there. There is no Baron yet in this game, but they would have been doing it if there was.
Frank, they're starting to run away with this game, and I want to think kind of questionable engage there that comes out of DCG. I really feel like Eminem or Pretender have to be your targets at all costs. And the fact that you're investing cooldowns on the people that aren't them feels very questionable. So, I was saying kind of the DCG have the better ease of execution, but honestly, they're kind of struggling to execute. Can't find the engages that they need. And it is just Frank who are kind of managing to find consistent picks over and over and have 7 kills to 3 now.
Yeah, and I want to compliment Pretender, really. He's found a couple of crucial shoves twice in a row. I mean, one on Cascada and there, the two on both Orca and Hana. And he's really shown how strong he is on this Taliyah. We saw it in their last series where he landed a couple of 4-man knockups, 3-man knockups on this Taliyah. And, I mean, they banned out his LeBlanc, but the Taliyah is looking almost as scary as that was.
Is having a lot of pressure for sure, and Nesty on the Gragas hasn't really found the same impact that it did, especially in this series up against Blitz. We know he's good on the champ, but has been hitting these spikes, this Rod of Ages in particular, so late into the game that it kind of feels like, while it is a good neutralizer, if the rest of his team doesn't get ahead, that's all it really is. We'll have to see, though. They still have great teamfight ultimates. Can anything come out? Kaiwing, he's about to face check, does ward out Hanabi on the Malphite. And I don't think Malphite has altered anyone at all this game. Maybe altered the Cassante in the 1v1, but the fact that, we're 21 minutes in, 3 dragons, and Hanabi is kind of nowhere to be seen is kind of feels like the Malphite pick is a little lackluster at this point. All it takes, though, is one good ultimate, right?
Yeah, well, that is how that champion often tends to work, and really, it's just crucial. If he finds one onto this Jinx, then it can really be a quick shift in the tempo of this entire game. So we have Baron now live. Second dragon, possibly for Frank, or third for DCG spawning in 40 seconds time.
Yeah, it isn't long now. Can any more spikes be picked up before this? I don't think Cascada will be able to hit 2 items in time. So you have to think that at least this team fight should be favored to Frank if Eminem can manage to survive. Obviously, if he can be taken out by the likes of the Malphite and the Rakan, then DCG probably can win, but I think if I were DCG, I'd probably give this one up and try farm 2 items on your Xayah, because I think contesting this into the 2-item Jinx is very risky. Although maybe Frank want to look towards the Baron instead. They are positioning around it, or could just be warding it out to stop any sort of trade. And now we'll move back towards that bot side. Pretender is going to be matching the top lane here, so it's currently a 4v4, but both of these players have TP up and available. Most likely will not need to be committed, though. And now, DCG, wisely, they're moving back towards the Baron. They'll be able to regain the control, and they do have first move onto it, but I still think they kind of can't start it, because you don't want this fight before Cascada has 2 items.
You definitely don't, and looks like Frank will be okay to just take that dragon. They pick up their second of the game, and now heading down mid. You're so far behind on these 80 carry items. It's so close to this Navori, however. Once you get that, a lot of power back to the side of DCG, and the 2-item Xayah can really shred through your team, so it's not so clear-cut as to the 2k gold lead. Because as you saw before in sort of the gold totals, while the rest of Frank are all very far ahead, Cascada is staying on reasonably level pace.
Yeah, isn't too far behind. And you kind of feel that, while ADCs are sitting on the components, it's not the biggest difference. It's really when those kind of 2-3 item spikes come through that you kind of feel the difference in your ADCs. So at least for now, will mostly be similar. And it is the Shadow Flame picked up by Pretender, which is honestly kind of a strange pick. Would have thought it'd be the Void or the Cosmic in this game, but Interesting choice regardless. Does give him a lot of pressure on the Cruscata in particular. Maybe he values that very highly. Solo kill. He's trying to get aggressive on this mid wave, but nothing's really going to come of it. And I would be surprised if there's any major action before this next drag. Kind of feels like, unless DCG are the ones engaging, and it feels like they can't engage on anyone except for Eminem, there shouldn't be much happening at all. Maybe Frank can control this vision and look towards top tier 2, or even the Baron, but does feel very scary to start it up. A lot of pings on this mid wave.
Yeah, getting control over mid here as Kaiwing's hook will not quite have the range on it to land onto Hana there. And a lot of our fights we saw earlier on in the game did start off with Kaiwing landing some miraculous hooks, and perhaps that's one place we can look towards maybe another team fight start, as he is walking forward here. Again, not the range on it just yet, but Hanabi up there. Do have to be careful of him. Jinx certainly cannot walk anywhere in this jungle while he is out of vision.
Yeah, Hana's just been sitting on this wall the whole time. It's finally going to be able to sweep it out. But it can just be replaced here by Frank. Once the sweeper expires, Hawker, he's trying to find some sort of flank. But I think Frank are playing it well. They're maintaining this control. Also making sure not to show their carries, which is extremely important. Pretender has the stopwatch, but Eminem only has the flash. But if they can keep the carry safe, once the initial engage comes out, the backline of Jinx and Talia will definitely out DPS.
Yeah, we see Shirelli is now used as Hanabi is the target for Hollow. Solo kill is going to be so tanky with Jaksho fully proc. Nice two-man knock up, but no follow-up for that one there. We do see Recall now coming out, although it's not going to be actually cancelled. Recall does come through, so a bit of control will be given back to DCG to clear out their jungle, as well as this river of those wards surrounding the Baron.
River is cleared out, as you said, and while that fight, nothing ended up coming of it. That hook was extremely close to hitting from Kaiwing. In fact, I think he thought it was going to hit, given that he dropped the box straight after. And maybe now, DCG, I don't think they can look to start the Baron, but they have a fair amount of control, so it might just come down to another dragon fight. Currently sitting at 2 apiece, but it is Eminem who's now completed 3 items, and I think having the LDR is extremely important for hitting Hanabi in particular. Currently has 400 armor with his passive up. Cruscata also working on an LDR of his own, but without it, isn't quite going to be able to shred solo kill in the same way.
Knight's Val the second pickup here for Hollow, so giving a bit more tankiness to this Jinx, and we'll see if that's the difference between her surviving and dying from, you know, what is likely to be a Malphite, even potentially Gragas and Rakan dive.
Oh, they're looking for something.
Using to come to Hanabi's aid. Hook actually just threads through the middle of everyone as we see Cassante here tried to go unstoppable, but it is Featherstorm used to dodge out of that. Importantly, he does retain his ult for now.
Yeah, Cruscata using the Featherstorm though ahead of the drag. Needs to be now much more careful in this fight. No flash here for Kaiwing, but he's not really ever going to be the main target. I guess does deny the flash lantern that could come out and save Eminem. And Pretender still has a stopwatch, so can play very aggressive, knowing that he can always just trade it with the Malphite ult.
Yeah, fighting over mid-wave is priority for Frank here as solo kill looking for Hanabi yet again. Isn't really going to be too much damage here. Now Dragon spawning. Both teams likely to hit here, although maybe DCG try and head towards Baron. Damage is quite high, having that you know, the Xayah, Rakan, as well as Xin Zhao damage for it.
Frank, yeah, they've got the control here, but it's quite hard to actually start up the objective. They're trying to find the engage early. There is a flank coming out from Orca, but these Maokai saplings continue to spot him out and make things difficult. The slow as well buys a lot of time, even if he does manage to get some sort of flank off. Although, looks like they're going to start the drag up. I wonder, will DCG engage?
Solo kill now. Needs to be careful. Nice shove. Will find a lot of damage here onto Nesty. He's chunked out to half as this dragon is going to be finished off. It is Hollow able to pick that up and lanterns to safety. So 3 ocean dragons now for the side of Frank. 4.5 minutes really until this last dragon will be up. And will we see the game sort of end around that? I feel like that's probably the next logical objective to be looking for.
You would think so, and one thing you really take away from this is just how good Frank are when they get that lead. They really just slowly grind out the enemy team and don't really give any ways back in, right? Despite DCG having almost the best engaged comp you could ask for with the Malphite and the Rakan, can't quite find it because Eminem especially is always positioned so far away, and Pretender with the flash and the stopwatch isn't actually as vulnerable as you'd think. You kind of need to burn some of these before you can start getting aggressive. Hanabi gobbles up a top tower for himself and will look to reset. And a lot of vision dropped around this Baron area, definitely respecting that. And I think especially now, as the AD carries get more items, the threshold for taking Baron, becomes easier and easier. You can just take it very quickly if you can force your vision deep enough or manage to get some sort of pick. Even a chunk could be enough.
Yeah, a chunk on the right member certainly could do it. And it's this sort of time of the game where, particularly as Hollow and as Hana, you have to just avoid dying at all costs, because your death alone can sort of spell the end. As Kaiwing is getting looked at, but is okay to just walk away. This Shirelias is being used so often by Orca to just try and hunt for anything for the side of DCG.
It is really difficult, right? And I think something that DCG may be suffering from is they've got these hard engaged tools, but they don't really have anything else to burn tools. So a lot of the time when you're playing a comp like this, you want something like a Lissandra or a LeBlanc or something that can kind of just force out sums randomly and engage.
He is going to get jumped on. A lot of abilities used on him. Shut down, goes over to Hana. It's going to be now a 4v5. Will they turn to look at this Baron? It is still quite hard against the likes of Jinx and Talia. We're seeing them, though, go mid. It is a nice explosive cast to find Kaiwing. He goes golden. Flash will be available. He isn't going to be able to use it, so he goes down 2. That is 2 kills now found for DCG as they hit attention towards the Baron.
That could be the way back into this game for DCG. They're starting it up, and I'm not sure if Frank can contest. There's no Lantern here for the Jinx, and Malphite ult still available. Makes this very scary. I don't think you can walk up and contest, so instead, Frank is going to give it up. Ooh, the Jinx rocket, it comes through, but it isn't enough. And with that, the gold lead will be almost completely tied up. And as well, the Baron will last past this dragon spawning, so most likely will even be the 3rd dragon picked up by DCG. So the game remains extremely even this late in the game.
Yeah, and just look what happens. As soon as your jungler goes down, you lose so much, and especially the Maokai. He used all of his abilities, but it wasn't really for any use because no one was nearby to assist him. Just overextending.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I guess just, saw members here and still decided, I think honestly just had no business doing that. Needed to check with saplings or something first. Didn't have a Thresh Lantern in range either. As well as the fact that Frank, they didn't do a great job of neutralizing after. Kaiwing, he was looking up pretty aggressively here. Yeah, even clicked back a couple times. Did not have the flash, so that was punished, but honestly, probably could have stopped the Baron in the 4v5, but once it was a 3v5, just was no longer able to. And shut down. I didn't even realize Thresh had one, but it did go over to Chris Carter. Nice goal for him, and ADC items are almost completely equalized. And the gold lead, perhaps for the first time this game, favors DCG ever so slightly.
Absolutely does, and man, what a change of pace now this game can look like. 1 minute until this dragon, and your Jinx is so close to IE, but will almost certainly not be able to find the gold necessary to pick that up. So that is a really important thing to note, and pretty much same items as you pointed out for the AD carries, but it's going to take so much work out of Eminem here to make it work in a team fight against the Gragas, Malphite, Xin, as well as Rakan.
Does feel very, very difficult, yes. A lot of contesting for this mid-wave. Dragons in only 30 more seconds. I'm surprised that DCG aren't playing for 2 waves right now. They're not really using the fact that they have the Baron that well. Probably need to send Gragas with TP, or even Malphite with TP to the bot side. Because I don't think that Frank should be able to contest this with the Baron waves coming in, but at the moment, all they have to do is 5v5 for the mid-wave. So I think a bit of a mistake here from DCG, and maybe gives Frank the ability to contest.
Yeah,
now looking towards the drag.
2 seconds now. It will be spawning, so have to see how they play. Both sums available for this Thresh. Heal down for Jinx, but ultimately sums up pretty much around the board. It is just that heal down. As Orca is going to get shoved, but does live. It is importantly 3rd dragon to the side of DCG. We're on double soul point here, and the game is on a thread.
Really is completely even pretty much. Almost the same in kills, gold, and drags. at 33 minutes in the game, and we were kind of coming into this series thinking that Frank would, you know, perhaps even 3-0 the side of DCG. In fact, I think I had DCG as the weakest team in the playoffs to begin with, but here, showing that they can hang with what was our second seed in the regular season. Frank Esports, they also put up a very competitive performance against CFO, so I don't think it's the case of like, you know, Frank just suddenly fell off. It's more that DCG has suddenly shown that they're certainly a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and no, we'd have to check, but I feel like through this game they've maintained this sort of even footing, and I don't even know if I've seen a Malphite ult other than the one time to run away top.
Yeah, it really hasn't. Not sure if it has been used on a champion yet.
Just the threat in itself is like, you know, offers a lot, but I don't know, it's kind of funny to think that we perhaps haven't seen a Malphite ult yet, and we're 34 minutes into the game.
He's holding it for next game, but as we saw in the goal before, it's Criscato now pulls ahead in the 80 carry gold. He does invest into a stopwatch to keep himself a little bit safer, but that does mean that he will not hit his 4th item spike here. Whereas Eminem is going to be dealing so much damage if he gets the opportunity to. And you have to feel like it's hard, right? There is a lot of CC that can come out from DCG. But next Dragon in 3 minutes and 20 seconds will be the decider for that soul. As well as Baron coming up before then. And as we saw before, Baron can be melted in mere moments now. Just so much damage coming out from both teams. A lot of pick potential from both sides as well. So despite the game being relatively even, it can be, you know, broken away from that at a moment's notice. Currently, River Control does favor the side of DCG. Blue Trinket comes out, actually, so we're maybe worried about some kind of Baron sneak over there. It is the zonies completed by Pretender, so it's going to be pretty safe, but Eminem is still itemized full damage, which I think you kind of have to in this game, but it also does require you to make sure you can avoid the multitude of threats that come out of DCG.
Yeah, absolutely. As 4 items comes across for both these 80 carries, it is Bloodthirster for Criscato, so going to be even that much harder to be able to die in these team fights. And I'm kind of looking to Pretender to find something, honestly. While we do have solo kill and Hollow, obviously, it's been this guy in the early stage of the game, especially with those shoves, alongside Kaiwing's Thresh, but finding so much room to maneuver, especially around these objectives.
Certainly has, yeah, and Criscato now has himself the BT, so it's going to be a lot tankier for himself as well. Only 20 more seconds on this Baron, so you might think might just come down to the 5v5 on the mid-wave again. And I guess, you know, looking at solo kill as well, obviously he's playing the tank versus tank matchup, but didn't find anywhere near the same kind of lead that he did in that first game. Ooh, Hook does kind of just go wide. Malphite has a really good flank here on the bot side. Hanabi, maybe he will finally use the Malphite ult. What if they win without using it?
Well, we saw a win yesterday with no KP.
True. And he got MVP as well. Ooh,
Explosive Cask will not manage to find Kaiwing just yet, but nice Weaver's Wall will split up the team. They aren't able to get on Criscato, importantly, so that's just 2 major team fights, 1 for each side going down.
And just a minute away now on the drag. I'm not sure if anyone will look to pressure Baron before it. Feels like the soul is too important. As the 5v5 on midwave continues, sidewave just being completely ignored at the moment. Both teams know if that someone goes to the side, there's so much engage that can come out. Have to be extremely careful. Looks like Frank are the ones that are going to maintain control of it. Hanami's actually going to go back bot side.
Solokil does manage to find a knock up there, but nothing else to follow. And 30 seconds out from this Dragon Soul. What are we going to see? Kaiwing now is going to recall, so that should give priority over this river here to DCG.
They have to cancel these, surely. I don't think you can base here. I mean, Solo Kill can use TP, but Kaiwing definitely cannot. TP does come in from Solo Kill.
Yep, getting there early to be that front line for his team and perhaps face check if need be, as wave priority is in favor of DCG. They're going down. Knockup will go wide as well as that Thresh hook. So now what are they going to be able to do? Orca is sitting up in this Dragon Pit. They're looking. Are they able to find anything? Not just yet. It is Solo Kill getting jumped on, but again, just this mega tanky Cassante will be okay for now.
The Lantern was used there, though, and it's not going to be up yet. Keep your eyes on Eminem and see if he can actually DPS or not. Now, the side of DCG, they don't have a flank at all. Or actually, Orca has one on the side. Hollow spots it out.
Yeah, nice sapling to spot it out as Dragon is started. We've got what I think could possibly be a lengthy Dragon dance ahead of us here. Pretender looking for an angle for his Weaver's Wall to perhaps split up the team and find a winning team fight for the rest of them. And it is half health now as Dragon, as Weaver will come through and split up the team. Nature's Grass to follow. Orca's finding an angle. It only will land onto Hollow for now, as Dragon confirmed here for Hollow. The team fight following. Can they do anything? It's Eminem trying to find the damage necessary. Chris Carter has a massive Feather Storm, but is not able to find the damage on the back end. It's ultimately Eminem in the middle of 4. Can he find the damage? So many low health bars. Kaiwing picks up one. Eminem now gets excited. It's going to be another kill for him. Double kill, Dragon Soul, and probably the game here for Frank.
Well, the game is on a knife's edge for pretty much the entire game, and all of a sudden it is Frank to come up big in that team fight, secure themselves a Dragon, which makes the remainder of the fight so easy for them. And I think questionable use maybe of the Malphite ult. It felt like Eminem in that fight. He didn't have to stopwatch or flash the Malphite ult. Where are these cooldowns going, man? How is Eminem allowed to just free hit? We'll see the damage there. The 2 ADCs that were just allowed to DPS for free, but it is Eminem who comes out on top. Last kills go down, and finally, after the game being so even for so long, 40 minutes in, Frank will pick up game number 2. Oh, man.
I can't
want
believe.
a replay.
I cannot believe how close that game was.
I need a replay of that last fight. I don't know what are Malphite and Rakan doing. How is Eminem just allowed to free hit like that? I do think the Nature's Grasp and the Weaver's Wall did a great job of kind of cutting that fight in half. But I still feel like just the fact that Eminem is playing this immobile, flashless AD and is just getting to kind of not have to flash and not have to stopwatch either of those cooldowns. It seems so strange. In fact, the Malphite ult might have even been used defensively. Hopefully we will get a replay of it, because I was left confused.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, impressive, honestly, out of Eminem to be playing Jinx into the comp that he was and find so much success. I mean, there were hints of trouble there in the middle stages of the game, but ultimately it is Frank finding that Dragon Soul and the game at the same time. And I mean, yeah, as I just said, Eminem, I think we have to look to. I don't know how you can play Jinx so well to just avoid all deaths.
Yeah, it was a really nice bounce-back performance, I think, from both the bot lane of Frank Esports. Fell very far behind in game number 2, but I think they both had a massive performance. Game number 3, Kaiwing kind of was the catalyst for starting that game off for Frank. Managed to find a ton of kills for his team there. And as well, Eminem, like you said, it's hard to say. Is it really nice positioning by him, or is it just a misplay from the Malphite and Rakan? I think it's probably a bit of both, right? So credit for him there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And how did you feel sort of, I want to say, I really liked how Solo Kill was playing all of these sort of trades. Obviously, he wasn't getting too much done, but he was really sticking into the face of DCG the entire time, and it was really stopping them from finding their angles onto Eminem. So I feel like the tank play out of Solo Kill, while we know him for his sort of carry potential, I feel like the zoning control he was able to find in those team fights was so pivotal in being able to keep Eminem alive and Malphite off him, honestly.
Definitely agree, yeah. I think that a lot of those kind of fights you would see that Frank tried to hide their carries for a very long time and make DCG have a difficult decision, right? Where do you just engage on the people that are showing, or do you try and hold your ults forever? And I think that's a big reason why the game stalled out for so long. One thing I want to also add is that I think Pretender kind of undercover might have had an MVP performance there. He did have that amazing shove on the mid wave that actually allowed Frank to pick up that initial dragon, stop that dragon win condition, as well as the Weaver's Wall. I think time and time again managed to split fights up and just, kind of make things easier for them. So I'm actually not sure who's going to grab the MVP. I think you could make pretty good arguments for most members of Frank in this game.
Yeah, I think maybe excluding Hollow, because him getting caught out in that sort of river really led to what made the game seem so difficult. I actually think I'd give it to Kaiwing. I think so much of their success did come from his early game. I mean, he was 2-0-2 at one point with a shutdown, and although you don't want him to be last hitting the kills, it was ultimately his play that set it up, and then it just happened that he would pick up the kill. And even sort of in that bot trade when Hollow was playing around them, he really set up that first flash lantern to be able to pick up first blood for Eminem then. So I do think Kaiwing would be my pick. I mean, we'll have to see where whoever chooses it goes, but
True, there is a bit of 80 carry bias on the PCS that we've seen before, as we will get a replay of that last fight. So for me, I'm going to be watching this Mal fight. How on earth is Eminem getting to play? The Weaver's Wall cuts them off. Pretender actually locks himself in a corner. I don't think he intended that, but it looks like there was just a lot of CC coming out from Solico. Oh, the Mal fighter was actually just ran away from. As Hanabi, he goes massively wide on that, was forced to flash away, and now it's just fish in a barrel here for Eminem, who just kind of has to come shoot them all in a corner. And then the stopwatch did come out once the knock-up. Oh, it didn't even stopwatch the knock-up. Okay, I feel like Eminem honestly just didn't use his abilities that well, but it didn't matter. It has the Ocean Soul now, and no one can really kill him once that Malphite goes wide. And really questionable team fight there, I think, comes out of the end from DCG. And you can kind of see the goal graph. It went up and down, but for the most part was Frank in control.
yeah, absolutely. I think where we see that gold graph dip was where we saw Hollow get caught out, and then it led to Baron, a few dragons, and even towers. But I think all round it was well played from the side of Frank, excluding that. And yeah, I mean, that was kind of, I want to say in Hanabi's defense, it was literally the dragon went down and got Jinx excited as he ran away. So it was kind of unfortunate, to be fair to him. But honestly, also for Eminem to not flash there is pretty ballsy, because I think if I was in that situation, I'm flashing.
Yeah, for sure, because I think if you get hit by that, Jinx isn't likely to die, but it buys so much time, right? You get the knock-up as well as the attack speed slow, and that makes it so hard for him to actually DPS, but it is Eminem who picks up the MVP. I think as well, massive credit to Kaiwing for sure, but 37% of his team's damage, and once again, the 100% KP coming in for the MVP.
Yes, I think this series in particular is really highlighting just how important bot lane is and how your bot lane's going. Because, I mean, so far we've seen whatever bot lane is ahead is really the team that won. Because the last game, it was actually Frank who had 2 solo laners ahead, but ultimately weren't able to take down the Zeri. And again here, we just see, I think there's a 3rd game in a row where just the winning bot lane, the bot lane that gets a kill in their lane, wins.
Look, League of Legends has been like that for years now, but don't let a bot laner tell you, because they'll disagree. But like you said, I think that if you do get ahead in bot lane, it does make, having control over that mid wave a lot easier, as well as just giving yourself kind of that team fight scaling win condition, right? Of having a fed ADC just makes things a lot easier. And one thing that, again, kind of went unnoticed in the last replay was Pretender just locked himself in a corner with his own Talia ult, and then wasn't sure if he should take it down and let himself walk in, but ultimately just kind of stayed in the naughty corner for most of the team fight. But honestly, he still kind of did his job.
Yeah, absolutely did. I mean, obviously would have been better there to have some extra DPS, but Game 4, prediction.
Well, I think Frank will win. I think that while DCG, they got a pretty, I want to say, that they kind of finessed them in Game 2's draft, where they got solo lane matchups that were much better, and it kind of felt like Pretender on the Akali especially was just playing into a comp where he couldn't really do anything into. Now, I think Game 3 here was very close, but it looks like Frank are slightly stronger, and I'm pretty worried for DCG's team fighting after that one, because, hey, if you got the Malphite and you can't manage to get the engage, I'm a little worried. But that is it for Game number 3. Come back in Game number 4 to see whether or not DCG can take us to Game number 5.
You are the sweetest thing. Yeah. I live all the joy you bring. Yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? ready for more?
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅的全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方。我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床。房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及 4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
Touching on me, I'm getting so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, to go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Mainly 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know, baby, are you down, down?
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs, of course, brought to you by Riot Games, carried live and sponsored by iHotel. It is now DCG that find themselves one game potentially from elimination here, down 1-2 to FAK Esports in the lower bracket. So the loser here will unfortunately be eliminated, and that could be DCG. They did have a very good game 2, but now it is FAK that picked up that last game and have the momentum coming into game 4. What adaptation do you think you'd like to see DCG have? Because maybe just having a bit more tools across the board felt like they were very one-dimensional in their comp and ultimately didn't look that good.
Yeah, well, I think Malphite should be out because that really didn't find the impact you'd hope. Especially, I feel like you picked Malphite almost entirely for his ult, and I think we only saw it once that game. From memory, at least, there was only once that game, and it missed. So I don't think you go Malphite. It did neutralize, obviously, for the most part, Solo Kill, who has looked like a threat. So that was one benefit it has, as well as it does carry around the threat constantly for Eminem. Isn't able to play perhaps as aggressively as he wants to, but definitely not showing exactly what you'd want out of Hanabi. And I almost feel like you want to try and now look to get him on the Gnar, as we do already actually head into Champion Select. It is going to be Jace banned from DCG as well as LeBlanc, so everything's staying the same for now as FAK has banned Annie.
And they are back on the blue side. So far, blue side is 3-0 in the series, I believe. So blue side, I mean, hey, it's definitely looking good. We'll see if the bans change up. I wouldn't expect too much to change. I wonder if eventually this Gragas will get targeted or not. Obviously, didn't really find much in that game, so maybe don't really think it's much of an issue. FAK, they do ban the cannon once again. Now, what will be the last ban for DCG? They have the first pick. Now, I believe last time they were on that blue side, they first picked the Sedge. You could definitely see it getting banned away by FAK.
Yeah, definitely could. So it is Xayah, the last ban here. They did pick it last game, obviously. Honestly, Chris Carter played fine on that champ, but weren't able to get the win. So taking away from the possible take from Eminem, because he's looked fantastic on that champion. Last ban, do they look the same as they have with the Vi, or are they looking to leave it open?
I feel like it would be strange to leave it open with the Xayah ban, but they do. Okay, so they ban away the Zeri, and I think that might just be so that if they pick Vi, they can't also go Zeri with it. So interesting adaptation, but I wonder now, will it just be a Vi Sejuani trade? You kind of have to feel like it will be. And that might even be better because it leaves you with a solid jungler into the Sedge if it is picked up. And we'll see. Which one do DCG prefer? Neither. Seems like they're happy with the trade, so instead go for the Lucian, and that's a little surprising for me.
Yeah, DCG, not our typical Lucian Nami players, but are going to take it now, and what will be the answer from FAK? I feel like they could honestly look towards the likes of the Aphelios or even the Kai'Sa. Eminem looked pretty good on the Kai'Sa, although did have a bit of a questionable build in one of his Kai'Sa games last series. Now, Vi hovered, Sejuani now hovered. It will likely be one of those. It is going to be Sejuani, so forcing Lucian now to take Cleanse takes away a bit of his aggression that he could possibly have.
Yeah, and I think that definitely kind of suggests that there will be Some kind of carry played around that, probably from mid or top. Do just take the Aphelios here. Okay, they take the Nautilus instead, which does give you options, obviously, for your 80 carry later on. And from the side of DCG here, I think you either go, well, like Vi Nami or Gragas Nami seems like the most likely. I think Vi definitely makes things a bit more difficult, but this will mean that Gragas is probably going to get banned out second phase, so that kind of flex that DCG solo lanes have been relying on all series long will be removed. Now, what do you take here as your ADC? Ooh. I mean, that's very aggressive, but also very hard to play into Vi.
I don't think you take that into Vi, but...
I mean, I don't think there's any good options left into Vi, because normally the Aphelios Thresh, if Xayah is banned, is your best answer, and all of them are gone. So they're pretty much just saying, okay, we're going to blow up this game early before it becomes an issue. And I could see them doing it, right? Frank, now the regular season, we're our strongest early game team.
Absolutely were, and I'm excited to see the Kalista, honestly. We haven't seen this in a long, long time, and Eminem does tend to like a bit of early aggression, and as well as Kaiwing loves it as well, so there we see absolutely zero priority in the entirety of at least the playoffs, and I think we have probably the most exciting game on our hands here.
We do, and the Talia's banned away works very well with the Vi, and also it's very difficult to play Kalista into Talia. Now is the answering ban from the side of DCG, so probably trying to ban away blind pickable tops, you'd think. At least that would be my thinking. Most likely, I think maybe ban Gragas, pick Jax could be the play here. Alternatively, if you target another mid, maybe you do just ban the Lissandra, but I'd like the Gragas into Jax. Okay, alright, we're setting up for it. DCG, I think, should match with a Jax ban now. It should be picked up on 4 if it isn't. And there aren't as many options with both the Kennen and the Gragas and the Jace taken away, which are normally picked into the Jax. I guess it's still the Cassante.
Yeah, the classic Cassante Jax that we've seen so often. We have to look, though. Jax is the ban. Okay, so now where do you look? Do you look for a mid lane? I almost feel like picking mid here might be better, although Cassante currently hovered. Wouldn't be overly surprised to see it picked. Sion is available too.
Yeah, that would give Hanabi the Gwen, though. I think I like the Cassante pick. It does work very well with the Sejuani, and it adds a lot of frontline. It's also quite difficult for Lucian to deal with. So overall, I think it's the best pick. 4-5 though from DCG. I mean, your best mid blind probably is the Gragas. Could be going for the Galio, which synergizes quite well with the Vi. I think I like the Lissandra as well. You need something to follow up on this engage. Would be very surprised to see Azir, but, you know, Ahri, Lissandra, Galio all remain options. The Orianna would be interesting, not something that Nestie's played much of. Here's the Ahri locked in instead, so... Oh, and maybe we'll just go for the Gwen anyway into the Cassante, which I don't believe... We might have seen this matchup once, I feel like.
Yeah, I think we did in the regular split, and just off sort of how these champions are, you feel like in at least the isolated 1v1, once you sort of start getting items on the Gwen, he is going to win out against the Cassante, but team fight potential out of Cassante probably offers a bit more for his team. It is Gwen locked in now, so counter pick for Pretender. Is he going to look for this Lissandra?
It does very well into the Ahri, but I'd be worried about just not having enough damage if you go to Lissandra. You really only have damage from Kalista Cassante right now. I think a bigger threat here would be good. Cassio into the Ahri could be nice, but it is maybe a little scary to play, at least in the early game, against the Charm into Viols at level 6. But I think the Cassio is better than Liss, and it looks like they are going to lock it in. It does give you a very strong DPS threat. It's very interesting to see this come out. Now, Cassio is very good into Ahri and Lucian kind of on their own, but Lucian, Nami, and Ahri Vi are both quite difficult for Cassio to deal with. And very interesting draft coming out of Frank Esports. My eyes especially will be on the Kalista pick and how it does, because I think that if the game goes later on, unless Cassio can have a relatively free fight, you might just see her getting Vi-ulted, and then once that damage is gone, Hanabi can just clean up the rest of the fight. So, very interesting comp for both teams, and I think should be a very exciting game 4.
Absolutely, and what I like about this Cassio pick, as we haven't actually seen it again, similar to the Kalista yet this playoffs, is that you've picked it now against the Vi, which is hard for her, but the Vi almost feels like it has to ult the Kalista, because without any real lockdown, and she truly is, I mean, Gwen offers absolutely no CC, Nami offers a little bit, but pretty hard to land the bubble, especially onto any Callista. It feels like Vi almost certainly has to be committed onto the Callista, and that could give, you know, the Cassiopeia some really good opportunities in these team fights.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that that's the thing with Cassio versus Vi, is that if you can manage to survive the initial engage, then it's extremely good for Cassio, because you can kind of just chase down straight after. Even if you build a Zhonya's, can be another way of dealing with that, as you just Zhonya's the initial Vile, and she's kind of stuck in your team, gets miasmas and kind of DPS down after that. But we will actually be going, I believe, to a 10-minute break, which is a little unfortunate, but I don't know if we're going there yet. Okay, we are going to a 10-minute break, so I'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
What's it gonna be?
this time is through. All I ask from you is time together. All you gave is hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free.
You're gonna sell all that you had before you. You don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find. I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're jaded. But get up and revive. Ooh, intoxicated. Get ahead of time. And even it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. Is
Welcome back, everyone. After a short little break there, I believe we had an equipment change from one of the players, so hopefully that is all sorted out now. But it is Frank versus DCG if you're just joining us, and Frank currently leads the series 2-1, and we've already done our draft here for game number 4, and hopefully we will be into the game shortly. To give you guys a little reminder, I guess, of what the drafts were. Let's see if we can remember it all. So on the red side, it was, let's see, we got Cassio, Callista, Nautilus on the bot side, and we've got on the top side Cassante Sedge, okay, and then on the blue, bot lane is Lucian, Nami, mid lane, we've got the Ari, and the top is the Gwen and the Vi.
That's right.
If you guys can all remember that, then you have a pretty good idea of what's going on. But the main thing that we're kind of thinking about, or at least looking at for this game, is going to be around that bot side, right? I think the Callista Nautilus up against the Lucian Nami is a very volatile matchup, and you have to feel like most play will be around that in the early game. As well as in team fights. Could be very interesting, right? Seeing whether or not the Vi ults the Cassio or the Callista, because I think you're right that if you ult the Callista, it might not even be the best choice, because Cassio can just peel off straight after. At the same time, if you ult the Cassio, you allow the Callista to just hit for free, so you don't have the easiest choice here.
Yeah, definitely don't. And I mean, I feel like top probably. I mean, Gwen, if she gets ahead, will really punish Cassante especially. I don't feel like Cassante has the tools to deal with Gwen. But then in saying that, the Sejuani with the Cassante does have kill pressure. Just by nature, you know, Sejuani with melee matchups tends to be very strong in skirmishes. And yeah, I don't know, like, this seems like bot lane is really aggressive for both sides. So I feel like junglers are probably going to start top and head down there, or perhaps 3 camp and look bot. And then dragons, I think, are going to be the name of the game. I mean, they have been already all season, but we've seen sort of both of these teams be willing to give over some of these dragons in favor of scaling, maybe getting some items on the AD carry, but I don't know that that can be afforded in this game.
Yeah, it is something that you kind of feel like, obviously if you get that dragon win condition, you pretty much just clean up the game from there, but a lot of the time, you know, the decisions you actually make around the dragons are very important, right? Like when teams, especially trade gold at the right times to, you know, accelerate on the other side of the map, it can be difficult. And I think you're right that with these teams here, especially with the power coming out of both bot lanes, dragons should be pretty highly contested.
Yeah, who do you favor? Because I feel like it's hard for me. We haven't seen Callista yet. I don't even know if we've seen her in the PCS at all this split, but Cassio as well. Very, very not commonly picked. So, I mean, this is the first time in playoffs both of those champs have been played. So I want to get your sort of insight as to who you think is favored.
Overall, you think?
Yeah, just for the game in general.
I want to say I slightly favor Frank, and I think my reasoning for it is that I think the team fight should be slightly better for them, and I think the Cassio does very well up into this comp, but I think a lot of it does just rest on the bot matchup, right? Like if the Lucian Nami gets ahead, then it becomes very difficult for Cassio to play actually, whereas if Lucian Nami falls behind, Lucian is hard countered by Cassio. It's really just one of those things where if Lucian feels confident dashing forward, can kind of chase down a Cassio and play out of her range is very tough, but you know, if you fall behind, you really don't have many options either, so I want to say, because Frank are kind of typically the better early game team, that they will get the better of this bot lane matchup and be able to snowball it from there. But if they fall behind, I think that the game might even snowball harder for DCG, just in the sense that, you know, if that Gwen, Lucian, Nami get ahead, there really just aren't the tools to deal with those members being fed.
Yeah, definitely not. And I have a question, just because you obviously play a bit of Cassio yourself. Do you actually know how the interaction works if Gwen is in her shroud and you're not in it? Does she get grounded by the miasma?
I don't know, actually. I would kind of yeah, I actually don't know. Okay, that's an interesting thing to think about. You would kind of think that she would, but I'm not sure if other spell effects apply when other people aren't in. So
yeah, I know, like, if you throw a stun at her or whatever, like a projectile, it won't. But obviously this just lays on the ground. I don't know if you have to be within the shroud or not.
Yeah, I feel like it should, right? Given that it's just a ground effect and it doesn't... I guess it depends on if it's like coded to originate from Cassio or not. Kind of in the sense that, you know how like Pantheon ult can dodge... Or sorry, Pantheon E can dodge some weird abilities from the other side of the map if he aims in the right direction. But yeah, I don't know, it could be real interesting, and actually probably a pretty important interaction because, you know, if you can stop the Gwen from dashing around, it makes a big difference, right? Especially if you've got the Rylai's as well and you can just kind of lock her down the entire fight. Be interesting to see as well which build Pretender ends up going for. Most likely, I think, will be a Rod of Ages in this game. Two choices you kind of have in the Cassio are, of course, the Rod of Ages and the Liandry's, and I think that up against Vi, having a bit more tankiness probably does feel a little bit better. I think really don't want to die on the initial engage.
Yeah, and I feel like it does well with just how Cassio's kit work. Obviously, you do have healing within the kit too, so just bumping up those numbers as well probably plays well for this Cassio in the fight. And I almost feel like, I said this before our break, but I don't see a way that Vi can get away with not ulting the Callista. And so because of that, you can actually find follow-up from the Miasma, as well as obviously the Petrifying Gaze, and find the trade and really punish Vi from going in.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what we're really looking for, right, in those team fights, that if that initial engage is fumbled by DCG, whether it's the culling or the Vi or whatever, I think Frank's chase down is quite a lot better. Now, there is kind of an asterisk on that of if Hanabi gets ahead, maybe he can be the one to kind of, honestly, 1v5 the fight. Like, when Gwen gets ahead, very, very difficult champ to deal with. So, yeah, I don't know. I think overall, all things considered, I favor Frank here in Game 4, but it's close, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, hopefully we're getting into games soon, but I want to ask you about tomorrow's series, because we've sort of touched on this game quite a lot. We have Impunity, I believe it is, against Beyond. How do you think those two teams match up as just a placement?
Yeah, that one's, I think, really hard to call, because Beyond, at the end of the season, looked very, very solid. And I think the way they play, it kind of suits Best of Fives pretty well, because they don't really look for any sort of unorthodox play or any cheesers. They really do just kind of play for, you know, the solid, consistent 5v5, which, you know, makes them so strong. And I think that up against Impunity, there's maybe, I don't know, the thing you might worry about of if your lanes get exploited too hard by the likes of Driver and Mission before you hit that teamfight phase could be tough, I guess. I don't know. Before tonight's series, I might have just said 3-0, but now I'm not too sure if the upper bracket is actually that much stronger than the lower bracket. Feels like the only difference really is that this is an elimination match. But yeah.
Well, that is absolutely true. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like, can you just imagine for a moment if Impunity have like not gotten over their last series woes and just still pick the exact same 5 champs as they did 3 times in a row?
Oh, I really don't want to see it again. I want Driver back on his carries.
Yeah, well, 2 things we don't want to see is Impunity run back the draft and Viego.
Very, very true. There's,
yeah, I don't really know what's happening, but
no.
Okay, following on from that, I guess, upper bracket, we have PSG, CFO, and CFO did end up 3rd, but they were 2nd for the vast majority, even 1st for the start of the split. So who do you feel like in that matchup now is favoured?
I think that one's like actually impossible to call. I have no read on that matchup really, because it feels like PSG maybe didn't show their best self up against Impunity. You kind of think that if it was based off regular season, I would honestly just say maybe PSG 3-0, because it feels like CFO need to get ahead early and PSG is so good at neutralizing and then have such a great team fight to back it up. But honestly now, I mean, CFO, they really showed pretty strong performance, and also the ways in which they won, right? There was actually pretty strong team fighting coming out for them as well. So, I don't know. I feel like I might just flip a coin for that one.
Yeah, and I want to, like, in that matchup too, we saw Azi getting pretty hard exposed in the top lane against Driver, and in CFO's series against Frank, Rest really took it to solo kill with those carry champs. I mean, we saw the birth of Tenon up there. And I don't know, I feel like that's a weakness maybe coming out now in the playoffs for PSG, where Azi during the regular split tended to sort of just neutralize every lane. Even sometimes, I think he had like 15 solo kills as well, so it wasn't always just neutral, but he didn't look so hot recently, at least in their last series.
No, and I think when you bring up the solo kill stat, a lot of it is kind of in the side lane as opposed to the actual lane phase itself, where his team is all very accelerated and so is he, and as a result, can pick up a lot of those kills. But, you know, especially yesterday up against Driver, was falling behind, you know, in lane pretty significantly almost every single game. And like you said, Rest in very good form. You know, obviously we'll have a pretty good time up into him, and maybe the champ pool is something we look at towards that, because I think the Gragas has been, it's a very good neutralizing champ, and it's a linchpin for teams that kind of have weaker solo laners, because you can just kind of slide in the Gragas and allow that to play pretty much any matchup. So I'd expect that to maybe be targeted out. Obviously that series probably would have been watched, and you know, there's some research and stuff you can kind of take away. And I am a little surprised that Gragas is getting through in drafts so much. I guess it's more just the fact that there's so many other champs that need to be banned away that you can't really afford it. But it feels like Gragas just offers you so much flexibility in the game, and it's real tough to deal with.
Time for 20 bans, perhaps?
Oh, I'd love that. Fearless drafting would be pretty goated.
Yeah, absolutely. And all right, to bring it back to this game, We haven't yet started it, but
No.
MVP, if Frank were to win, who are you giving MVP to?
Oh, I don't know. Pretender Casio or Eminem Callista. I'll say Eminem Callista because it's going to be a big performance out of him, I reckon.
Yeah,
And
you
I
reckon?
guess. Yeah.
Okay, DCG win.
Hanabi Gwen, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, that sort of tells me you either think DCG are kind of going to win through that top lane, or otherwise it'll be likely to be, I guess, I don't know, a win through bot lane for Eminem.
Yeah, I kind of think so. Like, I think that while, you know, if Lucian Nami gets ahead and kind of puts the Callista behind, that's obviously very good, but I still think it'll be Hanabi that kind of is the backbone of the team in this game. Whereas on the other side, I mean, it could realistically be pretty much anyone, but maybe the Casio Callista are the two ones I'm looking for. But Callista is just one of those champs that, you know, if it get ahead, it really looks like a completely different champ to when it's behind. You know, it's probably one of the most feast or famine ADs that we have in the game right now, especially up against a comp with Vi in it, right? If you fall behind, you're pretty much just a free kill. And if you get ahead, it's very scary for the Vi to engage onto you. And we've got word that they are currently rebuilding the lobby, so it shouldn't be too long, you'd hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of running out of things to talk about over here.
Absolutely, and I was going to actually, for myself, I was going to say Eminem as well, but that's a little bit biased because I just find Callista so exciting to watch.
Yeah.
But sort of in that AD carry matchup, it's kind of interesting because Lucian as well is kind of one of the more feast and famine AD carries. He doesn't really have that late game assurance that a lot of other AD carries have. He gets sort of his late game through mobility, and even what we see now with his current build is sort of the mid wave to prioritize objectives. It's not so much just straight up you're in a 5v5 and you're taking over. Whereas Callista, I feel like can, although if you're even, it's a lot harder, and especially when you do have the lockdown like the Vi. But that's why I really like the Casio pick so much, is because she, in and of herself, sorry, is like a hyper carry, right? She offers probably one of the most DPS out of any mid laner, especially at this stage. I mean, there was sort of likes of Ryze and Azir who are now not so much pickable. So I feel like it's like really smart drafting, although entirely the team is quite feast or famine, because even Cassiopeia, if she gets behind, it's going to be so hard for her to pivot up, navigate these team fights as well.
Definitely, and I like the Casio pick for sure, and I believe it was Pretender who actually played it, I want to say 2 games previously, and I think he's 1-1 on it. So clearly is comfortable on the champion, and the times that it was played before did look fairly solid. I think the one kind of question I have around that is how well will the side of Frank Esports play without as much pressure in mid, because Casio is pretty good on the 1v1, but up against Ahri Vi, you can't really play aggressive after 6 unless you really know where they are at all times. So that's maybe a place that Frank are going to have to look to kind of fortify to allow that Casio to actually push the lane and, you know, ward the river and stuff like that. Could be something that they need to focus on, but at the same time, you've kind of got to put so much of your focus towards that bot lane as well. You have to feel like at any moment, you know, ganks or even 2v2 kills could come out. And I think the bot lanes have solo killed each other game 1 and 2. I don't think they did game 3.
It wasn't solo, no. It was Kaiwing flashing forward with the lantern. Oh, game...
I guess it was
3.
a 2v3.
Yeah, it was a 2v3. So, yeah, Hollow came in with the Maokai after a nice flash lantern from Kaiwing to manage to pick up the first blood there onto Jinx last game. But I feel like there has to be kills in the bot lane this game. I don't really... I mean, obviously, if neither team kills each other, they're just going to be mostly even unless you find just a natural advantage through farm or plates or, you know, other objectives as well. But you have to feel like there's probably going to be a lot of priority around this bottom lane as I finally see the Summoner's Rift.
Oh, it's never looked so good. But here it is, game number 4, Frank versus DCG. As a reminder, if DCG lose this game, they are eliminated from playoffs. So with everything on the line here, they've got themselves a pretty aggressive comp with the Lucian Nami. Can they get ahead enough to put this game in their favor? We're about to see as bot lane, probably the most volatile matchup that we've seen all series. And given that they've solo killed each other pretty much every game, this really just kind of turns it up another notch. And it is the Guardian picked up by the Nami, so definitely respecting the fact that all-in can come through.
Aftershock Vi this game, which is not what we typically see. We usually see the Conqueror on that, so a different take here, also in that lane.
Yeah, I wonder if it's kind of feels like it's just going to ult in and then get so heavily CC'd by the likes of the Casio and the Sedge that honestly just needs to buy himself a bit of time, which could be the play.
Yep, definitely could. And how do you feel about teleport on Cassiopeia? Because I almost wanted to bring up during that break, Like, do you think that cleanse might be necessary here? Because as you said, if you come look mid-level 6, if Pretender's out, like, you know, overextended or whatnot, gets charmed, you're pretty much just dead.
I think it would be kind of nice to have cleanse, but ultimately you just can't really afford to pick it up. As we might see, some sort of level 1. Yeah, you can't really afford to take it just because otherwise Ari will shove you in, and in the side lane as well, it can be difficult for you to group with your team. And also, I feel like that level 6 gank, even with the cleanse, you might just die because a lot of the time, it will just start with the Vial as we have a pause. Very unfortunate.
Yep, the Pause Championship Series. Now I wonder, so we do see the junglers here both starting top as I did suspect would happen. I wonder if it'll be full clears. It does look like there is a ping towards those Krugs at the moment from Frank, so it does look like Sejuani looking to full clear. Don't know yet about Vi, but unfortunately, we are back into a pause.
Unfortunately so, and I think you would expect the junglers to skip at least one camp, I think, on the way to bot, because it feels like whichever jungler gets to bot first potentially can look for some sort of setup. Now, I guess that if you're on the side of Frank here, you're the ones that have the gank set up, right? Like, the Lucian Nami is probably not going to set up ganks too early in the game, so maybe the Sejuani going to the Krugs is actually fine. I mean, apparently it is just a microphone issue for Nesty, so not going to be as long as the previous one. We return to the game. It's weird that set up there a minute and 58. Feels a lot longer than that.
Absolutely does. As we see priority given to Eminem and Kaiwing early, which, while it's not overly surprising just through Kallista's level 1 power, and nice trade here in mid already. Pretender using that level advantage, getting huge health trade-offs to Nesty. He might even have to look to recall here, as Hollow could look mid if he so chooses.
Low health bars for both of them, and that could be a place that you look. Obviously, there is that charm that can come out of Nesty and Frank. They're the ones that are controlling this bot wave. Hana, he skips his Grom, so it's going to be down here a little earlier. And there's a ping onto Nesty. I wonder if Hollow is going to maybe play for some sort of dive. Could flash over the wall, but it is quite difficult. Cassie normally puts 2 points E at level 3, so won't have the miasma. Does drop the ward, though. She might have miasma here, actually, given how low Nesty is.
Okay, is looking, but importantly, Hana in the area, charm dodge, so we'll just back off from that situation. But now Kaiwing invading, getting super aggressive onto Hana now. We'll find him out at these Raptors as Hana looks to back off, and so much pressure here given to mid lane as we see Eminem actually early recall on the Callista.
It does just go for that reset while Kaiwing roams around the map, so pretty efficient use there of the tempo. And Pretender has himself a pretty solid lead already with the wave pushing back to him as well. Probably can't just go for the base TP here and will ensure himself a favorable wave state. Nesty actually might need to be a little careful here. If he TPs back to the wave, which he does, there was a potential, I think, for Kaiwing to go mid, but instead chooses to go back and help Callista with the spot wave. Hana is, I believe, spotted on this ward. It should be spotted, but will definitely be spotted now. He's just going to come in here.
Ooh.
Well, currently has the bot prior, but they're recalling.
Hollow will be able to pick up this blue as Hana retreats back. I wonder what he's looking bottom. Will be spotted there. There is no jungle available down here, so maybe just helping them push in this wave as Cascada looks for an aggressive trade. Won't find too much damage onto Kaiwing, but is able to now get bone plating away from Eminem.
Yep, looks like this wave will be crashed. Another huge trade coming out mid. Nesty must have wasted the charm. Anytime charm is used in this matchup, Kasu can look extremely aggressively. But go forward at the wrong time and you can find yourself charmed under a tower. Trades coming out on top side as well. Hanabi's actually got himself a nice lead already. Looks like Solico must have gone for some sort of cheater recall early. Has got a base off and hasn't used TP. Low health bars mid again. So we kind of thought bot would be the volatile lane, but there's so much pressure around mid. Hana might queue into this bush.
Looking, but would be dangerous being that Hollow is already set up there. Actually going back now, Charm lands onto Pretender just outside of tower range as Guardian proc will keep him nice and topped up. Hollow now going to have to block this Q. Will do so, and Pretender does get away here. But importantly, Nesty now able to push this lane in, and not going to be a very good recall timing, for Pretender.
Well, I think they can both reset. It might not be the worst, but I mean, it's nice, I guess, the Pretender is bringing so much pressure mid. Does kind of alleviate pressure on the other lanes, although Hollow's kind of been forced to match. Yeah, though, with this bot priority, they are starting up this drag. And I would be sort of surprised if DCG try and contest this, but the way they're positioning kind of suggests they want to. It is just a 3v3, but one that I think favors Frank. As they do, why is he back away? I'm not sure what they were looking for. I guess they managed to take away a pink, but that is the first drag that goes the way of Frank. And I think if you can pick up drags as a team with Kalista, that definitely feels good, right? You're not really relying on ultra late game scaling. And it does mean that you do use your bot priority there.
Yeah, and with 5 minutes 30 being the time taken for that dragon, that means we could have a potential very, very early soul on our hands, maybe around the 21 to 22 minute mark.
It is DCG, though, that have themselves a very small edge in this early game in terms of gold, and that is just off the back of CS leads in ADC and top lane right now. I feel like it might be equalized, though, when that wave does crash. ST, now level 6, should be able to play this matchup a lot better. Does just have the ability to disengage, and as he gets more AP, we'll be able to just wave clear these waves out. Has the Ignite picked up as well, so is going to have very strong 2v2. Hollow's looking mid.
Yeah, Charm does land. A nice chunk there onto Pretender. With Charm down, he's trying to look aggressively, especially having Hollow in that wing. Unfortunately, will not land that Q.
Yeah, Messi has to move quite far up for the creeps. Q does connect.
Just finding a trade. Ooh. Nice use of the Miasma, and Spirit Rush is forced now, so low health on Ari, as well as no more ult available, but Orca's in the area. We'll be able to top him up a little bit, but no mana available at all for this Ari is going to make it really problematic for as this wave crashes.
It will, and I think that Ari's a champ that normally is able to move around the map in 2v2 pretty effectively, especially after 6. So if Pretender can manage to just lock him in this lane, it really stops Nesty from being able to do what Nesty does best and impact the map. Obviously, still will have the potential in teamfights to look for those charms, especially on Kalista, who does not have the cleanse. But it's tough, the fact that you can't get your Ari out of this lane. I'm not even sure if you can look mid here as Hana, because you're just so far behind in this 1v1. Nesty doesn't really have the mana to contest it. Even if you do ult the Cassio, I'm not sure she'd actually end up going down. Kaiwing, he's pathing back onto the map. He's going straight back bot, already has vision around mid, but can maybe path there instead. And there is pings onto the red buff here for Hana, so he's going to grab that up as Nesty goes for a reset. I wonder if Hollow can just start this up. Knowing that Nesty is recalled, this should be free, I would think, although Hanabi, maybe he's going to look for it.
He's going to find it out, but it's quite a lot more health than Hanabi. Does have ultimate available too, so we'll have quite a lot of damage. Pretender now walking up there to ensure this Rift Herald is taken nice and neatly. It will be Rift Herald now going to the side of Frank as well. So early advantages being found by the side of Frank. Gold stays relatively even, but it is slightly favoring Frank.
With this Herald, I think you have to feel should probably be used bot side. They're looking mid. Nesty does not have ult.
Does have flash available. Hook will land here. Is going to have to flash, but with this Ren that's building up, it will be Ren. First blood to Eminem, and Kaiser is already on the board.
And Kaiwing, he's very happy about that. Yeah, it's a Kalista, but hey,
yeah, whoops.
They're all the same to me. Eddie carry bias, of course, here on the PCS. Play. Ooh, does it go to Criscata? No, I don't think he actually got the play. It's kind of hard to tell, but I don't think he ended up getting the goal from it. But that's pretty funny there. I mean, Pretender, he was actually recalling, I believe. Meanwhile, his bot lane comes mid and kills his laner for him. So they do grab first blood, and there's a really nice roam from Kaiwing, punishing the fact that Nesty did not have that ult and probably wasn't expecting it. Didn't flash the Nort hook. Did just lead to his death.
Yeah, that's huge for sort of how this game can play out now, though. Getting that 400 gold onto your Kalista can really make problems going forward. As well as just such a massive lead already built up for Cassiopeia in this 1v1.
Yes, is definitely looking good for her. And getting towards the Catalyst now, it does feel like the window to gank mid has pretty much completely closed. I think even now the Ari Vi just might not bring enough damage. They have a lot of lockdown, but you know, not the damage that you normally see paired with Vi. A lot of the time with Vi, you pick stuff like the Veigar or the Syndra that can just provide, you know, huge amounts of damage. Even the Talia, the Ari, it does provide effective follow-up in the fights, but not the same level as damage as you'd expect from the other champs.
Ooh,
Might
Hana
see.
looking, does have ult available, will use it onto this Callista. Callista getting very low, Fate's call used now, will find the knockup, but Hana picking up a kill now on Eminem. Hollow coming down, Glacial Prison will go wide, but it was useful in making sure Kaiwing survives. So a kill returned is onto the Vibe, perhaps not who you exactly want it to be on, but does remove Callista from the map now, giving some free farm to Chris Carter.
Yeah, it looks like Cascada doesn't actually manage to pressure the plates, is instead pressuring the Dragon. Now, I'm not sure this... Ooh.
Kaiwing now going to get caught out. That's a second kill now found for Hana. This will be Dragon also most likely picked up from DCG, although Hollow is walking up here.
Yeah, I think this might actually be contestable. It depends how hard they want to play for it, but maybe look for the fight
now
after.
As strong as Eminem, well, we'll find an initiation here. Will they be able to find the kill? It is smited away from Hollow, as well as kill picked up. Now it is a 1-for-1, 3v2 left on the map. Hollow flashes over the wall, but that is not the way to your base. Is he going to be able to find a way out? He actually does have that empowered recall at the moment, so likely will.
Yeah, I think it would have been too much time there for them to chase. So really, really well played from Frank. Managed to make that a 1-for-1 and end up stealing away the Dragon. Importantly, I think Hanabi walked away from top as well. So it was a plate that did go to solo kill there. You're maybe a little worried, though, about the Callista in this game. Is very, very far behind. And it's not the end of the world because you still have a lot of DPS that can come out from the Casio. But it's going to be real hard for, I think, Callista to do anything. It was the flash engage that came out from Pretender on the Casio. Lockdown, took out the jungler nice and early, but Eminem honestly just didn't have a way to play that fight, didn't have any sums, and so was just engaged upon by Nesty very early. Nice flash out from Hollow as well. Well, Herald just goes mid, so putting all their eggs in the Pretender basket and gets the rower at 12 minutes, and Nesty's probably never seen that before.
Nice, does pick up the plates here too, and you have to be a little bit worried though, because now this Callista's so far behind, it feels like Cassiopeia will be almost certainly the target of these Vi ults. And a lot of your gold is on this Cassiopeia. Obviously hasn't picked up a kill yet, but with that assist, the 30 CS lead, and a couple of tower plates to his name, it's going to be quite far ahead of the Uri.
Yeah, it was very, very strong. And I think he might... Oh, dodges out the charm. That was potentially risky, but very nice dodge there from Pretender. And I think that he is maybe ahead enough that Vi still has to think twice about ulting him. Is going to be extremely tanky. And if he itemizes either the Steris or the Rylai's next, or even the Zhonya's, it's going to be pretty hard to go on. It's definitely going to need to kind of have someone around to provide follow-up damage, because it's very, very difficult to get through that health all on your own. The wave now is going to get crashed here by the side of DCG. Kaiwing's looking very aggressively. Hollow's in the area as well. Hana, I don't believe, has been spotted. He's wisely staying out of vision. I believe that ward spots Hollow returning to mid. Nesty needs to be a little careful on this mid wave. He has ult, but does not have cleanse for the Sedge ult. So if he does get caught, like, he will wisely back away. And it is Ari going for the Liandry's, which I think is a pretty good pickup, honestly. There's a lot of health stackers on the enemy team. Hanabi finds himself with a pretty nice lead here up in top side. You know, has been quietly kind of scaling away up here. 20 CS lead for himself. 2 minutes on the next drag, which is, you know, as you said, extremely early into this game. Was picked up at 5:30, the first one. And that's pretty early to have to contest this as the side of DCG. Well, I think you do kind of have the advantage in bot lane for now. The rest of your map is not really at the point where they want to fight, right? No Mythic yet on Nesty. And I'm not sure if Hanabi is like strong, but it's not really hitting the stride that Gwen does as you do later in the game. Culling comes out.
Okay, Culling comes out onto Kaiwing. It will be cease and desist used onto Pretender here, but is alive for now. Charm importantly follows it up as he is going to go down. It is Chris Carter who finds that kill. Can Eminem find anything now as solo kill arrives a bit too late? A lot of damage found so far onto Nesty. Hook will land. He is going to go golden. Kaiwing does go down. Solo kill finds a 4-man knockup. It's only Eminem alive, but ultimately 4-for-1 in favor of DCG. Attention now towards this Rift Herald.
DCG just annihilate Frank in that fight, and I think the main thing that kind of led to that is the fact that Cassio does not have the flash. So it was just Vi ulted, and despite there not being immediate follow-up, there's really no way for her to kite out of that. And I think a very important fight for Nesty as well. Managed to pick himself up a couple kills and now becomes a very credible AP threat in this game, especially with that Leander he's picked up. And despite being so far behind, managing to get that fight win, puts him ahead in gold, grabs himself the Herald, and now they should be feeling very good about fighting this third drag. As we'll see, initial engage, I feel like the culling being used on the Kaiwing does mean there's no immediate damage fallout for Pretender, but you can see knocked up twice here, then charmed, repeatedly CC'd, and with no flash to get out, despite being fed, didn't have the opportunity to deal any damage. And once that Cassio's gone, you can see how little damage Eminem does at this point. Even with the hook connecting there from Kaiwing, there just is nothing to back it up. Solo kill, on the Cassante, you kind of saw the same thing happen to Driver, where it's not the damage threat that you really need. But now, next fight, Pretender, he does have to flash, and so does Callista. The Dragon spawning, and I think it's most likely going to be a trade. Pretender is just staying top, does not have the TP, so they're going to trade top tier 1, give over this first Dragon.
Yeah, so DCG are going to now start to find the first Dragon for themselves, and honestly, Chris Carter is so far ahead of Eminem now. Did importantly pick himself up the kill onto Nesty during that fight, but it's just... I think we're going to see maybe what we saw kind of in that game number 2, where it's just going to be so hard now for the side of Frank to ever contest these mid-waves, and it's just going to be DCG getting priority over every objective as long as they don't make any major misstep.
Herald does go over to mid, and like you said, with the accelerated Lucian Nami, just feels so difficult to ever contest that mid wave. And while you do perhaps get pressure on the side with the Cassio, I think solo kill should be falling behind versus Gwen. So you can only get priority on one side of the map and no priority on mid, which just makes it so hard to ever actually make any proactive plays.
Culling used here is finding a lot of damage on Team NM. It was Gale Force committed as well, so that will be down for the next 90 seconds, but nice trade on Team NM now. He will likely look for a recall. You have to feel a little bit of sustain. Perhaps actually a honey fruit, it looks like.
Yeah, and that mid tower probably can't remain too much longer. Both mid towers are actually very low, but it should be DCG who get priority on almost every single wave. And the gold, once again still remains very even. Something we've just seen, from these teams pretty much all series long is that even when the game ends up being quite snowbally later on, at least initially, the teams stay kind of neck and neck for a long time. And I think it was game number 3 that, even 30 minutes into the game, the gold was still completely even.
Yeah, absolutely. It is 7 kills to 3, but I think largely because of Cassiopeia's almost 50 CS lead in this middle lane, actually keeps the gold completely even now as Eminem finishes that wave.
He's got 2 items on the Cassio very early as well, and I believe he also got the first tower gold on the top side. So he's very accelerated here, and I think, certainly for good reason that they're putting the kills towards him. But
Hollow
Engage...
in trouble. Will commit tidal wave for now. It does look like he might be able to get, although Hana recommitting. He will use cease and desist onto Hollow. How long can Hollow survive here? He is trying to flash away. Will get the Sejuani dash, but ultimately goes down to Nesty with that Q.
Nice pick there. Coming out of the side of DCG, managed to get that one pretty much for free, and it was Hollow's flash that was used. And no flashes used from the side of DCG, perhaps showing why this Vi has been pretty much permanently banned by every team that's come up against it. Decides immediately after playing against it, we're not doing that again. 2 minutes 30 though, on this next Dragon. One that I think will potentially make or break the game. Frank, if they lose another team fight, could be in a rough spot. It could definitely be a Baron picked up by the side of DCG, and Hanabi has been quietly scaling very well into this game. Second item, maybe looking towards the Nashes or the Cosmic or even the Zonyas. Lots of options here for him.
Yeah, and I think 2 minutes away from this Dragon, eyes start to be towards, I think, Pretender, right? To look to be this carry for the team and get them through this. I think the majority of the gold that's keeping them within touching distance is on him. Eminem will probably be able to go back and pick up an item here. I don't know if he'll go for the likes of the Gwinsus or perhaps the Runans, being that he is against quite short range. Have to see what he picks up here. I imagine it will only be components for now.
Yeah. I wonder if Pretender... Okay, I was about to say,
Gwinsus.
if he picks up a stopwatch ahead of this fight, which he does, I think that's very important because that pretty much takes away Cassio as an ult target. So you have to go on the Callista, but that's when the Cassio really shines. Colin
Okay.
does come out.
Should be a honey fruit somewhere around though, knowing that it is the chem tank.
Yeah, and I think Cassio should be able to lifesteal some of that back anyway. Looks like he found a honey fruit in that top river. And that's culling down. I think should be up in time for Dragon as a bot tower falls there. Nesty is pushing in. Pretender, you know, he commits TP to mid very, very early, which means that he is grouped perhaps earlier than he needs to. Little bit of poke still coming out of Cascada. For once though, Frank are the ones in control of the mid wave. And Baron is up. Hanabi, he has himself a flank.
Yeah, Frank with the Callista and also this Cassio do have immense amounts of Baron damage if ever given time to hit it. It will be Guinsoo's also, that Eminem's opting towards, and that'll just offer more damage in these fights. Kaiwing takes a big chunk there from Nesty. As Hollow goes wide on the Glacial Prison, Orca should be fine to walk away. Will use Tidal Wave. So a couple of big ults now down from both sides. It's fairly even, all things considered. 2 cleanses available for DCG. It is both Nesty and Cascada, the 2 carries with cleanse available, but not much to cleanse left, knowing that the Glacial Prison is down, as Kaiwing getting pretty aggressive here, and Bubble will not connect onto solo kill.
Oh, Hook's going so close, and Frank, they managed to regain control of the river. This actually looks pretty good for them. I don't think that there's a good engage that can come out of Hana here.
Nice job from Solo Kill to tank up so much of this damage. It is the culling now committed.
This is looking better and better for Frank.
It is, and Eminem is going to be so hard to contest. As we see, cease and desist here is going to be used on Pretender. He goes gold at the last minute. It might be a little bit too late. Eminem finding as much damage as possible. Does take down one. Looking for the chase here onto Nesty. He's getting engaged on Hanabi, doing so much damage as Solo Kill and Hollow try to get it back. It is going to be 1 traded over, but it's a 2. Actually, 5. No, actually Eminem lives, so it is eventually, a 4 for 2 in favor of DCG. It looks like Dragon will be taken, and Eminem eventually does go down here.
An absolutely heartbreaking team fight there for Frank. I feel like they should have won that. They managed to bait out pretty much all the important cooldowns, and Pretender, he had everything he needed to be able to survive that fight, but he walked so close up that he didn't actually manage to stopwatch because he was locked in a CC chain. If he had been positioned further back, as we'll kind of see here, you know, could just stopwatch before the Vile goes off, but you can see is in flash Q range, and it's just almost dead before he gets the stopwatch off, and I think that's just such a massive individual misplay. That's your main DPS threat taken down, and Eminem, he really does what he can, but can't deal with Hanabi on the Gwen whatsoever. And so ultimately it is DCG that just run down the remaining members of Frank, and I think with that team fight loss, the fact that Cassio both burned Flash and Stopwatch and they still hard lost the fight means that the next fight is going to be even more difficult.
Yeah, 4-0-8 now for Cascada on the Lucian. He's looking so strong, and from how bad it looked for this Ari early game, 4 kills, 2 deaths, 7 assists, he's maybe behind a little bit on Cassiopeia, but certainly wouldn't be by much now.
Maybe. Another
Nesty, charms on Kaiwing, Hook will not land. Yeah, Pretender again getting engaged on here by the Vice. Cease and desist use. Pretender is alive for now. Nesty so low, but Zhonya's will be committed. Eminem now using Face Call to find a little bit of peel here as Hanabi in the middle of the team, all out from Solo Kill. Hanabi now going forward, as is Nesty. It looks like another team fight win will go the way of DCG as Eminem inevitably goes down as well.
And this should be the Baron as well. I don't think there's any universe in which Frank can contest this. Once again, Pretender is kind of caught way too far up. And despite the fact that he lived, you know, it means he's so low and he can't actually DPS for the rest of the fight. And this game looks all but over. I don't really see a way for Frank to come back in this because, you know, Callista just won't deal the damage and Pretender will be the target for every remaining fight. And initially here, I mean, Pretender, he face checks the Vi Q and just spends, again, so much of this team fight locked up. And when he finally gets the DPS, gets hit by the Nami wave. They did manage to get damage on the Nesty, but he just Zhonya'd. And you can kind of see that while Cassio, she does damage, but she doesn't get the opportunity to. Really just not good enough positioning here, back-to-back from Pretender. If he wants to carry this game for his team, needs to do better than this. And another team fight win here for DCG brings them to a 6,000 gold lead. And with this, is this Dragon live? I don't think it is live.
No, certainly doesn't look like it, but it should be up in the near future, you'd have to think. And Honestly, you just need a better performance out of Pretender, it feels like. You see Eminem in these fights, he is doing pretty much as he possibly can from the tools he's given, but Pretender is dying so early in these fights as Eminem taking a lot of damage to the culling. Hollow will come and block off some of that for him.
Got 142 gold from First Strike on that one, which does feel pretty nice. Top tier 1 falls, and I think the mid tier 2 should not be long for this world either. Pretender manages to trade something back on bot side, probably still has the majority of his team's gold despite not having any kills. But I don't think we might have the Zhonya's in time, but it really just feels like too little too late now. You had to win that initial fight with the stopwatch, and the fact that you didn't, means DCG running away with this game. They break open the mid, and now, only 26 minutes in, are knocking on this inhib. Doesn't quite go down though. They're forced away from the side of Frank.
Yeah, and Solo Kill doing a nice job here to delay any further turrets going down as we see what looked like an attempt at a fight there onto Hollow. He will get away and happily go back to his base to heal back up. And I want to see Pretender's items. We haven't seen it yet, but it's very important to know if he has the Zhonya's again.
I think he might have the Zhonya's now. I honestly don't feel like it matters that much now, though. They're just so far behind in gold that even if Pretender survives, I think the rest of the fight just kind of folds around him. We'll see, though. The inhib didn't actually manage to break, but it was so much gold there picked up by the side of DCG. It looks like the Dragon Timer is broken, but we can see on the map it's spawning in less than a minute here. So DCG should be able to get here early and kind of set this up. Nesty, he's got himself both a Zhonya's and a Banshee, so it's going to be almost impossible to kill.
Zhonya's is available for Pretender here, and importantly, they've already set up, so it shouldn't be any face checks from this Cassiopeia getting him caught out. Going in, this could be dangerous. Kaiwing will land it onto the... There is a stopwatch down from Hana. Can we see a team fight win here? Pretender joining now is the majority of this team's damage. What can he find? Low health bars coming over to Frank, honestly, at this point. Charm lands onto Solo Kill. He's so low already on this Cassante. Cascada finds a lot of damage as there is a bit of a disengage. Dragon coming up so shortly. Vi finds the initiation again onto Pretender. Zhonya's is too late. What can Eminem do? Looks like nothing against the Gwen. It is going to be more members here of Frank going down to Nesty's Ari, and it looks like the game could possibly just end. Eminem doing his best, but quadra kill. Are they going to look for the Penta here? Definitely is possible. Kaiwing is going to be spotted out here. Hana leashing it for Nesty. He actually flashes away, but he won't be long for this world. Give it to Nesty. Give him the Penta. Will it come through? Shielding up, and it will here. It is the Penta kill eventually for Nesty, and the game for DCG. We're going to game number 5.
I cannot believe it. 3 days in a row, it goes to frickin' game 5. How hype is it for all of the PCS teams, man? I mean, once we got those LCO teams out of the way, it's been nothing but great series. And oh my god, I mean, Nesty, right? He fell so far behind in the laning phase, as it's kind of somewhat typical for him, right? But then, and again, typical Nesty fashion, massively outperforms in the 5v5s, and Pretender, I felt like it was a difficult game for him for sure, but I think there was a moment at that, I want to say, third Dragon fight where he had the flash and the stopwatch, and if he could have survived that fight, maybe there was a way for Frank to win, but unfortunately just didn't position well enough. Again, admittedly, it is difficult, but unfortunately, they let that slip through their fingers, and now game 5, both teams, if they lose this, they're just gone. They're eliminated from playoffs. Yeah, and the winner will advance.
We could possibly have what is our second seed coming into this playoffs be the first team eliminated out of all the PCS teams, which is kind of interesting to feel. They look so good in that regular season, but falling apart it seems.
Yeah, really insane from Frank, right? I wonder what's going to go on in game number 5. Now, one thing I will quickly say is that I believe Blue Side has won every single game of the series, and it is Frank who gets side selection for game 5. And I think to no surprise, they will probably choose the Blue Side. So we'll have to see if DCG can find a way to win on the red side, because I think that is going to be so important for them. And I mean, looking back at the draft, I feel like the Callista, it didn't really pay off, to be honest. And while the Casso, I think, was good in theory, unfortunately just wasn't executed well enough, despite having a great early game for himself. Didn't play the team fights very well, and I think that, looking towards Game 5, probably the vibe will be gone once again. I don't want to see that again.
No, the vibe kind of... I honestly think vibe for MVP this
yeah,
game.
100%.
Like, found Pretender, I think, like 4 fights in a row. And, I mean, part of that was definitely Pretender not positioning well. I mean, for him, you compare his game number 1 on LeBlanc to this game on Cassiopeia. It looks like an entirely different player to me. But, yeah, I know, game number 5 coming up. And, I mean, going into it, they are on what seems to be the weaker side of the map in the current patch, at least. So you do have to worry for them, but they're showing such signs of life. And honestly, I didn't really have much faith in them coming into the series, but now they could take it.
They really could. I think I predicted Frank 3-0 for this series. In fact, pretty sure I predicted DCG getting eliminated by Bliss, actually 3-1. So they're definitely defying expectations. And I think my predictions for one are just in complete shambles. But hey, we don't need them anymore. Yeah, I mean, Game 5, it really just does come down to that side selection, right? We keep kind of harping on about it, but the fact that Red Side hasn't won a single game in this series, I think, is pretty telling. And a lot of that, I feel like, does just come from the top matchup as well, right? Because I feel like Solo Kill honestly was pretty invisible in that game. We were kind of saying that, Eminem perhaps didn't quite find his mark and Pretender perhaps threw his lead, but Solo Kill, someone who throughout the entire regular season was such a massive part of this team, and we just didn't see him at all in this game, whereas Hanabi was kind of just, completely running him over.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a good showing, but I believe we are now actually going to go to a break. So come back for game number 5 and enjoy Silver Scrapes.
Wait, there was no post-game?
You got me waiting all night long. You got me now confused. Cause you are beautiful. I'll hold it down. You got me wrapped up all night long. Like a bite of a passion fruit. That's what you are.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅的全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs, brought to you guys by Riot Games, carry live and sponsored by iHotel. Game number 5 now between DCG and Frank, the loser of which is eliminated, and it's the 3rd day in a row now that has gone the full distance. I mean, PCS fans are really eating out here because it's been some insane series, and even ones that we thought might be, 3-0s or 3-1s have gone the distance, and couldn't ask for anything more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is really showing. Now we're at a stage where we're seeing so many different picks. I mean, obviously the Kennen in that one series, and now we've seen Callista and Cassiopeia. It didn't look the greatest, but I mean, there were definitely signs of it being able to be a workable thing. It just, you feel like Pretender may have misplayed quite a bit there to have pretty much lost his massive lead he gamed early, but. What do you look for here now that we come into this game number 5? I mean, it's all on the line now. There's no hiding potential picks. You have to just play what you think is going to get it done. So first run me through for DCG. What do you think they're going to look for?
I think maybe DCG, if you can use this red side 5P to get something good for Hanabi, that might be the place to go, as we will enter the champ select here. And I think on the side of Frank, you're really just looking, I think, to get a good matchup once again for your bot lane. It feels like bot lane has kind of been the place to look, and they've experimented a lot, right? We saw the Callista come through, but ultimately just was not the play. And I wonder, Vi's banned away again. Xayah is up and available. Will we see, the Sedge is banned too, so it looks like Xayah is the most likely first pick. Okay, so on the side of DCG, what do you match this with? I mean, the Gragas is open, as well as can take away the Rakan, even the Zeri Lulu is up. Lots of options that can come through.
Yeah, I mean, we've only seen one pick, but I'm already liking the draft for Frank, honestly. Eminem looks so good on this in his last series, and looks like the answer is heading towards that Zeri Lulu most likely. Wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in, so it's going to probably be Zeri Lulu versus Xayah Rakan, and that is quite an exciting way to sort of end out this series.
Yeah, and I think if we do end up with Xayah Rakan versus Zeri Lulu, that's kind of like both teams going for absolute Exodia in Game 5. Feels like those team comps are so hard to beat. The Zeri Wukong is the lock in here, and that does mean that it's going to be a different jungler. No Vi, Sedge, Wukong available for Hollow now. Could just be the Maokai again. And Nautilus is actually the hover, so maybe don't want their Rakan.
Is good against the Zeri, importantly, so I do kind of like that. Yeah. It does take away a bit of lane pressure, but ultimately in these team fights, it's so hard to lock down the Zeri, and Nautilus just offers one more way to do it, especially since you have lost that Vi option.
Yeah, so now, do you go for a jungler or do you just drop it? I mean, maybe pick up Syndra early could actually be a play, or alternatively, I mean, if you do want a jungler, Maokai is something that you can just grab, and it looks like that is the way they're going to go. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a Syndra later on in the draft, though. I think it's one of the best champs dealing with the Zeri. So now you'd have to feel like should be the Lulu locked in. Would be very surprised not to see it.
Yep, most likely will be, and I wonder, we've seen obviously the Maokai already twice, I believe, out of Frank. Maybe 3 times actually, come to think of it. And all times it was the tank Maokai. I wonder if they looked to make it the solo AP. And I mean, we've seen Pretender's Yone. It looked okay. It did get a bit behind, but it would be pretty cool to see here in the game number 5 to spice things up a bit, make it a lot more exciting. Hanabi obviously having a really good game on it earlier in this series, sorry.
DCG, do you ban away the Taliyah? I mean, you have, maybe Taliyah Syndra could be your bans, or alternatively target AD mid, something like the Trist could be good, but yeah, okay, so they do go for the Trist, which is pretty much the only solid AD mid blind left. There is still obviously the Yone, it's a bit harder to blind. I think it is maybe a little bit blindable up against the SC's Champool though. So Frank, what do you target here in your second phase bans? A lot is relying on these last 4 picks here. I think maybe just targeting some of that easy teamfight AoE. Yeah, they take away the Gragas, which I think is a very solid takeaway. There aren't many flexes remaining here, so that makes it a bit easier to get at least one winning solo lane out of your 4-5 here. And looks like it will be a second mid ban most likely. And I mean, or you could go towards the Jax again, because the Gragas and Kennen are both gone. Okay, so it is the Gnar banned away instead. Solico did look very, very good on that.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And now you're looking for this 5th ban here from Frank. Will they look to take away more mid laners, do you perhaps think? Or maybe even top laners?
Maybe ban Gwen, to be honest, because it's, I think, one of Hanabi's best counters along with the Gnar. I think it would allow you to blind these tanks a little bit easier. They ban the Ahri instead, which it does, again, kind of take away some of the blinds. Taliyah is being hovered, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it picked up, but it would perhaps open up a Syndra pick. Okay, so the Veigar is locked in, and I have to think this should be answered with some sort of mage. Personally, I prefer Syndra. They could go for the Yone, but I think it would be, honestly, kind of a weird choice. I don't think it does particularly well against this comp. Taliyah I'd be down for as well. I think Syndra offers you the most range, but Taliyah also, you just want something that deals damage with the lockdown that Nautilus can bring. Going back towards the Yone though, onto the Syndra, lock that in. Okay, going towards the Jax, I mean, I like that. The Jax answers were taken away, and it is just locked in. Wonder if it'll be a Scion from Hanabi in the last pick, but I think if it's Jax Syndra, I'm really liking the direction that Frank are going.
Absolutely, yeah, and have good ways to get onto Hanabi, do they, so far. Pretender has looked phenomenal on the Taliyah. I wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in. And I think importantly, we haven't touched on it, but Veigar's looked pretty weak thus far in the playoffs. So I wonder, I'm not sure about the Veigar pick personally. It is likely to be this Jax vs Cassante matchup in the top. We've seen it time and time again, and as we've said before, it tends to just solo kill each other out at some stage, although now hovering over to this Jax, this would make team fighting extremely good for DCG.
Is Scion something that's been played as well? Looks like he's currently choosing between the Cassante and Ornn. I think the Cassante is probably just the most solid pick overall, but I mean, I think both teams pretty much have exactly what they want, right? You've got Pretender on the Taliyah, finally gets solo kill, back on some carry potential. You've got the lockdown for the Zerix. Everything's looking good for Frank, but on the other side, you have an immense team fighting composition that's coming out here from DCG. Just such strong scaling as well with the Zeri, Lulu, and the Veigar. Getting through the early game might be tough, but if they can, certainly have the scaling to back it up.
Yeah, but likewise, Frank definitely... I mean, both teams really here have a lot of scaling. I don't think there's any particular favourite out of these two compositions, and I do think I favour the draft for Frank here simply because they will almost entirely have pressure over this mid lane. The entirety of the game, really. Xayah tends to get it as well as Taliyah, so that's been an important factor in all of our games so far in this series, and I think with their draft, they are going to most likely maintain that mid pressure, and Pretender has used this Weaver's Wall to like secure objectives constantly when he's been playing it, and I don't know, I like this from Frank. I feel like Frank are the favourites here, although I said that at the beginning, I didn't even expect it to go to Game 5. It certainly has, and DCG have been performing well above expectations.
They have, yeah, and I think it was, at the end of the split, we were kind of saying that DCG hadn't looked the strongest throughout it, but importantly did hit their stride at the very end, and we were kind of, wondering how would they look in playoffs. We weren't totally sure. Started off at that 6th seed and are now contesting Frank in Game 5, our 2nd seed. So what a return to form here for the side of DCG, as we will be getting onto the Rift for our 5th and final game today, the loser of which is eliminated from the PCS Spring Split Playoffs.
Absolutely will be, and for this, I expect to see a bit of pressure, especially considering you will likely have the Taliyah roam around the bot lane. I feel like bot lane has been so pivotal in all of these games, and it's just hard to ignore at this point, right?
Yeah, I think with the Veigar mid as well, you're not really expecting to get any priority. So there is always a potential for Pretender to kind of run down towards that bot side. There's actually Scorch picked up from Nesty, which is a little strange. Don't often see that on the Veigar, just because honestly can't proc it very often, but maybe just kind of wants to use it as his more defensive tool. Definitely a little strange.
Is going to be the phase rush again for the Maokai, and Grasp the Undying for Jax. So we do tend to see either Grasp or Lethal Tempo taken for this champion. He will have demolished this game, so may have a bit more pressure over the side lane as this game progresses, but so far we do see red start for Hana, as well as a Raptor start here for Hollow.
Everything starting off pretty normally. Doesn't look like we're going to see anything crazy in the early game. One thing I want to bring up as well is that Eminem has gone for the Ghost, which is obviously very good for the team fight, but not having Cleanse versus Veigar cage means if you do miss position once, can find yourself in a bit of trouble here. Also, Cruscata goes for the Cull. Knows that at least in this 2v2 should be fine. Orca, that could have been pretty problematic if he got hit by that. Cruscata was in the river warding, but does manage to dodge it out nicely.
Yeah, so again, we do see in this bottom lane, the push always tends to go towards the side of Zeri Lulu early, especially against Xayah if she doesn't have that pairing of Rakan. So things going as expected here, at least in this lane. I think across the board, we do expect to be a bit of a calm game. I mean, being that you are going to be eliminated if you lose this, you don't want to just go for something aggressive and lose the game just based entirely off that one play.
I certainly would not, especially with so much on the line. It is Pretender, though, who has a lot of priority in this mid lane, and maybe looking into bot river is Hollow. He drops a ward, and I think he's waiting for them to overextend, and he might actually look on the DCG's bot lane. Is spotted out on a ward, but is it too late?
Hana in the area too, though, so this could be potentially dangerous if overcommitted for, but will be okay to just back out as Hana walks into this area of the river as well. Looks like both junglers will be happy to just return back to farming.
Back to farming indeed. Although, drop some saplings around mid, which will give Pretender a little bit of safety. But I think the slower you can have this early game here, the better it is for the Veigar. Doesn't want to contest too heavily, especially not early. And this could even be a game where you look towards something like the Everfrost on the Veigar instead, just to kind of allow yourself to contest a bit earlier, because you already have so much scaling with the Zeri Lulu. Feels like just being able to contest a little bit earlier could be a good decision. There's that top scuttle there that is picked up for Hollow. And with Pretender, you know, getting priority over this mid lane, you're kind of not expecting any huge plays to come out pre-6, but like you said, once has that Weaver's Wall, can look towards bot lane. Maybe kind of turn that in their favor. And it's exciting again to see solo kill back on one of these carry champs. Has been unleashed from tank duty. And even in the Nara game, right? Where even though he didn't find the biggest lead in the early game, it was really in the mid game and in the team fights that he turned it on. So hoping for a repeat performance of that for him. Here up on this Jax once again.
Absolutely, and so far I believe Cassante hasn't won a game yet in this series, so for Hanabi, definitely wanting to turn that around, has opted for the Ghost, which I think at this stage is the more traditional rune to be taking on Cassante, although is sometimes the Flash. I'm not even so sure what the sort of reasoning for taking either of them are. I know Ghost probably better for team fighting, but
honestly, it just feels like Ghost is better overall to be... Oh, although Orca needs to be a little careful here. There are a lot of junglers around. Cruscata's on a ward. Yeah,
Cruscata getting really lippy here. He's going over. He's going to get hooked up straight away. Has to use his flash and cleanse. Climbing now, just trying to get away. So Ignite for the trade of both sons of Cruscata. Favors Frank definitely. And overextending quite a lot there was Cruscata.
I think Cruscata was trying to set up for his own jungler's gank. Was trying to bait Frank to walking forward and then dash through the wall. The problem was there was a ward though, and Hollow was in the area. And as a result, does lose both his sums. And ahead of the Talia hitting level 6, that can be quite scary. It does maybe open some sort of repeat gank opportunity onto bot side. Although top lane also was looking very vulnerable. Hanabi's quite low, but is now level 6. And Pretender moving up. Has to be careful though. He doesn't have his jungler nearby, and he's about to meet Hana with very low mana. Does get spotted out. We'll just go for the reset, so unfortunately nothing will come of this. We can just reset and TP back to mid. Nessie is going for that Rod of Ages. Does grab the Catalyst here. TP's back to mid as well, and if he can get priority here on this wave, could maybe stop the bot dive coming out. It is the tier 2 boots picked up by Pretender as well, so definitely wants movement speed. Kind of suggests that he does have a game plan of going towards that bot side.
Yep, Dragon on the map now. It is 6 minutes 30, which we've seen the Dragon pretty much be contested by the 7-minute mark every game.
Yeah, a lot of members here.
Yeah, 4 people now headed towards here. Vega Cage comes out. It will land onto Kaiwing. Hollow needing to flash away now. Lots of low health bars. Shove will connect onto the clone, but will there be anything more from this? It doesn't look like it, but good use of utility there to make sure Hollow has to flash away.
Was nice for sure, and the health bar is chunked out as well. Does again free up your bot lane to make sure they don't get punished while they don't have these sums. Despite Pretender having the priority over mid, wasn't able to really commit a whole lot to that fight. Did get the shove, but was just onto the Wukong clone. It looks like the drag window will be missed at least for now, but Herald is spawning in only 45 more seconds, and wouldn't be surprised to see some rotation up towards that. Solikill, though, he's getting a lot of pressure in topside and has the Sheen. So definitely wants to fight, and they're going to try regain this bot side. Looks like FAK Esports. There's a lot of wards to get through. They're going to grab at least a couple of them, but it looks like that pink, yeah, will survive, I would expect. I don't think Hollow feels very comfortable, although checks it with the sapling and now should be able to take it away. So it's a lot of bot side vision regained here for the side of Frank, but once again, you know, as is kind of typical for these teams, early game is remaining relatively even. They're starting up Dragon. They have mid and bot priority currently, so this looks like it will be the first one going over to the side of Frank Esports. Meanwhile, though, DCG, they can perhaps trade on the other side of the map, and it should be looking towards the Herald. Although, instead, I think Hana's going to look for camps or something. Maybe he's just trying to go for vision. Hollow, though, he's already kind of committing that Herald is gone, and it's going to maybe play for a bot play instead. Is, I think, only a couple creeps from 6? Okay, yeah, gets 6 through that creep. Might just try ult through the wall. Cleanse is almost up.
Looks like he will be backing. Notices that Rift Shield hasn't been started on, and maybe even looking to try and contest that as Hana trying to find something onto solo kill here. Solo kill has to be careful. He knows his jungler is no way near him. He's actually finding himself at an XP disadvantage now in this 1v1.
Yeah, he's a little far behind. And I think it was kind of surprising that Hana didn't just start the Herald. Because like it could have just been picked up. I'm not sure if he took away a camp there. Maybe it was the Gromp, but Solikill does need to be a little careful with how aggressive he gets. Obviously he has that flash. But now it feels like it's kind of back to Frank's turn to pressure the map, and it looks like Hollow is going to try play for something top, or maybe just wants to help crash this wave ahead of starting the Herald. He's going to ward Herald. Yeah, so this is spotted out as being started here. DCG, I don't think there's any way they can contest. They have Hana on the other side of the map, so while gold remains even, I think, you know, early game for Frank Esports is definitely going their way. I'm managing to get the major objectives using that prio.
Yeah, and this is just what kind of gets afforded to you when you do constantly manage to keep mid prio. And picking the Vega, again, I have to say, it hasn't looked so good in these playoffs. And this is kind of the reason, right? You've got an even gold at the moment, but with Dragon already going over to Frank and the Rift Herald, this really can create problems later on in this game.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure to give up in the early game. I do think if they can play around it, Vega looks very, very strong. But so often we've seen the Vegas either with poor itemization or just falling so far behind that the scaling doesn't really matter. And we'll have to see if Nesty can show us something different. He's kind of the king of some of these off-meta champs, so wouldn't be surprised if he's the one to make it work. And even, we kind of didn't even bring it up that much, but got himself a pentakill on the Ahri last game, excuse me, despite falling so far behind, so has certainly been performing well. I feel like we've had a lot of pentakills picked up in the PCS this split.
Yeah, we only had 1 during the regular split, and I think it's been 3 so far in the playoffs, I want to say. Possibly 4, but definitely 3 that I remember. And so a bit of a switch up, absolutely, for sort of how often we've seen these pentakills. Nice dodge out there by Chris Carter to ensure his safety as set up around this bot side, 2 minutes out from Dragon. You have to think Frank are going to look towards that, utilizing what Talia can bring you versus the Vega. Although Vega is a lot more sort of survivable now, having that first item completed.
And he has got that catalyst for himself and is very, very hard to take out. It's Frank who maintain control over this river, but they want to try get a Herald on bot. Looks like they're going to go for it now. Pretender's around. I wonder if he just walls them off the tower to kind of make sure the plates go down, but instead will return to mid. Herald is dropped in bot lane though. So there should be a little bit of gold going over to Eminem. He's going to try and crash this wave. I'm not sure if he's actually allowed to walk up to this tower. Does he get the gold? Looks like he does. Split between him and Hollow. It is a nice little injection there, but still the gold remains completely even. There's actually a slight CS lead for Hanabi in the top side, who is starting to bully out this matchup in the 1v1. Has himself the Mythic and also a solo kill on very low HP. Solo kill, he does have the TP, so probably can just look to reset here. It's definitely looking good for Hanabi.
Wonder if Divine Sunder is completable here, because that could definitely switch up how this matchup looks, but have to wait and find out. It is the Divine Sunder, so you have to feel like now Solo Kill will have a little bit more pressure to be able to apply in this top lane matchup.
It will be interesting to see where it goes from here. As we've seen so many times in the PCS, this matchup, even as it goes later on, can remain very volatile, right? Champ, you know, kind of solo kills traded between the two champs. DCG, though, they're entering the river ahead of this dragon spawn, only 30 seconds away now. Frank, though, they managed to crash the wave in time, so Cascada, he's going to have to go answer that. And it looks like Hollow, he's returning the bot side, so most likely will be a 4v4 contest. Both top laners have their TP down, so wouldn't be expecting them to join.
You definitely wouldn't. Probably more likely to just continue 1v1ing up there, and I don't suspect either of these teams really want to give over this dragon. Nesty has now completed Rod of Ages, so a little bit stronger on this Veigar, but still have to feel like he's not quite as strong as a Taliyah, even though no Mythic is yet completed.
It has the Sorks, and I think DCG are probably just going to give this one up, which is probably a fine decision. You don't have the Mythic yet on Cascada, don't have the top lane TP, so can't get Hanabi into this fight. It is two drags going the way of Frank now, so they have that very early dragon win condition and will force DCG to contest at only 18 minutes into this game, which is, it's a nice kind of point of leverage for you to have. But with the goal being completely even, you have to feel like that fight could be anyone's at this point.
Cascada needs to be careful here. There are 4 members of Frank down on this bottom side as he's actually playing pretty aggressively. Will that tower go down? Actually, we see Cyclone be used here onto Hollow. Wild Growth is well used. Nature's Grasp is used to sort of give Hollow any movement speed. Nesty will find the first blood actually with that Q on Veigar. Definitely not what you want for the side of Frank.
It's not, and that's an amazing amount of gold traded back. You know, gold was completely even, and now it's 900 towards the side of DCG, and I think the gold going on to Nesty with this Veigar pick is very good for him as well. We'll be interested to see whether he does itemize towards that Ceres or Rabadon second, because I think the Rabadon is a lot better. But it looks like Hollow and Pretender perhaps were just a bit too far up. We'll see. They were face-checking this bush, yeah, engaged on just by Hana, and then with the Veigar cage coming through as well, you know, Hollow is so low by the time he's able to flash out and spent a lot of time kiting while Nesty didn't have the cooldown ready. I think maybe if he just ran straight out, could have actually made it. But it's a pretty important swing, I think, and definitely bodes well for DCG fighting that third dragon, which could be extremely important, right? Because if Frank managed to get that, we'll kind of hold that dragon threat over them throughout the rest of the game. They don't, though. DCG are going to find themselves in a very nice position. Solo kill, perhaps starting to turn this matchup around. Is crashing waves, and Hanabi should cancel this recall, no? Okay, does not.
Doesn't have teleport available either.
Surprised he decided to pace. Felt like he didn't really need to, but Nesty is coming top. It feels like it's going to be quite late, though. This tower takes a lot of unnecessary damage here. Doesn't look like it's quite going to go down, but kind of questionable, I feel like. Does make sure to keep it alive here, does Nesty, and he
Kaiwing will only just miss out on Cascada, but will find the knock-up onto Orca as Hanabi now coming in mid, looking for Eminem. Nothing yet. Nature's Grasp also committed, so 2 big cooldowns down for the side of Frank. Do, importantly though, manage to get the heal and the Zeri ult off of DCG.
Yeah, I think this should be better for DCG around the Herald, though. I guess we're going to see who enters the river first. Frank, they're going to try control this vision. It can be very difficult to face check the Taliyah. Overall, though, you kind of have to feel like without those cooldowns, it does just go the way of DCG here. And I think Kaiwing, I really admire the attempt. Was very close to succeeding, actually. Unfortunately, though, didn't quite manage to catch Cascada. And that is the second Herald, which will be picked up for DCG. And I think ahead of the third Dragon, It's definitely a good look for them. They have their gold lead. They have the Herald to pressure as well. So mid tower, it's going to be taking a little bit of damage, and they don't quite have members in the area. Hana's looking for some sort of flank.
Yeah,
TP
we see teleport in. Hana B will find an all-out onto Hollow likely. Actually, not yet. Knockback found by Hollow as Kaiwing has gone in. Orca extremely low. There is no Zeri ult yet. Eminem does importantly have both his ult and flash available. They are, for the time being at least, kiting away. Rift Shield placed mid, looks for some damage towards this mid tower. Perhaps going to take it here.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp comes out. I think this tower might be okay. But they managed to keep it up at least for now. And they managed to get their mid tower taken as well. So gold once again remains pretty much completely even. Slight advantage here for the side of DCG, but third dragon in only a minute. It's going to be very, very important. And Pretender, he commits a TP bot. I wonder if he grabs this wave and then resets for item or something, because otherwise isn't going to get time to reset before the next drag.
He's got like no mana too. Interesting decision.
I guess he has ults. He can get back on the map in time, I think, if he really needs to. But I wonder, does he get an item or something off that? Because it's kind of a interesting TP. He's now going to go for the reset. Will be late towards this third dragon setup, but I think should be very strong. We'll see what item he ends up picking up. Probably just a rod, you would think. Let's see. Depends if he's building that tier into something or not. Meanwhile, though, yeah, okay, so it is a rod, and top tier 1 was picked up here by Solo Kill.
Yeah, so actually a hidden gold now.
Yeah.
Frank.
It's a pretty sizable lead now, especially because it's all on the Jax. 10 seconds, though, on this third dragon. I wonder, are DCG actually just going to give this up? It doesn't look like it, but they currently are late to mid-wave, and Nesty's catching a wave top. Hanabi, though, he's in that bot river. Does not have the Ghost available for this fight, which I think is very, very important. Same with Eminem, though. TP comes in from Nesty. They're looking to contest.
Have to look out for this Weaver's Wall. What can Pretender find here? Can he split up the team necessarily to be able to find a good angle? Eminem hasn't recalled, so he is a little bit behind on items than he possibly could have been. Okay, so tensions are high here. It feels like this could be something that decides the game. Flash actually forced out of Pretender. Good find from Nesty there to cage him up, and that's a massive cooldown gone for this Talia.
Hanabi, though, now has to answer the bot wave, and that gives Solo Kill the opportunity to push mid, which Chris Gardner will then have to answer. And I think overall that gives Frank the better position. They decide to start this up, and you'd expect the Weaver's Wall to be committed soon to help them secure this.
Yeah, it's going to commit, and it's going to keep Nesty and Orca away from this. Hanabi, though, really in there. As we see a fight start, Pretender does go golden. What can they find? Eminem in a really nice position to possibly get out some feathers. It is Dragon secured for the side of Frank. However, what do they lose? Solo Q extremely low. Will Eminem be able to find anything? Doesn't look like it. So it is 2 kills found now for DCG, but soul point for Frank.
Yeah, very, very close to, and I think fortunate for the side of Frank that Baron was not up and available. I think that could have been another teamfight victory for them, but unfortunately Pretender with a bit of a missed position. He comes off the wall and just gets immediately Vega caged, and obviously had lost his flash previously. Did not have the cleanse either, I think. Just swapped to it now, so that's very, very bad. I mean, it's still good for them because they got the soul, but I really think they could have won the team fight. The Weaver's Wall was very, very good. We'll take a look at this. So we kind of see them starting off. Weaver's Wall looks good, but he comes off this, doesn't walk far enough back before placing his E, gets caged, and while the stopwatch comes out, once again, it's after so much damage has already been committed, and without the flash, feels like we're kind of just seeing what happened to him last game. So he can't get out in time. Very important, though, that Frank managed to pick up that dragon, and also very important that this happened before the Baron spawn, because if that had been Baron for DCG, the game would have felt in a very rough spot. But now, oh, I like the little dance there. Now you always have the threat of Soul, right? Even if DCG managed to pick up the next couple dragons, all it takes is one teamfight misplay, and it will go the way of Frank. Now, Archangels is completed for Nesty, so not the Rabadons. Can't say I'm a fan.
Yeah, it isn't the Rabadons, and Navori will be finished so soon here for Eminem, and at that stage is when Zaya really starts to take over in these fights, and especially around the river where you can set up so many feathers and just completely negate the effects of all of the dive out of like the Zeri, the Wukong, and also the Cassante.
Looks like another tower will go down on the bot side, and Solo Kill, he's the beneficiary of a lot of this gold. Has now picked up 2 tower kills for himself. And it is 3 kills to 3 drags. Gold remains within 400 gold of each other. I'd be surprised if Solo Kill can get more done here, but Pretender's around with the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, we'll be able to find, not the stun actually, unstoppable for Hanabi. He's going to force the Ghost. Does take a lot of damage, but there's nothing really to find from this, as it does give a lot of river control possibly to the side of DCG. Tower down on top 2.
It does manage to trade something on the other side of the map there. TP committed from Pretender to go onto that top wave, and while he did get Hanabi's Ghost, I think it'll be up in time for the drag. If it's not though, it's actually a pretty big win. Navori now completed for Eminem and is going to be extremely strong in this next fight. Getting some pings around this Baron area. Maybe just want to make sure that the control is secured. I think if you're Frank, you want to make sure that you either get the drag or the Baron. You can't afford to give up a dragon and just do the Baron, but if you're the side of DCG, you definitely don't want a trade. You want to make sure that that Baron remains alive and you do secure yourselves the dragon. And it looks like Nesty will actually be going towards the Deadmans instead of the Rabadons, which I'm not sure if it's really necessary in this game, honestly. Obviously, having the movement speed does feel good, but it's so much damage you're missing out on by not itemizing the Rabadons on Vega. It's probably the single best item on the champ, given how much AP you get. Admittedly, does have a lot of damage on the rest of his team, though, so maybe just feels like he doesn't need it. It is only 1 minute and 20 seconds, though, until this 4th dragon. Skada's currently the one in the lead with the goal, but won't have enough for the Navori before this fight.
It is very close across the board.
Yeah, does remain very, very close. It is Solo Kill has almost 1,000 gold lead over his opponent here, but how much does it really mean? Can't really take a whole lot in the side lane, you feel like. We'll just come down to this team fight.
Does have Black Cleaver now though, so that could be massive in this upcoming fight. It will really allow him to do a lot more damage, and we've seen what Solo Kill can do when he gets a bit of damage, so 45 seconds out from this dragon. As it's the side of Frank, I mean, honestly, you don't want to, but I feel like the Dragon for Baron trade is a trade in favor of Baron, particularly when it is this Infernal Soul.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you can grab the Baron, it would be nice. Obviously, want to go for both. Eminem is getting looked at on the mid wave, and currently, Pretender is pushing top very far in, is now going to back off.
Has to be careful.
Yeah, should be fine here, but does not have the TP.
Coming, no flash now. Hanabi will find a nice engagement onto Hollow, who gets really, really low, is going to commit Nature's Grasp, but Cyclone to answer. Actually, it's now Hana that's very low. Kaiwing will commit that depth charge. Solo is going to get stunned up here as Cassante will also. Solo Kill so low. Cascada flashes forward. Is he going to be able to find anything? Not just yet, but that is priority over this dragon, and it will be going to the side of DCG.
Interesting. So Pretender decides to hard commit for the top tower and did not have the TP to come down. I am surprised that they decided to go for that, because it feels like you probably could have won that fight, honestly. The fight was pretty close, even though it was a 4v5. Now, Cascada did commit his flash, and so did Hana. It's not like it was for free, though. Hollow, Solo Kill, and Kaiwing also lost their flashes. I'm a little curious, though, why they felt like the top tier 2 was so valuable. Obviously, it's a nice gold injection, but are you really worried about that at that point? It feels like probably just playing for the flip on the Herald or on the Infernal might have been better. Ultimately, though, they decided to give it up. Maybe they want to try complete the Zonyas or something before the next fight. I have to see. I was kind of expecting that to end up being the real deal breaker in this game, but instead looks like we'll be waiting another 4.5 minutes. And it is nice, I think, when you do have the 3 drags, that it at least affords you the option to do stuff like that if you want. Try and get yourself a little bit more gold in exchange for that drag.
Yeah, you definitely have a lot more time up your sleeves than DCG do. They're forced to contest every dragon at this point, and as you said, Frank can opt to just try and take things in the side lane, even maybe be good to get that Lord Dominix on this Daya before fighting. Simply because she is, for the majority of the time at least, hitting Cassante or Wukong, who will have a lot of armor.
Yeah, I think it's a wise decision for sure. BCG, though, they're getting a lot of priority over mid currently. Gold, once again, is almost dead even. So insane that these teams have managed to stay so close for so long throughout the whole series. And now in the most important game of all, Nesty, yeah, he's definitely going for the tankier items, which is, you know, I'm not honestly sure it's needed. Feels like you could just go the full AP route and still be mainly fine. There isn't a lot of threat to you in the backline, really just the Jax. Having the moves and speed, I suppose, is nice for placing some of those cages, though. And Chris Carter, he doesn't have Flash here for a while, but you're not really expecting any Barons or anything to start up. These aren't the sort of teams that have been kind of hard looking for fights outside of the objectives. I think Kaiwing may be the only member really who has tried to force things. Everyone else, though, has kind of been content to just sit back and farm. And take a look at the carry golds. Pretender and Nesty neck and neck. Same with Chris Carter and Eminem. Still so close. DCG, though, they're gaining some of this Baron vision. Can use it as an opportunity to bring solo kill out from the side lane. Feels like it's kind of hard to get stuff done, though, here as a Jax. Whittling down the Cassante takes a very long time.
Looks like Frozen Heart is going to be what solo kill's looking for next, so... And I do like it. I don't think any of these Veigar abilities should really be going to him, as we do see a fight start out. Teleport committed from Nesty here. Is solo kill going to be able to survive? It doesn't look like it, so it is a kill picked up now. 40 seconds left on his respawn timer, as Baron now could be on the cards potentially for DCG.
It could be, but Nesty did use his ultimate, so I feel like they don't want to start it up. Overall, though, this is a nice kill to pick up pretty much for free, and 400 gold going over to the Veigar should mean that he completes this item ahead of the next dragon. DCG, they're kind of positioning around it. I think the window's closed, though. Solo kill has TP in just 20 more seconds. If they do look to start it up, though, it looks like they will. I think this might be better for Frank. The Veigar isn't up quite yet, although it is soon. Actually, yeah, maybe he will have it in time for this team fight. 7 seconds on solo kill's TP.
Okay, Pretender will use Weaver's Wall as the fight looks to start out. Pretender all isolated by himself up here, as Eminem is going to find a lot of damage here. Can Hanabi get out of this? It looks problematic. Solo kill finds a 3-man stun in the back. It is now up to the Cyclone. It's going to go down. Pretender picks up that one, followed by Eminem picking up a kill here on Hanabi. Chris Carter trying to do what he can in the back line. It's another kill over to the side of Frank. Another one again. It is one traded back, but ultimately it looks like it will be an inevitable 1-for-5 trade in favor of Frank.
With everything on the line, you give solo kill a carry champ and he will deliver. He finds that flash stun over the wall onto 3 members, and it turns the fight so far in Frank's favor. Off that, I think they can pick up this dragon and probably then can reset towards that Infernal Soul. An absolute disaster there for DCG. I felt like they were in pretty good control of the situation, but unfortunately didn't respect the solo kill flank. And now Baron picked up. It's a sizable gold lead for Frank. They can reset and probably get towards this dragon as well. Take a look at this replay. Veigar isn't quite available yet, so they don't have as much damage on the turn. I think initial cage being used and can't quite connect means now they have to back away. But unfortunately, they kind of funnel themselves into this corner. They know the TP is here, but they all bunch up. And the 3-man stun followed up by so much damage here, as well as the Nature's Grasp just kind of hits all the members. It becomes so hard, and Veigar only just now came up, and it feels just not quite enough. So overall, just teamfight execution was cleaner there for Frank. And if you're DCG, you watch that back in the VOD and you've got to be kicking yourselves over it. They knew the TP was there. Now though, trying to re-engage around this 4th drag.
Yeah, certainly are. And you said flash stun there from solo kill, but you'd be hoping that for DCG, but it certainly wasn't.
Well,
he managed to just find it with a Q, so has to be so careful of that again. Kaiwing stunned up here, will take a lot of damage. Weaver's Wall comes out. It's going to split off the jungler for DCG. Solo kill dealing with him, getting him quite low now. Dragon, 5k HP. Hollow looking to use the Nature's Grasp. It's pricked up by Pretender. That will be the soul. Now, do they look to fight? They will be really strong here. Hanabi gets Wild Groves and is going to go down. Chris Carter, though, on the back line. What can he find? He comes through. Is he going to be able to find the damage? It doesn't appear so. That's 2 kills, 3 kills even now for the side of Frank. And it's a 2-man route from Eminem to find all 5.
Back-to-back team fight wins there from Frank. I think they might be able to end the game off that. The death timers are very long. They have all 5 members alive and the Baron. And it looks like, oh my god, I want to see the, get rid of the cam. I need to see the damage number. Eminem, he must have done so much, 6,700 in that fight. And I think finally, 5 games later, it is Frank Esports. They're going to pick this one up.
Yeah, they do eventually get it done. A bit risky, a bit rough at times, but they get it done here. They will be moving forward. What a game that was, and what a series.
Oh man, and ultimately it was the side we were expecting to win the series, right? But DCG, they managed to make it look so competitive, and I think, credit to them for a 6th seed coming in as a heavy underdog in this matchup. They really pushed Frank to the limit, and a 3-2 for the 3rd day in a row. Crazy.
What a game. And I have to say, that even this game, it looked almost at some stage that DCG were in the driving position, were looking like they could be able to win out against our 2nd seed in Frank, but one mistake around that Baron pit, it was what it took, and a 3-man stun from Solo Kill. He could have done that on a tank too, but ultimately he gave him his jacks, he leaped over a wall, 3-man stun, and that was pretty much what led to the end of this game.
It really was, and that point you kind of brought up about how, despite it being the 3-2, it was close in every single game. It was really one of the longest 3-2s I think I've seen in the PCS so far. And I mean, wow, just the fact that it was so competitive for so long. Like, even that last game, I think, very easily could have gone the way of DCG, right? If just a couple things had gone different. But it is Frank that pick up the win at the very end, really made them work for it. And that can be kind of problematic because you do have to show a lot of drafts to the other teams there when you come in. And another thing I want to bring up is Blue Side won all 5 games in the series. Pretty insane.
What a crazy series of events that was. And I think coming in that last game, I know it's probably Eminem will get the MVP there, but I think honestly that game doesn't look like that if Solo Kill doesn't find that triple stun.
Yeah, no, I'd say give it to Solo Kill. He managed to find himself a couple solid towers in the side lane and did okay, I guess, in his 1v1 matchup, but it's just so night and day, I guess, how Solo Kill looks when he's on the carry champs, right? He always finds decent impact on the tanks, does his job, but really goes above and beyond on the carry champs, and even if he might not find leads in lane sometimes, will always bring it back at some point, right? And I think that's something that Frank, almost more than other teams, have to look at, because it kind of feels like when you have Solo Kill on the tanks, he just, I don't know, he does fine, but it just doesn't bring the same level of impact. And I think, Frank, looking at the rest of the playoffs, they really have to cement their identity now. They certainly don't have long before it's crunch time, I suppose, and we're 1 game away from being eliminated by the 6th seed, and, do manage to get the win, but not in the fashion they would have liked.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you sort of touched on it, it looks like an entirely different team if Solo Kill's on a tank versus when he's on a carry champ. I feel like almost the entirety of the spring split, he was playing carry champs, with maybe the exception of Gnar, but when he's on Gnar, it looks like a carry champ anyway. And then we got into this playoffs, and he's been primarily on tanks, and whenever he is on the tanks, they tend to lose more often than not. So, I mean, you see him on the jacks there, and even those 2 Gnar games, those were the most impact he had on any of the games. And, I mean, they did lose one of the Gnar games, but it certainly looked like a whole much better of a team.
It did, yeah. And I think let's just bring it back to DCG for a moment. Unfortunately, have been eliminated and showed some very good games. I think Hanabi, had some very solid performances in this series. And I think that, honestly, overall, DCG can be pretty happy. Kind of weren't expecting to, I think, win the playoffs coming in as the 6th seed. But they come in, they do some damage. And I think looking towards Split 2, definitely hopeful.
Yeah, definitely. I think really sad to see them go, honestly. I didn't think they'd be so competitive, and coming into this playoffs, and even the last sort of week of the regular split, they did turn up a lot more. And it's just really hard to see these teams go, because like if you're pushing the 2nd seed so far, it feels like you don't deserve to be eliminated already, right? But inevitably are, as we will take a look towards this Baron fight.
This was the fight that ultimately turned the game. I think Engage from DCG wasn't quite the best in Hanabi. He tried to turn around and then probably could have kited up, but they felt like they needed to save Hanabi, and that's what allowed Solo Kill to queue over the wall, get that 3-man stun, and just set themselves up in such a good front to back here, where despite the good cage coming out from Nesty, there just isn't really enough damage left over. Krishkata does what he can, but it's so hard to DPS. And here in our final fight of the game, there was another back-to-back win here. It was the Engage that comes out, from DCG, but they don't manage to find it. And then Hanabi lost almost his entire health bar off on the side. Talia was doing so much work in this fight. And then after your tank's gone, there was the flash stun that wasn't used the previous time. Found so much impact again. And I think, in terms of team fighting in Game 5, Frank were just a little bit better. Really punished DCG for every misplay. The game was so close for so long, but those back-to-back victories, you can see in the goal graph there, right? It was almost completely even for 28 odd minutes and then suddenly fell apart all at once.
Yeah, I guess a lot of that came down to those early objectives, really. Like, being that your back was against the wall, against the 3 dragons, you had to contest that fight, and that other team had Baron, so they got priority on lanes, priority on river, but you have no option but to try. Nature's Grass from Maokai denying it, they pick it up and then just wipe the team. And as you look at the damage here, I think honorable mention there to Cascada. I mean, he was doing his absolute best in both of those team fights. He was the last member to go down, but ultimately just wasn't able to find the damage needed. And we will have Solo Kill as our MVP. I think this is the first time tonight we've not gone for like the high damage impact player. He had the most impact through both outer lanes and in those last 2 team fights.
For sure, I think Fish definitely just passes the eye test with flying colors. Just found those 2 crucial 3-man stuns time and time again. And I think that, you know, Solo Kill, I want to say his champ pool maybe has suffered, right? Like the Gangplank being nerfed was a bit of an issue, and I think Gnar being banned in so many games means that it's difficult to kind of, you know, 1, pick the Gnar, but 2, counter with the Aurelia into it. I think maybe that's why he's kind of gone away from the carries, because they just feel like there's less options. Before, I think what would happen is they ban out 2 carries and then the GP would left, or they ban out, you know, the Aurelia and something, and then, you know, the Gnar or the Jax is left. But just the Gangplank being removed is 1 less ban that you have to leverage against Solo Kill. And that's made it difficult for him. Like, I don't think it's just that Frank had moved away from the carries. I also think the other teams probably have a very good read on what makes Frank work at this point, and they're dealing well with it. So I hope Frank can kind of answer back and find some way to get Solo Kill on the carries more often.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also now that we come to playoffs, the whole sort of priority over blue side changes as well.
That's true.
You know, you don't have the access to that red 5 where you can just pick a counter pick. I mean, that's where we saw that Aurelia come out, as well as that Gangplank, which actually I think Gangplank was on blue side. But anyway, it was where we saw him get such usage out of these massive counter picks that he was able to pull out. And you don't have that now that pretty much every team, aside from Impunity it seems, does prioritize blue side so heavily.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy the blue side just comes in here and 5-0s the series, but I believe we will be wrapping it up here and heading to an interview after a quick break.
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I don't let you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our post-match interview. I am your host tonight, Vincent Lee, and joined here by FAK's top laner Solo Q. Welcome. 欢迎大家来收看我们赛后采访。那我们今天呢也很欢迎请到的是FAK 的上路选手 Solo Q， 欢迎。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FAK 的上路 Q。
Congratulations on the victory. This is actually quite a tough series, especially after your you got reverse swept, the day before yesterday. So, did you make any adjustment in the time between? 就是恭喜你们获得了这场比赛的胜利。那其实这是一个相对蛮艰辛的一个 BO 包括说，尤其你们上一轮就是被让2追3了之后呢，那中间只有1天调整时间，所以会想要问说，在中间这1天做出了什么样的调整呢？
我跟我的团队说，我想来点有攻击性的角色，不想再玩坦克了。
I told my teammates and our staff that I want more aggressive champions. I don't want to play tank anymore. Speaking of tanks, we finally get to see your Jax in Game 5, and that's actually quite a surprise because you've been playing tanky characters during the playoffs, which is a big change from your regular season performance. So why did you go into tanky style in playoffs? 就实际上我们在第5局才终于看到你玩贾克斯。那其实你在季后赛前面的比赛里面，就是你玩坦克居多嘛，然后就是玩了很多。那大家都其实也觉得蛮意外的，为什么？因为你平常的玩法不是这个样子，然后为什么季后赛的前面的比赛里面用坦克玩那么多？
因为我们常规赛的时候坦克胜率比较高吧，然后刚好到这个版本，然后我们下路跟教练那些也想我玩坦克，他们来袭，那我就躺着了。
Okay, so actually, our regular season performance, our win rate is a little bit higher when I play tank heroes. So my teammates and my coach kind of want me to play tanky characters during playoffs to give other carry players a try. So I just, choose tank and try to lie down and wait for them to carry me. It didn't work out. No, English first. Your Jax down 3 people in a row, twice in a row in Game 5. So, especially when your team was in a very dire situation, how would you rate your performance today from 1 to 10? 就你的贾克斯在第5局的时候，很关键的时候，队伍有点不利的情况下，然后连续2次的会战里面1晕3。算是你一个人的表现。我们虽然不是想要撇清其他人功劳，但是你2次的这个表现拿下了这场比赛，那你对你今天自己的表现，如果要1到10分，你会怎么评分？
我可能想打个3分吧，因为没有把火龙打穿。
I will actually rate myself 3 points out of 10 because I didn't completely obliterate Hanabi. I think I can with aggressive characters. But I didn't. Next question. You can stay in iHotel, our sponsor, for another week. So do you like iHotel? Is it comfy to stay there? 我们第4个问题，给赞助商爸爸一点那个感谢啊，就是你可以在 iHotel 再多住1个礼拜了。那你喜欢吗？你高兴可以再住1个礼拜吗？待在 iHotel 舒服吗？
我觉得挺舒服的，床挺软的，但是希望可以大一点点。
I think it's really comfy there. The bed is really soft. I like it, but I kind of wish the bed could be a little bit larger. Okay, my final question for tonight, because you got a very tired night, you should go back to the hotel and rest. You're playing against BYG or Impunity, one team out of the 2 next week. Which one do you prefer and why? 就你下个礼拜的时候要面对 BYG 或 IMP， 他们明天会决出就是谁来跟你们打。那你更想打哪一队？原因是什么呢？
我比较想打 BYG 吧，因为我们辅助 Karen 比对面的辅助猛很多。
I personally would prefer to play against BYG. The reason is that our support player Kaiwen is way better than their support. All right, that'll be all for tonight, and thank you very much. Have a good rest. Hope to see you next week. 那非常感谢你今天接受我们的采访啊，这对你来说可能也是比较辛苦的一个晚上了。那好好回去休息，我们下个礼拜见喽。That's it for tonight. We're going back to the caster. 那我们就把镜头交还给主播台。
Thank you again to Vincent for that interview. And it was funny that he mentioned in that interview that he didn't want to play tanks anymore. He wanted back on the carries. That's what we want him to play too, because he looks so much better on them. And it's so exciting to watch. I think him and Drive are probably the two best carry tops in the league at the moment. And man, when they get their picks, they really turn it on. But that is FAK Esports that are now advancing, and I believe they will face the winner of
BYG
tomorrow's
Impunity.
match. Yeah, so BYG versus Impunity is tomorrow, and I think that we can predict Impunity to win, but if it's anything like this series, it might just go down to the wire again anyway. And it feels like the PCS teams are all so close. I mean, I guess we kind of got a preview of it during the regular season. The standings were so close for so long, and it looks like it's no different here in the playoffs. We'll take a look at the bracket. So tomorrow's match, again, is Impunity versus BYG. And then we will be looking at next week, which is going to be starting off with PSG versus CFO. So some very exciting matches coming up.
Yeah, absolutely are. I mean, tomorrow could be one of the more exciting ones as well. I mean, there's a very different playstyle between the teams of Impunity and Beyond. I mean, generally Alex tends to play around his team and be a bit more laid back than Kong Yue, you could say. That guy pretty much Beyond just play around what he wants to do, and it usually looks really good. So expect an exciting game there, and it's sort of a different take on how to play the game really in general. But it is unfortunately all we will see of DCG for the rest of the split. I feel like they've had a really good run. They really turned on at the end of the split, and I mean, they took FAK down to game number 5, and even then it wasn't so clear-cut that they were going to lose it. It was really just 2 team fights was what was in it.
Yeah, it was very close, and I wonder if the fact that the game is so close, maybe if the sides had been reversed, you know, maybe DCG are the ones that end up winning that, and that is what the having the higher seed affords you, right, is the ability to choose your side all throughout the series. And I think in some metas, it doesn't really matter so much, right? As a reminder for you guys, that's the higher seed chooses game 1, and then the loser chooses from then on. So if you have the higher seed, you choose 3 of the 5 games if it goes to 5, which is, again, in some metas, not that important. But in a one where blue side seems to be so heavily favored, is a lot better. And I wonder if, because it feels like the first pick coming out of blue side isn't really what's doing it. I feel like it's more actually to do with the bans, right? It feels like the bans are what is kind of affording that flexibility. But I believe that is going to be it for us for today. It's our 3rd game of 5 games in a row. So what an insane series again. I'll miss you, DCG, and credit to FAK. Did very well. Thank you again to all the sponsors and production behind the scenes. We'll catch you tomorrow for another big game.
If all of the stars are a crime, then why are we willing to sit here wasting all of our time? Tonight there's no sleep, already in too deep. We're built for going the distance. At this time of year, we should be out of here like birds migrating in winter.
What happened?